shadows of the void, where darkness reigns, stands the Mordian 50th, where courage remains, with last guns gleaming and hearts of steel. They march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing Vaccino's horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line, their determination an unbreakable sign.
For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call.
Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shining brighter than the sun.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am
For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Modern Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a Monday stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It is time for the Monday live stream, and it is time for us to catch up on everything that's been going on. Because lots of things will have been happening at the weekend. I'm sure many of you guys have been working on some hobby projects that you'll want to share your progress on. I'm sure there's been lots of news coming out about what's coming up with the latest edition of 40k, which we could discuss. And I'm sure there's going to be lots of games and tournaments and all of the things that have been happening. So the idea with today's stream is just to have a big old catch up, talk about anything and everything. We could talk about Warhammer 40k, we could talk about Old World, we could talk about bolt action, Conflict 47, hobbying, casual play, competitive play, army lists, the whole 9 yards. So really, the floor is open. The floor is open. It is open to the public. You guys we can talk about anything and everything that you want to. So there we go. It's a classic Morty and Glory just chatting stream. And I, for one, am very excited because not only did we launch the TTC this weekend, which is the annual painting event in the Discord, but also there's been some exciting news. And I got lots done, actually. I got loads of... I actually finished off loads of my Soviets for Bolt Action / K47s. That's kind of cool. But also, there's been some interesting news. Re 40k, we've got some news on the battle forces that will be coming out around the time of 11th edition as well. So we can have a little look at those, whether we think they're good. 2 thumbs up, 1 thumbs up, no thumbs up, 1 thumbs down, 2 thumbs down, all that kind of stuff. So there's loads of bits to talk about. Loads. So there we are. So with all of that said, now let's get into the stream proper. And let's begin with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Mord and Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? We have got a Gaming Stuka, Yuli, McCon, Sabian, Sammy Wilson, Steve A, Zello, Chicken Detonator, Garzalo 5. We've also got Florida Eccentric, Princess Drusus, David Davidson, Damn Legion, Tank Charmer. We've got Aldeus, Airborne, Biscuit Tin, Emil Davy, Damn Legion, Simulation Explorer, Sonsu, The Low Decks, Kalanish Cat. We've also got Lord Pulpy, Tosh Beam Station, Cool German Dude, OK as Hobbyist, Fox Knight 606, RK, Sir Newbie, Freedox, Ibram Gaunt, Hadrian, Dave M, Oh My Puppy, Aaron Hansen, Russell W. We've got Sindarius, Lord Castellan, Ed Bailey, Matthew Bishop, Pigeon Toady, Mr. Guyper. We've got the Word Bearer of Space, Teapot 840, Baron Kaza, Kerensky, Mark Coyle, Matthew Tucker, Kyron Knight, still unsure. We've got Addy, Dermeth, Margatella Milan, Deastal. We've got Lord Castellan, the Red Scout, Addy, David Newby, Wolf 58th, Kilak Nelak, Jordan Jensen, Patrick H19, Estad Vivek, A Gaming Stuka, and Galactic Republic Studios, and CJ. Hey, welcome. Thank you so much to all. And Pastor Blaster, there we are. Welcome. Thank you to all of you beautiful bastards for joining today's stream. If, as always, I could politely go ahead and remind you, poke you in the general direction, blackmail you, abuse you into, whatever it takes, abuse you into going ahead and pressing the like button, and also subscribe to the channel if you've not done so already, because it's a big support. It just helps. It just fucking helps, all right? So there you are. Uncle Will, Vanilla, Low Kai Ramza. That's how I'm pronouncing that one. John Shepard, Chris K, Down Legion, Tactical Wizard. Great to have you all here. I also, could I say a big thank you to everyone who's not only joined, liked, subscribed, chatted away, but also everybody who has got, who's got the stream started off right, coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all that amazing stuff. And let's take a moment now to go through and show our appreciation and our respect for those who have got the stream started off right. It's popping off, baby! All right, let's have a look here. By the way, if I sound a little bit weird today, I mean, I always sound a bit weird, but if I sound like particularly weird, it's because I am suffering quite badly from hay fever. No, it's actually been fine the last few years. But Mrs. Mordian, with, I believe, malice aforethought, we've been together 17 years this year, and knowing of my quite severe hay fever, decided that on this Monday, we were going to go strawberry picking deep in the countryside. So I spent, a couple of hours just marinating marinating in like the most pollen in the world. And I came, like literally, it was getting worse and worse and worse. Before even Mr. Mordy was like, "I think we need to go," and I was like, "No, no, fine." I was like, literally can't see, and I can't see. It's like your eyes are sweating. I was like, "Yeah, it's fine. Like it's all right." Like start like literally drowning in my own snot. Like, no, it's fine. I brought some tissues, like sodden rags. So yeah, so if I actually, I need to go get my wedding ring. I just realised I took it off because I showered afterwards. 1 minute.
Jaffa, Creed! Tell Marco. Peter!
All right, I'm back. Sorry. I was in the when I got back, I was in the shower for literally like half an hour, just washing myself again and again and again, just to get rid of it all. But no, there you go. So, but yeah. So if I sound a bit weird, it's because I'm much better now. But I'm very bunged up, and I'm still a little like, my brain's still a bit funny. So don't, sometimes when I'm hay fever, I sound quite sarcastic. So if I'm like, "Thank you for your support," I'm not being a dick. I'm just full of hay fever. All right. So with that said, I want to say a big thank you to the Lower Decks. Thank you for super chat, man. Track tension in stream discussion. All right, let's see what Lower Decks lore update is. Let's start off on a weird note. Come on, then. Sir, I know it's standard Imperial practice to spend time with the Ministorum when confronted by the horrors his galaxy throws at us. And by the God Emperor, seeing Jenkins in flagrant delicto surely counts. But I cannot bear to disclose this to the priests. I mean, probably best not. They probably all end up leaving the ecclesiarchy knowing that something so horrific couldn't possibly exist in the Emperor's domain unless he allowed it. And I know the dynasty encourages the obliteration of memory with alcohol, but sir, to do so would be to raid the Penal Legion liquor cabinet, and I think they have booby-trapped the thing with frag mines. No alcohol for me. And but to be fair, also, I think if you drank the amount of alcohol you needed to, you'd probably die, so that's not a good thing. And after I was caught appropriating your drug stash back in 24 during the Morris Dancing Marathon, I swore off the hard stuff. Hey, you gotta be flinging those napkins around and also, breathing into them. Hey, or have a little sniff from them, shall we say? And after, so instead, here I am, stripped to the waist. I'm working on Chimera tracks, checking for track tension. By the God Emperor, sir, I am 4 chimeras in, and right now looking at the 3 Lehman Rusts the Penal Legion have at their command, and I think I will be here all night.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Yes, in different nation.
What nation?
Imagination.
Amazing. I love it. All right, what do we got next? We've got Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for keeping us fresh up with new conscripts. And thank you for the extra fire team to hold the line. 07, you magnificent bastard. Speaking of magnificent bastards, we've also got Marold, my boy. Marold, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. As always, thank you for doing your part. And I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and a goddamn hero. And Marold, I also...
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
I've got some semi-exciting news. Where did I put it? 1 minute. It's over here. I've got it from the chair twice already. I know. Can't sit down today. I have, over the weekend, I have primed all of my plastic Ursus. So there's like 15 or 16 Ursus there, ready to get the shit painted out of them. So there you go. All right. What have we got next? We have got G, thank you for super chat, man. First off, Rattle Tim Cup or Face Simon's Salty Balls. Jesus. And Rattle Tim Cup. So, guys, I'm terrible at doing this. It's only thanks to people reminding me in chat that I ever do. But don't forget, I do have a bunch of affiliate links for various like Warhammer and Wargaming sellers. Many of which do offer it at a discount, and I've even got like a referral code for like Element Games. So either if you're excited for 11th edition and you're stocking up on minis, or you're like, fuck 11th edition and you want to go to another game, check out some of the affiliate links I've got below and get the models you are going to get anyway and support the channel. And there you are. Also, what were you saying else here, Ed Bailey? And what do you feel about GW's latest article about maybe playing more, about maybe paying more points for certain units? I mean, do you mean... Oh, yeah, so we do need to go over that. I mean, I'm not reading too much into it, to be honest. So this is the article Ed's talking about. When do I get my points? 17th of June, about 40 hours from this article going live. And, it's basically just saying, there's going to be some updates to, the app and everything. There's an interesting thing about how the app will not support older editions of Warhammer 40k once it's been updated. So they're not allowed, so if you want to play 10th edition, you won't be able to do it in the app, which I'm not overly bothered about because obviously GW wants to always... I don't blame Games Workshop for pushing people to the next edition, right? I don't really blame them for doing that. I know some people will get upset about that, but I think it's more of a that's one of those, how to put it, that is one of those times when you can legitimately say they're a business. A lot of people use, but it's GW is a business, they can do what they want, as an excuse to let them get away with bullshit. Look, I never really have an issue with GW being we're going to try and encourage you to, play the latest edition that is out there. That's one of the ones that I think is, yes, it's just bullshit business stuff, but it's understandable, so I'm not that bothered about it. But the main thing here, yeah, exactly. YP is repository for the dumpster of 10th. Yeah, exactly. And you've got new recruit and stuff like that. So yeah, it's really it's fine. It's not in the... Also, I really don't know anyone who's going to be sticking around for 10th. I think most people will either go to 11th or they'll go back to a different edition, but no one's sticking with 10th. Yeah. Now, here's the thing that they've said. They've said there are a few themes to the points changes you'll quickly see when they arrive on Wednesday. These are primarily driven by the change of the core rules. Some units become more powerful in the new edition, and so have had their points raised accordingly, while others have seen a slight dip in their effectiveness, and so we'll take more of them. Here are a few things to look out for. Vehicles with powerful mid-range firepower benefit from being able to more easily open wide fire lanes by moving partially into terrain, and so many go open points. So, all of you who were kind of hoping that the Hippogriff was going to go down in points... all of you that were hoping your Rogel Dawns would go down in points, your Leo Russes will go down in points. Nah, not right there. Large combat needing monsters vehicles generally find it much easier to reach and charge over units, and so many go up in points. Infantry that are both fast and powerful melee tend to have gone up in points. Large model. So basically, everything which is good is going to go up in points. It's not honestly. Yes, I can see there being a lot of salt being generated from these things. Right? I can see there being a lot of salt. But I also don't think it's unrealistic. Because, if something is good, it will go... If something is too good and is overperforming, it goes up in points. That's just, normal. Yeah. So points going up and points going down never really bothers me. But before I have a bunch of people in the chat saying, oh, Mordian got the call, He's shilling for GW now. Where the salt, so there'll be 2 levels of beef with this. All right. There'll be 2 levels of beef. There'll be the smooth brain beef and the big brain beef. The smooth brain beef will be from a bunch of mouth breathers online, probably including myself, that will go, oh, they nerfed my unit. Oh, you know, even though like it's, you know, like really good, right? The big brain beef will be when something will be what they miss. That's the big brain beef will be what they miss. Like something that obviously should have gone up in points, but doesn't. Something that obviously should have come down in points, but doesn't. Do you see what I mean? Some factions who get more intelligent changes over others. Yeah. So, yeah. That'll be what they miss. They talk about that, Mordian. Read the page. Read the page, Mordian. Read the page. Oh yeah, you know the bit where they say they're going to change it more often because there's going to be things that they miss. I've read the fucking page. Fucking Emil Davy coming in here, telling me to read. Fucking when I was growing up, mate, we didn't even have iPads. We had to read. Okay, we had to read. Read. I'm only teasing a bit. So yeah, no, there will definitely be things that there will be things they miss. But there we go. But let's have a look at model. So, but yeah, there will be things they miss. But as you know, people in chat have said, like it'll be only like hopefully, fingers crossed, it will basically be just anything that they miss, they'll catch later. Yeah. So models with psychic weapons now ignore main negative modifiers attacks when fighting, so many also a point increase. F in the chat for Grey Knights. Like literally, imagine being a Grey Knight player. You've seen all the updates come out. You're like, fuck yeah, finally, our time to shine. It's like the hammers of Titan. The hammers of Titan are back, baby. We're going to show you how we're going to put the Emperor back on the throne by being really fucking good. And then GW's going to be like, 10% increase across the entire army. Fuck! I mean, I've heard some people say that based on these, like, things that GW said, like, Magnus is going to be like 600 points because he's got powerful mid-range firepower. He's also quite good in combat. He's also a large model that flies. I think he might also be Titanic. He's also got psychic. So Magnus is like, your Magnus is going to be like half your army list. Fucking hell. Yeah, Magnus is going to be like half your army list. It's going to be fucking hilarious. There you go. Imperial Agent, hilariously, Imperial Agents will probably cop a points nerf because a lot of their units are like psychic or can have like characters attached to them which make them like better and make them psychic and stuff. So, yeah, an alarming amount of these bullet points apply to Imperial Agents. They do. It's crazy. The ability to reroll charge has become very useful. The added flexibility of picking targets after you roll expects units with the ability to cost more points. Surge moves are now more likely to catch other units with the chances to engagement range now at a flat 2. These units will likely cost more points. Fight special usability is less dominating than last edition, so most units will cost fewer points. This is what's made some people very happy. Large units of 20 or more models, which were previously used to fill up large parts of the battlefield, can no longer spread out as much due to the 9-inch coherency rule. Many of their points go down. So, good news. Okay, so good news. It seems that we aren't losing 20-man squads, at least for the time being. Obviously, we don't know for sure, but it seems like that the drama of the orc data sheets may have been slightly overblown, which is good. You know, like I'm not going to be here. You know, I was worried about that. I covered it on streams that I was worried about that. Good news is that it seems like a lot of them are going to be sticking around. So that's good. Why the hell would we lose 20-man squads? Elderly, it was a whole thing. I won't go back over it. Basically, the Armageddon box set came out. All the data sheets came out for it. Orcs could only be taken in 10-man squads, despite the fact that 20 came in the box. And there was some hysteria about how this could mean that we were going to be going down to 10-man squads everywhere. And before you think, well, that sounds ridiculous, which, just hang on. Nobody thought they'd ever take 30-man squads down to 20-man squads. 30-man squads, you know, for like Tyranids and Orc stuff, literally existed for like 35 years. And then they reduced them. So anything's possible, right? So, yeah. So there was some coherency, but that doesn't seem to be the issue anymore. I will say this. Unless something... unless they are ridiculously cheap. And when I say ridiculously cheap, I'm talking maximum point cost. 100 points for like 20 Cadians. 100 points for like 20 Catachans. 100 points, 20 Kriegers, right? Unless they're that cheap, I still think 20-man blobs are going to be a trap. I think they're going to be a trap. I think they're going to die way too easily. They're going to die way, way too easily, and you're probably still going to be better off taking MSU. With maybe 1 or 2 blobs designed for... 1 or 2 blobs, you know, like fully maxed out, like Cadian blobs, designed to actually unleash quite a bit of a plasma storm. Otherwise, I think they're probably a bit... I think they're probably just going to melt too quickly. So basically, the issue is that if you move out a 20-man squad, you're going to lose all 20 blokes. If you take 2 10-man squads and you only move 10 of them out, you're only going to lose 10. That's the difference. And there's going to be times when you only want to move 10 guys out to like an objective or something. So, yeah. Especially with how you can build your army into certain dispositions now and stuff. So, yeah, I do think that, yes, it's good that 21 blobs are going to get cheaper. I suspect they still might be a bit of a trap, but hey, at least it might take a bit of sting out of it. Yeah, and with Cleave as well. Yeah, exactly. Units with both Infiltrate and Scout now need to choose which rule to use each game. They can't do both, so have seen a points reduction. Oh, that's interesting. Ooh! Do we have anything that can do that? Technically, Scout Sentinels could do it in that special detachment, right? Does that mean they're going to, like, make... Well, now that'll work with enhancements and stuff. Gaunt's Ghost? Fine. They might make Gaunt's Ghost a bit cheaper. Stealth is now a more situational rule, and it doesn't start with cover, so many units with stealth are set to go down in points. That's probably a good idea. Indirect fire is now weaker against distant targets that no modular army can see, and so many attacks have gone down in points when taken individually. This bit right here, taken individually. So, it would seem... It would seem that the step costs are going to be potentially a lot more widespread than people think. I don't know. I've not seen anything. I bet every single unit in the game has got a step cost. So it'll be like 20, you know, first squad of 20 guardsmen, 100 points. Second squad of 20 Cadians, 110. Third squad, 120. I think they'll do it with every unit. If it's anything, and that my expectation here is it's going to affect every unit. And so I'm basically preparing for the worst and then hoping for the best. If it ends up being like not as bad as that, then great, awesome. Like I'm not worried. But I've mentally prepared myself for pretty, I'm gonna say greater than 95% of the units in the game all having step costs. Yeah, maybe Battle Line will be an exception, possibly. But I don't see why it would be. Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see. There are two other changes that are worth noting. Some units now cost more when including your army more than once. These tend to be very powerful units with the potential to dominate the competitive games when used in multiples. We're looking at U-defilers. It's funny. I mean, they say some units, so maybe it won't be quite as widespread as I expect. But I'm just presuming it's going to be every unit. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just going to presume it's every unit. Maybe there'll be like, an exception like Battle Line from that point on, but we'll see. I love how they say we're looking at you defilers as if it's the defiler's fault. Motherfucker, you wrote the rules. No, not looking at you defilers, looking at you, GW. Looking at you. Defilers don't table people. People table people with defilers. This change helps limit their impact when taken en masse, but doesn't overly punish players who want to bring a balanced list or just include one of all the coolest models of their army. And in fairness, defilers are really cool. Secondly, some weapon upgrades now cost points if they're significantly more powerful or effective than other options. For example, the Macro Plasma Incinerator and Adeptus Dreadnought now cost 10 points to equip, though the basic cost of the Dreadnought drops by 10 points, so it nets out the same, or 10 points less if you choose the Heavy Onslaught Gatling Cannon. So close to granular war gear. So close. I can almost taste it. Across all these changes, blah, 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 blah. Of course, within days of the new edition dropping. Fucking hell, I've got hair in my mouth. It's bumming it. Just going to suck my mouth off for a second. Millions of games, Warhammer 40K were played across the world, and that's bound for something that no amount of playtesting could catch. Especially if you don't do any fucking playtesting. We've tried nothing, we're all out of ideas. The regular balance updates to edition will work as they do today, quarterly. But okay, sure. But they're not quarterly, are they? Because they do them every 2 weeks. But anyway. So you can expect small course corrections to under or overperforming armies every 3 months. However, because of the volatile nature of the balance of the new edition, new rules, attachments, units, and synergies, the first few months of the new edition of Studio Rules Team will actually be looking to step in monthly, if needed, with the first update due for the end of July. So there you go. A new app, new points, commitment to the balance going forward. Good times. Okay, I'm fine that GW is keeping a close eye on things. I still think it's them basically getting us to playtest the game for them. But overall, I'm not that bothered. Like, I'm yin and yang on this. I mean, I'm perfectly balanced as all things could be. On the one hand, I'm like, GW, you are the most expensive war game out there, like wargaming company out there. Really, I don't think we should be balance testing your game for you. I think you should be doing it. On the other hand, I'm like, it isn't a completely unreasonable statement to make, and I'd rather they balanced it a bit. I'd rather they were on the. Whilst I'd rather they were much more proactive, I'd rather they were, if they're not going to be proactive, I'd rather they were reactive rather than non-active. I've played editions where GW released something, didn't care if it was broken, and it just festered. And, if it was bad, it just molded and died over an edition. If it was good, it just dominated the entire edition. So I always say this, I'd rather they were proactive. I will accept them begrudgingly being reactive. Yeah. There you are. All right. There you go. So, yeah. I mean, that's the article. Proactive, like nerfing Yarrick before he ships? No, that's not what I mean by proactive. That's reactive. In my mind. When I say Because Master Pef proactive would mean they released it. When I mean proactive, I mean they released him at the right points level and didn't need to fuck with it. Do you know what I mean? Like they had already got him at the right level. Reactive is when they say one thing and then they change it. Yeah. Reacted to what? We didn't get to play him. They reacted to online drama. That's what they did. They reacted. Like GW has shown to be remarkably sensitive to online drama recently. Interesting. Curious, one might say. So yeah, I'm happy to speculate as much as you guys want to over what we think is going to go up, what we think is going to go down, what we think is going to go sideways, spin in circles, all that kind of shit, right? But I think I'm not going to do like a video on it, like a standalone video on it, until the points drop, because it's literally 2 days away. You know, it's literally 2 days away. So yeah, I mean, I think I've told you my position. I'm expecting everything to go up. With the guard, right? Everything's gonna go up. Yeah, but we'll see. All right, what do we got next? Chris K! Thank you for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for your support. I also want to say, holy shit, right? Everybody in the chat, spam 07. Show your appreciation. Show your respect. Show your awe. Because David D. Davidson has just come in with not one, not two, but 50 gifted memberships, baby! It's popping up! Woo! Oh my God. David, you absolute man bastard. You absolute crazy son of a bitch. My God, sir. My God. Coming in with the big 50. He's like, we're starting the stream off right. We're starting the stream off on a high note. Oh, my God. David, thank you so fucking much, man. Thank you so fucking much. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, bro. From the tip of my toes to the end of my hay fever raddled nose. Thank you so much for your incredible support, dude, for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. My God. My 50 memberships. Fucking hell. That's cleared the old synapses. Or synapses and sinuses. Yeah, there you go. Holy shit, man. David, thank you so much for the incredible support, bro. Oh, that's it. Stream's done, boys. Stream's done. David, thank you so much, man. And dude, thank you. He's done a super chat as well. He's done a super chat on top of that. Holy fuck, man. David, my Britbots came in time to assemble. Fix bayonets and roll out. Yes. Oh my God. David, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to tell you guys about what the Britbots can do. I can't wait. Like, I have to wait until next Monday, though. Well, technically, it's any time on Monday. So I could do a cheeky bonus stream on the Sunday evening, 11 o'clock, or, 5 minutes to midnight, and then just roll over. It's 1 minute into Monday. Let's go, baby! So either I'll do it on the Monday, or I'll do it... Either I'll do it on the Monday or I'll do it Sunday evening. But yeah, I can tell you guys about the new bot rules then. Britbots, so we're getting new bots, Mark 3s. No, I mean the new rules. So I can share with you now. I can share with you this. So because I do chat to Warlord. I'm like, what can I say? Like how, where's the line? What can I go up to? Okay. So I can basically tell you that there will be a specialist platoon for the Brits for the robots. So a bit like how you've got the Totem Rock platoon and the Firefly platoon, I can tell you are going to get an automated platoon. That platoon will, like the others, replace the assault platoon as the mandatory one. So you can take it in addition, or you can take it instead of your assault platoon. And that platoon will allow you to take an entirely automated force. So you don't need to take like a human platoon commander. You can instead take like an automated platoon commander. You've got you can take the director. So I can't tell you now. That platoon is going to come with some special rules that benefit the robots. I can't tell you what those are just yet. But that's so I can tell you it's coming. I can tell you like a feature of it, but I can't tell you like exactly what it does or what the unit slots are just yet. You'll have to wait until Monday to find out. Next Monday to find out that. The other thing I can say is that this update is going to coincide with this platoon coming out is going to coincide with the update to the British robots. So for those of you that don't know, the British robots are very beloved, but generally speaking, I think we can all agree their rift abilities are all a bit shite. So high voltage has been completely reworked for the Mark 1s, and I think it's much better now. I genuinely think it's now a decision between HMGs and MMGs. So that's kind of cool. High voltage will benefit both, but it's kind of difficult to describe it, but it's like it's going to benefit the MMG ones. It's also going to benefit the HMG ones. So it's kind of interesting how it's very good how they've done it. So there's that. So it's not like, oh well, I built all of these HMG ones and now I feel like I'm not getting use of my rift ability when before I was. It's not like they've made the mistake of like flipping it so it's too MMG favorable. It's just you get, no matter what kind of weapons you go in your Mark 1s, you'll get some use out of it, which is good. The bayonets do something now as well, which is awesome. And the other thing that's worth mentioning is those, the automated platforms like the Lancer, the Bombardier, and the Hunter, they've all had their abilities updated as well. I can't tell you what they are, but I looked at all of them and I thought, wow, these are all solid. They're all much better now. Yeah. No, the platforms still run the risk of just dying because they are basically just like, it's a one wound thing. It's got hard to kill, but it's still a one wound thing. But but now, whereas before it was like you're only ever going to take the one with all the 50 cals, now I think there's a genuine reason for why you would take the other ones. Because one of the things that the Brit robots, if you want to go like a full robot army, one of the weaknesses that you have with that is actually a bit of a lack of anti-tank. You've got the Tesla cannon on the Mark 2s, but it's only a light one. You've got the heavy autocannons, but you've got a heavy autocannon, but that's still like only Pen 3. But with the automated platoons, I think because you can take those, because you can take the automated platforms in the automated platoons, you don't need to separate like a heavy weapons or artillery platoon for them, whatever it is. It means that you can genuinely have a full automated army that if you don't want a single human in your army, you can do that now and not miss out on any capabilities. So yeah, that's great. Obviously, you can still put some humans in there if you want to have like mechs, because technically, even if you've got like technically the Merlin's got a human pilot in it and stuff like that. I don't know if those are in the platoon, the Merlins. I can't check that. I can check it. I just don't know off the top of my head. But I know it's mostly focused on like the platforms and stuff like that. So yeah, all of that will be coming out next Monday. Obviously, I can't give you any specifics on rules. All I can say is that if you are a fan of the robots, you will be. If you're a fan of the robots and you want to go pure robot, you are going to be very happy. But I can't give you any anything more than that until Sunday evening / Monday. There you go. All right. So David, lots and lots of exciting reasons to be lots of reasons to be very excited for the BritBots. And I'll tell you right now, I'll tell you one thing. If you're like, but Mordy, I want to know what to buy. I don't know what's going to be good. Like, it's all going to be good now. Not overpowered, but if you're someone that Like, there's the robot that nobody took, which was the one that had the, like, artillery shell. I think that one's really good now. I think that one is now I don't think it's better than the others. I don't think it's now in contention. So if you like any of the robots, I would say go nuts. In fact, and I'm not doing this to influence anybody, genuinely. I just want to check something. Where is it? I wonder if they've still got it. Oh yeah, here you go. Let me have a look. So this Commonwealth support platoon, this is how it's a little discount over getting the items individually. And when it was first announced, I think a lot of people were a bit down on it because they were like, it doesn't contain any of the good platforms. It just contains the anti-tank one and the artillery one. And, now I still think you want the HMG ones, but now I actually think that's a good bundle, for example. Now I actually think it's a good bundle. Yeah. Like if I was starting like, if I had a Brit army and I was looking for like a little cool, like little expansion, I think the Commonwealth support platoon is actually a really good shout now. Yeah. Obviously, that's only if you obviously if you want the automated commander as not the automated commander, the platoon commander as well. If you didn't want the platoon commander, you could just buy them individually and they'll be fine. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So if you're not interested, if you're going pure human, you might not want the humans in that bundle. But yeah, like literally having a couple of each of these you wouldn't be disappointed in doing that now. There you go. There you go. All right. In fact, I probably need to get that bundle, to be honest. I'll tell you what. I'll message Chris in the Warlord store and say, hey, if you've got that in, can I come and pick it up? And then I'll go and get it off him this week or something. All right. So, yeah, David, lots of reasons to be excited for BritBots, mate. Lots of reasons. And, dude, thank you very much for your support. And I hope that you are, hope you're excited, man. Nice. There you go, man. There you go. Fixed bayonets for King and Country. There we go. Nostalgia Vivek, thank you for the super chat. Hobby stuff and K47 box in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Here you go. Working on my vow for the Mordian team, the best team, the winning team. Vow big, win big. Iron Warrior Terminators got 20 of them bastards. Nice, dude. I am sad to not be on my Mordian team this year, but as must be, vows must be upheld, and I vowed to be on the Krieg team this year. So there you go. And my K47 box finally arrived despite the Royal Mail's best efforts. So annoying that they didn't deliver it the weekend, man. When I bought the box myself, I'll be happy with any box. But if I could exclude two factions, it would be Axis and US. Well, just luck. Luckily, it's most of I don't have, so I'm actually quite happy. Hey, that's always nice, man. Sod's Law, right? Yeah. Hey, that's a pretty good fucking hell, man. That's a good haul. So you got 9 Style Trooper, got a Vogel Spinner. Got the German heavy sniper team. That's actually a really good unit. Yeah, I need to include one in my army, but that is actually a good unit. Yeah, you got the Puma X. Is it? Is that the whole Puma? Where's the? Is that the Puma? That doesn't look like a Puma though. Wait, did you get a Sherman? Did you get a Sherman T in your Axis box? You got a Nachtjäger and a Locust. So I feel like the Axis box shouldn't have had a Sherman T in it. It's the whole Puma X. Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. So, did you get a Sherman T and a Puma X. Yeah. That's crazy. Because they're only meant to have bits for one faction in. So I do feel like there's maybe been a slight packing error there. But I wouldn't say anything too much, because the Sherman T is very good. I think that might be one of those happy accidents, because I'm 99% certain they're only meant to be for one faction. Yeah. So there you go. That's awesome, man. The Locust is if you've not used the Locust, it's such a good mech. It's good because it's quite a cheap medium brawler. It's kind of, it can be quite effective. Nightjager, I always struggle with Nightjager because they're a more finesse unit. But when you start realizing that they're more about rather than charging at enemy lines, they're more like dropping down, like disrupting the enemy. They're actually very good. Yeah. Puma X is amazing. It's like one of the best. It's probably the best vehicle in the game at the moment. Vogel Spinner's very, very strong. Style Trooper strong. You literally can't go wrong with Vogels and Styles. You could build an entire army that was just spamming Vogels and Styles, and you could do well. Yeah. And then getting a Sherman T, which, the Sherman T is probably the best tank that the Americans can get. It really is a take all comers unit. Shrek Wolfen. From Shrek Wolfen to battle tanks, you can just take them down with the old Sherman T. Yeah. So there you go. It's a good box. Even if I feel like the Sherman T, there should be something else there. Maybe like a Panzer X, maybe. But even so, yeah, I think I wouldn't. Like I said, if you've got Axis and you've got Americans, I definitely wouldn't complain about that. That's one of those times when the odds have fallen in your favor, I suspect. There you go. All right. There you go. Nice. I love it, man. Dude, £229 MSRP. So you got 229 quid's worth of stuff for £125. Literally £100 discount. What's that, like 40% off? Roughly, off the top of my head, 40% off? It's not quite, oh, is it more than that? Is it like, not 40% off, it's nearly getting double your money, isn't it? So it's like, maths, see, my brain always goes funny on these. Is it like, would it be like 80% bonus? If that makes sense? Because like, if you paid £125 worth of stuff and you got 200 quid's worth of stuff, that would be, you got double your money. That would be 100% more than you paid for. So you got 80% more than you paid for. Off the top of my head, roughly speaking, right? Something like that. It's pretty good. Yeah. Not for half price? Yeah. It's pretty good. There you go. So, I think that's a good... Dude, I think you've lucked out there, man. You didn't get the double dice bags. That's true. So, I don't know if this is true, by the way, but for all of you guys that did... I think there was like one or two people that did get the double dice bag situation. Apparently, and I can't confirm this, by the way. I don't work for Warlord. I've not reached out to them myself on it. But apparently it was a mistake. If you got the double dice bag, it was actually meant to be one of the best mystery boxes. You were actually meant to get basically all of the new bots. So people have been emailing, people who got that one have emailed Warlord, and Warlord have been sending them out like plastic Mark 1s and Mark 2s and controllers and stuff. So a Mark 2 directors, I should say. So apparently the drama of the double bag, yes, obviously a fuck up on Warlord's end, that's not good. But at least it seems like actually it wasn't intended, and it seems like Warlord will make sure that you are whole, as it were. Shit, maybe I want the double dice bag. There you are. So it's one of those where I think perhaps, obviously it's always annoying when you buy something and it doesn't just go smoothly, right? So I'm not completely letting Warlord off the hook here. The ideal scenario is there wasn't any mistake, obviously, but I can recognize like, oh, okay, it was a mistake, and they are not just telling you to throw it away. They're like making sure that you're being made whole. So that seems to be the good thing. But take that as rumor. And all that. And I think it's specifically just, I don't think it's for anything in your mystery box. So you can't be like, I'm going to vote Warlord up and swap something out. No, that's not how it works. There was very specifically a run of British dice, a run of the British mystery boxes, which came with double rift dice, double dice bag, which they weren't meant to come with. All right. It's very specifically that one. So unless you were in that scenario, your mystery box is probably, unless you're in that scenario or you've worked out that the value of stuff you got is less than like 200 quid, I think it is the way it's meant to be. Yeah. But even then, I think the only ones that were affected were the double dice bag ones. So, yeah. All right. What do we got next? Yeah. Let's have a look. RK. Where's it gone? Sorry, man. There we go. RK, thank you for 30 months, man. X-Force, baby. Vow update stream discussion. Been waiting for the TTC. Let's have a look, mate. Nice. My foul progress from the bulk to the air observer team and artillery platoon command working on crew and transports now. Nice. Holy shit, man. Is that are they the French guys or are they the I can't tell if they're the, or are they the Italians? Are they the Italian like the, what are they called, the Italian like colonial troops? Because there was lots of people in, obviously lots of countries in World War II that made use of colonial troops. Yeah. Interesting. They look cool, man. They're very cool models, very unique models, yeah. Yeah, very interesting. I like the color scheme you've gone for as well.
One rule.
Nice.
Everyone fights.
There you go.
Quits. You don't do your job, I'll shoot.
That's cool, man. The Italian Ascari, that's it. Yeah, that's the ones. Yeah. Awesome, man. Very unique army and cool to see something like that. Rudy, thank you for super chat, man. I still have a Titanic TTC. My Warlord is missing. I still have a Titanic TTC, Val. My Warlord is missing just weapons and also ordered a new FDM 3D printer and will print a Storm Giant on that. Yes! Dude, I love it, man. I love it. Rudy's like, I vow. When I vow big. I love it, man. That's awesome. Flutter Extended, thank you, super chat. Update in stream discussion. Working on Mark IIs and little delivery from Warlord today. Nice. I love it, man. I love the sort of angry red glow around the eyes. That's cool as fuck. Nice. You got some more Mark IIs. The old 222 car. Absolutely love the 222. And then you got a 221 as well. Nice. German here, weapon teams, and some German here, heavy weapons and platoon. Heavy weapons platoon. Nice. Awesome, man. You got a good mix there. Sniper, Panzer Shrek, Flamer, another Panzer Shrek, couple of MMGs, mortar. You got some officers and stuff. Nice. Looks like a good little extra boon to the bolt action Germans, and then well, a good chunk of it for the bolt action Germans, and then just a little top up for the old Brits. There we go. Nice. Love to see it, man. Awesome. And good paint job on that first robot. So Newbie, thank you for the super chat. Hobby update and resisting the rift. For now, check stream discussion. Let's have a look. A little hobby update. These aren't my valid units as I start this before the event went live. So 20 Kriegers and an arty team getting ready for the main gun that's still waiting for the green spray paint. Also, I've thought long and hard about the rift and I'm remaining strong. It shall not taint me. Yet. But my mind is weakening to the idea, but I have a few things sorted out first. 1, find a place local that plays it. 2, have a demo game. Then, after that, who knows that what the rift brings. I mean, that's fair enough. You know, can't go, you know, I always encourage sensible behavior. Yeah, having a good demo game trying before you're buying is never a bad thing. Even thought even though I have ideas for an army, such an army, and even have a backstory behind said commander for said army, always the narrative mind overclocking. I might share such if the rift tempts me, or even more. 07. Oh, Erica. No, I'm not playing Erica. Fuck off. Right. Nice, man. I do love the Brit head swaps on the Kriegers, man. Got to have those Brody helmets. Nice. Hey, they come along really nicely, bro. Yeah, I'm guessing that's the crew for the arty team, right? Yeah. Yeah, they're looking pretty sweet. They're looking pretty good. I like it, man. Excellent stuff, man. It was a hint. Oh, Erica, as in like you're gonna go for the Germans in K47. That's fair enough. I mean, I don't blame you. You've got your Krieg Brits, right? So you've gone like Brits that way. So it kind of makes sense to go over to have a mixture of forces, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there you go, dude. I like it, and the rift will get you. The rift will get you, sir. Whether you won't be able to resist its temptations for long. There we go. Emil, thank you for super chat. Big old Valve the Penal Legion. Take flight. Let's have a look. Did you put it in the Penal Legion Val bit? I might have to scroll down. Let's have a look. Oh wow. Yeah, okay, I'll let you off. That's a Thunderhawk, baby. Wow. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. That's is that an Inquisition Thunderhawk as well? It looks like it, right? Inquisition symbols on the side. Like a Grey Knight one, maybe? Wow. Cool. Very cool. I can't wait to see it all painted up. It's not a bollocking, don't worry. Just a future note for yourself and for anyone who wants to, show their vows on stream. Just still put them in stream discussion. Just because do the actual vow in the right channel, but when showing them off or wanting me to pick them up in stream, do the stream discussion so it saves me having to scroll around the Discord a bit. But like I said, it's only a polite note more than anything else. But no, dude, it looks cool, man. And Thunderhawk's one of those units that, capture the imagination. Like, everyone wants a Thunderhawk, right? Cool as fuck, man. Obelisk, thank you for super chat, man. I wish they would bring back old terrain rules where both players just take turns, place the terrain to create an interesting board. I assume 40 get used to. I know Fancy did. Also, I want trenches somehow. So, this is you may not realize that Obelisk, but this is a very controversial. It's a very controversial statement. A very controversial one. I'm going to say something that is going to make all of the narrative people very mad at me. And everyone's going to say, oh, Morning got the call, he got the call. But no. I don't like player place terrain in Newhammer. I know. Get all the cries of beef out. Get all the cries of beef out. Go on. I know. Get it out of your system. So, let me explain. I absolutely love the idea of players creating a battlefield together. And I don't necessarily believe in perfectly symmetrical terrain. I think creating an immersive battlefield together is a good way of doing it. But there's two reasons why I don't like player place terrain. The first reason is that if there's an element of I place one, you place one, I place one, you place one, I feel like it quite quickly devolves into people placing the terrain to gain a tactical advantage rather than people placing the terrain in a way that creates a nice board. So a good example, so sort of the difference I'm describing here is... 1 minute. Okay, so player plays terrain is where you take it in turns to place a piece of terrain down, right? And that's what I think leads to people trying to gain a tactical edge with it. That's not what I think you want. I think you want guidance on how to build a board, right? And a good example of this, if I may pull it up. Take me a second to find it, but it's not the end of the world. It's probably a bit earlier on than that. A good example of it is this. So 4th edition terrain, 4th edition rulebook, of course, the golden era. And you see this gives you guidance on how to build a board. So the difference is here is it's like, it doesn't tell you exactly what to place where. It says break the board up into a grid and then place a piece of terrain basically sort of in the central location of that grid. So you can see that there, right? In both the examples that they've given, basically they've broken the board up into 6 bits, into 6 2x2 bits, and they've placed, one decently sized piece of terrain in each one, or a couple of small bits to make it the equivalent of a decently sized one, right? That's that's how I think player place terrain should be. Okay, so not because that way you're not allowing for like people to fuck each other with like tactical decisions. Because, you have a situation where it's like, well, I'm going to place this bit here and that's going to like block your line of sight. It's like, come on, don't be like that, like where, it's you're not placing it there because you think it's cool. You're placing it there because you think it creates a tactical advantage, which is not what you want. When you're trying to create a nice board, you want like rivers, hills, stuff like that. Exactly. You want to be placing them because it's like, oh, well, I've got a piece of terrain that I can place in this area. It doesn't have to be bang in the center, but it could be like, yeah, this is like, I'm not getting it to place wherever I want. I get to place it in a sector, and I think that allows for. I think it takes the tactical like, oh, I'm gonna try and get a tactical edge. I think it just takes the element out of it. So there's that. Secondly, so that's the first thing. Okay, I think you need to have terrain guidance, and I like the idea of breaking the board up into a grid. It could be any shaped grid, Could be that's just an example they had back in 4th. But you could have 1x1 square if you want to be particularly dense. You could have 1 foot by 1 foot, and have the board broken up into 12 sections, and have 12 pieces of terrain on the board. Right? Do you know what I mean? Like there's just but have a grid. Have a grid rather than placing it anywhere, because I think that allows for you to. It allows you to have players place the terrain, but not abuse what's placed where. The second reason why I'm not a big fan of player placed terrain is because the current rules just do not accommodate it. So this is, I've said this many, many times. L-shaped ruins were not the problem. I know, another controversial statement. L-shaped ruins were bad. I didn't like them. I thought they made the 10th edition boards look supremely boring. But L-shaped ruins were not the problem. They were merely the symptom. The problem is the core game itself and how terrain works. But most importantly, the problem is the lethality, the huge hyper lethality of the game. The only reason why L-shaped ruins ever existed is because people needed to be able to hide their armies. If you didn't hide your army, you got blown off the board in one turn. Units in 40k can easily kill their points value or higher. This never used to be a thing. Or very rarely used to be a thing. There never used to be a thing where, like, if I take a 200 point unit, it can guarantee it's going to kill 200 points. That's actually, in fact, people used to say that's a bad thing. You shouldn't have that in the game. Now it's entirely possible for a 200-point unit to easily kill something that's 200 points, if not more. You know, it just because of the amount of lethality that's in the game. So, yeah, we need before we can just go back to good terrain, we need to radically fix the lethality of the game. But people like, I don't know what it is, but people seem to like the lethality of it. I think the game is better. I think the game would be more fun if the lethality actually got toned down a bit. But that's just like my opinion, man. I figured it would go without saying the current rules would be changed to fit it. Yeah, of course, Obelisk. Yeah. So I think you need player place terrain, but some guardrails on it. And I think you need to fundamentally bring down the lethality of the game before we can bring back good terrain. Yeah. That's my opinion anyway. So you see, I'm not actually anti anything you've said. I've just drilled down a little bit further into it. Still unsure. Thank you for the 47 months, man. Xbox, baby. Freedom for Praetorians in the CTC. Sounds free. I'm sorry, still unsure. Praetorians, you can pay Praetorians under any team you want, but we can't be made if we make a team. If we make too many teams, it dilutes the event. Everyone wants to go off and make their own special team, and they can go to a corner and finger their assholes. They want to do that. You just gotta. Sometimes the thing that, as an event organizer, you have to do is say no. So sometimes players are all. Sometimes you have to guide players through their own enthusiasms, and there just isn't enough. Honestly, there just isn't enough Praetorians to warrant having their own team. And we already have in the TTC a few teams that struggle to get the numbers. People already concentrate around a few anyway. So diluting it even further is just not going to happen. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Scratch all the teams, replace them with K47 factions. I mean, again, the idea is the teams are just arbitrary, right? The teams are arbitrary. You can paint K47 whichever team you want. You know, like the teams are just based on old school guard regiments. It's not like those regiments. Most of those regiments don't even exist anymore, guys. So the teams are already pretty arbitrary. You know, we must stick to our traditions, gentlemen. You know, we must stick to our traditions. The old regiments are... We have the old regiments to pay tribute to them. You cannot, Edgar. You must pick one team. You must pick one team. And even if you're joking, I'm taking it seriously. There you are. What have we got here? Remember, you can just paint Kriegers yellow. Stop it, said newbie. Stop. That's bait. So I got a message today saying I can pick up my 11th edition from a local shop in my town rather than having it delivered to my door. Seems like a scam. I mean, I've no idea. I've no idea, mate. Check with the local shop is what I would say. All right, what do we got next? We have got the Red Scout. Thank you, Super Chat, man. Photo dump of my weekend tournament in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Big photo dump of my weekend GT. Got photos of 3 out of 5 games, going 3-2 by the end, including playing against Alex Ed, who quite often podium Shark Tanks. Hey, well done. Well, I don't know if you beat him or not, but you know, at least you got to play him. Was certainly an eye-opener on how well 40k can be played. The other 2 games was versus Double Catan Necrons and Orbital Strike Vindicators / Centurions. Let's have a look. I like your army. The old Double Dawns, backed up with an Exterminator and an Executioner, and then loads of Chimeras and even a cheeky Centaur. Nice. Yeah, looks all right. First game against Ultramarines. Nice. There you go. I mean, the terrain doesn't look... I have to say, the terrain at your place does look pretty good. See, L-shaped ruins don't need to be. I mean, you know, if you look at that terrain actually looks good. Like, it doesn't look great, but it looks passable. It looks acceptable. Like, L-shaped ruins don't need to look bad. It just, the Warhammer community is willing to accept some pretty poor looking terrain. It would seem. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Oh, sorry, I clicked off the pictures. Marines striding forth. Gilliman absolutely battering the shit out of stuff. Nice. Oh, fucking hell. It keeps clicking off. Why are you doing it? Come on. Maybe it's me. There we are. See, and now you've got some green ruins. See, I think that terrain looks fine for a tournament, you know. Could look a lot worse. Nice. Yeah, cool, man. It looks good. I like it. Yeah. Very nice, Red Scout. Very nice indeed. I think there's a couple more down here. Nice. That's quite a cool picture of the Votan. Guardsman, bayonet charging the Brachia Thunderkin. Cool, man. Beautifully painted armies on both sides there. You got the grim grittiness of the guard versus the bright industrial OSHA of the the high vis of the Votan. Cool, man. Nice. There you go. So you won 3 and lost 2. Hey, you never had any horrific losses either. One was a little 5-point loss. Wait, which one did you win? Oh, a minute. Win. Okay, so you beat Necrons by 5, lost by 2 to the Votan, lost by 17 to the Space Marines, won by 1 point versus Emperor's Children, amazing, and then absolute blowout, won by 41 points against those Space Marines. Cool, man. I think you did all right. Yeah, seems you did okay. There you go. What do we got next? Aldeus, thank you for the 3 months, man. 3 months and prep for the TTC entry discussion. Steel Legion, baby. Steel Legion, baby. Let's have a look. For anyone curious about what the Sturmriser kit looks like, fully 3D printed in Sunloot ABS-like resin. Yeah, it's a big kit. Mine is sent apart because a 13-buck 3-inch battery-powered plasma ball is a no-brainer for board presence. Also, pledged to the Army of Steel Legion, and as I said in our TT discussion, I have a mountain range of points to pull from. A few months to bombard that mountain range into craters. Wow, it's a beast, isn't it? Look at that. Absolute beast. I need to print myself one of these. Yeah. Wow. That is a decent amount. Got some Death Copters, shitload of Marines, shitload of Sisters. All of this stuff. All of this. Hey, that's not too bad, you know? That's not too bad. That's cool, dude. That's very cool. Hey, look at that relic. Look at that relic from an ancient time. You know, the old metal Razorback. My God. My God, sir. My God. I love seeing that shit. I love seeing the old school stuff, man. Amazing. All right, dude. Thank you for the support and good luck in the TTC. Mal, my boy. Thank you for the super chat, my man. Good evening, sir. Evening. And all. Evening all. Nice Ursus, I have to say. My mystery box arrived. And guess what? More Ursus. I'm happy. Also, now I have 3 Molots. What the fuck? No way. Let's have a look. My mystery box arrived. Overall, I'm quite happy, but I'm not sure what to do with these 2 daughters. I haven't any others, and I'm not the biggest fan of the old Siberian Terrors, but I like the rest. So you got another Molot. You got Commissar Drugov. You got 9 more Ursus. Fucking hell. And then you got the Soviet Armored Officer. I just painted that model this weekend, actually. And then you got the Patriot team. And then you got the Siberian Terror Troops. So with the Patriot team, you probably just want to get some Daughters of the Motherland. If you don't already have some muscle mummies, I just recommend you get some. My advice would be to get a box of muscle mummies and then another Patriot team, because that will allow you to build 2 7-man squads. And honestly, I have found that to be like the perfect sweet spot. Yeah. As for the old Siberian Terror Troops, dude, honestly, I thought they looked goofy as fuck. And that I actually built a few of them and painted them. And I used them in game. And they actually were fine. Honestly, like, they're fine. Like, they're not great. They're not terrible. But it's one of those classic cases that we find a lot with miniature wargaming. And I'm not letting Warlord off the hook here, by the way. I say this about a lot of 40k models as well. That once you've actually built them and painted them and you're using them from 2 feet away on the table, they're absolutely fine. They're absolutely bloody fine. So I would say, honestly, build them and paint them. If you really don't want them, I don't blame you if you don't. Then I would say, you know, see if you can sell them. At the end of the day, even if you sold them for like 15 quid, it's still, you're making a profit because you paid £125 and you got a lot of bang for your buck there. So even if you sold them at a discount just to make sure that they went, like if you put them up on eBay for like 15 quid, you know, plus maybe like 3 quid postage or the equivalent in euros, right? Then I think someone would hoover them up. I know if I saw them at that cheap, I'd hoover them up, right? So yeah, do that and then basically just get a bit more money to go towards making the daughters work. Yeah. That's how I would do it. So I've personally built these models and they're really not that bad. But if you've totally like just don't want them, then I don't think there's anything wrong with just selling them. Yeah. All right, but Maud, I can't believe you've got more Ursus. Dude, Maud, you must have like the most Ursus in the world at this point. Like you've got like 24 of the old Metalies, and then you got like you must have like 30 of the new ones now. My God, sir. Do you know what's gonna be so cool? When I run Conflict 47 Apocalypse, which I'm going to be doing. I was going to do it this year, but I'm going to give the game an extra year to mature first. Maybe an extra 9 months, right? But, yeah, maybe do it early next year. But, because now I know how to run the big games. You see, before I didn't know how to do them. Now I know how to do it, right? So, because that's why I've been going to all of these large-scale bolt action ones, so that I can understand how to run a large-scale K47 one, right? And so, what I would say is, I would love. I can just imagine it on the board now. If you run like a big apocalypse scale event and just literally like hundreds of Ursus just like running down the battlefield like and maybe hundreds of Shrek Wolfen coming through the way like woo and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be mental. There you go. Malaga, what's he selling? I think he's selling the old. He might not be, but Maud was. I think he wasn't that bothered about the Siberian Terror Troops. Yeah. Speaking of, you know what I haven't done? Speaking of selling things, what I haven't done in a while. I haven't trawled eBay. I normally trawl eBay for good, you know, for Conflict 47 deals. But I'm just gonna have a quick look now. Chat, you know, Conflict 47. Just gonna have a look. I'm just looking, right? I'm just looking. I shouldn't have started looking. I'm just having a little browse. Someone's selling one of those ruins. I think some of the bits from the mystery boxes have started ending up online because someone's selling one of the sets of ruins for $5, and it's like, I'd buy an extra set of ruins for $5, right? I'd do that. Someone's selling someone is selling A British Commonwealth dice bag and set of rift dice. I wonder where they came from. To be fair, it makes sense. Warlord, sell the bit you don't want, and Warlord sends you the replacement thing. It makes sense. Can't really blame anyone for doing it. Wow, there's some like starter armies that are ending up on there as well now. 55 quid for a British Commonwealth starter army. That's not bad. I don't need any of it, but theoretically, it's not bad, right? Right? That's a good deal, right? I should be allowed to look. What's wrong with looking, chat? What's wrong with looking? I won the Ruined Farmhouse, my last one. I didn't collect it. Leave it for the club. Dude, the Ruined Farmhouse is a great... So, okay, here's the thing, right? I'm going to push back on this. Right? I used to be... You have 6. Then you might as well have gone for a 7th, right? 6, 7, 6, 7. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. I want to be hip. I want to be rad. I want to be down with the kids. All right. Anyway, Ed Scott. Okay, you already have 6 of them. Yeah, we're done. Vacate the building, folks. Cancel my membership. Sell my tactics for 10 quid. Dislike the stream all you want. It's still interactivity. There you go. Yeah. No, I hate that 6-7 thing. I absolutely do. It's why I hated the fact that I did it. Anyway, moving swiftly on from my unfettered cringe. I used to be really anti. Not anti. I used to be quite like meh towards getting terrain and starter sets. And ever since I actually built and painted the Ruined Farmhouse, and ever since I actually built and painted the K47 Ruins, I actually thought both those terrain kits were really fun. They're really easy to go together. 1 minute, I'm running over some spare bits of screw here. They're really, I enjoyed building both. I built 2 of the farmhouses and like 4 of the ruins, and I was like, actually, this is quite fun. Yeah, these are quite fun. So I know some people look at things like the Band of Brothers and go, "Oh, it's the ruined farmhouse." No, it's actually, it's a fun bit of kit. It's a fun bit of terrain. Yeah. Anyway, I should probably stop looking at this. There's nothing here. There's nothing here but bad financial decisions. Yeah. I'm going, unless I see something particularly enticing on page 2. You know it's already gone to shit when you're looking at the second page. Do you know what I mean?
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
But no, I don't think there's anything. No. There's no deals today. No deals today. There you are. That's good. I'm not spending things unnecessarily. However, do you know what is on sale right now? How many Roberta Wells are there? There's a lot. Roberta Wells is the Marnius Calgar of K47. Do you know what is on sale? Boat game. My. So, I saw this at the weekend. 15% off Black Seas, Victory Sea, and Cruel Seas. Just that's the discount code. Well. Boat game. Now, and here's the thing. I actually know people who play victory at sea. So it wouldn't even be a wasted purchase. And technically, I have been promising Nostalgia Vivek that I would play boat games. He didn't specify which boat game, though. Yeah. The temptation is real. Yeah. Let's have a look. We'll go sort of featured. We'll go price high to low, so we'll find like the starter sets and stuff. I don't know if I need like the full Japanese victory at sea. Like that's like fucking so much stuff. Let's scroll down to the middle bit. I kind of just like the victory at sea starter game. What does that come with? Merchant convoy. Oh. Let's have a look. I asked my dad if he'd play Black Sails with me, and he was like, I do love like, because he loves like Master of Commander. He's read all of the books that Master of Commander is based on, and then some others. But he was like, he said, I'll be honest with you, Tim, I just prefer reading it than playing it. And I was like, that's fine. I thought that's the one I might get him with. What do we get? I mean, that looks pretty decent. I'm just saying, that looks pretty decent. Yeah. It doesn't go with spaceships. Ah, well, you said boats. You weren't specific enough. Nostalgia Vivek. You weren't specific enough. The Furutaka. Bad financial decisions. It's got 5 stars from 3 whole reviews. That means it must be good. See, I would probably just want to get the British though, because obviously rule of Britannia, obviously, right? Or I'd go Italians. Yes, lost every naval engagement with style. Yeah. But yeah, I'd probably want to go the Royal Navy. Yes. Something about the Royal Navy which stirs the loins. Yes. There you go. Do they have HMS Warspite? I've no idea. You'd have to search through. There's a lot here. There you go. It's a patriotic purchase. I want the Royal Navy just to get HMS Rodney. MGTV, all that seaman, man. No more. Do you remember your sacred duty to resist? I don't think there is a Russian Navy, because I don't think the Russian Navy, and I'm not being mean to the people of the Russian Navy in World War II, but I don't think they did anything. Like, I'm 99% certain that the Russian Navy just sat there menacingly throughout most of World War II. What the fuck is the Marine Nationale fleet? Is that the French fleet? Ah. You see, it's unusual that they would include the French fleet, because surely the only mission that you could do with the French fleet would be them just exploding in port. It'd be like the one mission over and over again. Apparently. There you go. Purchase or the French win. Angel says, oof. Vichy France ran off with the fleet. Well, they ran off what we left them with. Woo! Woo! There you go. Oh, I know it's still a national tragedy for the French, but fucking hell, guys, get over it. It's like 100 years ago, nearly. Should have done what you were told, shouldn't you? There you go. You won't find any sympathy for the French here. There you go. Russian Navy got boxed, so most of the Navy fought on land. Yeah. There you go. There you are. What have we got next? Whoever defends the French here should be banned. It's the British way. Yeah, exactly. Also, I want to say something here. I learned something new about. So, for those that don't know, right? For those that don't know, there was a very bad incident in World War II where France had basically fallen, and the British said to the French Navy, who were in port, I can't remember, it was specific. It wasn't the entire Navy. It was this very specific, like, large fleet, and they were in port, and we were like, okay, you need to and Mers El Kabir, that's it. And the way the French tell the story is that the British secretly, like, sailed up to the port, shelled all the French ships while the French were out, eating baguettes and frog legs and doing French things. And then we sailed, blew them all up, and then we sailed away. And they've never let us forget this. They're like, no, you betrayed us. We were allies. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now, obviously, if it was like that, it would be really bad. But I learned recently that there was a lot more to it. Yes, we absolutely did blow them up in port. We absolutely did. But what is left out of the French telling of the story is the fact that we gave them, like, multiple options. We were like, hand over the ships to us, and we'll basically, like, take them back to Britain, and you guys can all come with us if you want. We were like offering them to, like, don't stay in France, and France has fallen, like, come back with us to Britain, that'll be fine. And one of the other options, we were like, go to America. Go, literally, take all your ships. Don't even, we won't put any of our crew on board to, like, manage them. We'll just trust you. Just leave the port and go to America and just holiday in America until, like, the whole thing's over. And the French were like, no, we will scuttle our ships instead of letting them fall to the Germans. And we were like, well, you don't have to. Got a couple of options for you. You don't have to. And they're like, no, we will scuttle them. We promise we will scuttle them. And we were like, can't really trust you to do that. So, yeah. So, actually, basically, it was not a good thing that we blew them up in port, because they were still technically our allies, and it absolutely was a black day through our Navy. And I'm not letting us off the hook on that part, but I think, basically the French kind of have to own the fact that if you take, we told you we were going to blow you up. We said we're going to blow you up unless you do these things. And if someone tells you they're going to blow you up, and then gives you multiple options to avoid getting blown up, and then basically you choose that you just refuse any of those options and just basically guarantee you're going to get blown up, I think at that point, Mr. Frenchman, Mr. French Navy, okay, you have to shoulder some of the blame. Like you do. I'm not saying you have to shoulder all the blame, but I think you probably have to shoulder some of the blame there. Yeah. So there you go. But there you go. That's it. Like, what did you expect? Oh, we won't blow you up. We'll just leave you. Just give your ships to the Germans. Obviously not, right? Yeah. They didn't want to Scotland. That's a secret. Ah, well, there you go. Exactly. They were never going. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, can't rewrite history now, can we? All I'm saying is that, should have gone to America if you didn't want to get blown up. There you are. All right. What do we got next? Metal Doom, thank you for the 8 months, man. 40k, blah, blah, blah. My Soviet Ursus battalion arrived. Hey! Someone in chat earlier said, right, I'm Metal Doom. I do agree. I actually quite agree with your sentiment. Someone said in chat earlier, you know what? Someone said in chat earlier, like, is it me or is everyone cope shilling for 11th edition? It looks worse than ever. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to get into that. All right. Like, some people will genuinely be excited for it. Some people will be completely unenthused by it. Some people will sit somewhere in the middle, right? Like, that's just life. Is 11th edition good or bad? It's probably more to it than a simple yes or no answer to that, right? What I will say is this. And this is not me. This is me being reasonable. Okay? What I will say is this. This edition launch has definitely been one of the less well-received ones. Not badly received. Not like, I mean, some people are obviously crashing out over it, right? But it's definitely, if it was a Steam review, it would be mixed. Right? Does that make sense? It's not mostly negative. It's not mostly positive. It's like, it's mixed. It's definitely not been, as an edition launch, it's definitely not been an unreserved, unequivocal slam dunk. Yeah. So, yeah. There you go. I think a lot of it is, there's a significant portion of the community that I think is just tired, boss. And that's what it is. Yeah. 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 But yeah, so I don't think, I think the big thing is if you're someone that played, if you're someone that left the game in 10th, 11th editions are bringing you back. It's that simple. I've said that a few times. It's interesting actually. So not to flex. Okay. But I had a little chinwag this weekend with Lawmaster Voldemort himself. Yes, Voldemort. Yes. Great guy. Yeah. Like, yeah, it was really interesting. Got to chat to him for a couple of hours, and he, and he did his video saying how he wasn't very enthusiastic about like 11th edition and everything, and so he was asking me lots of questions. We didn't talk that much about K47, but he's definitely like he's not committing to anything yet. He's had a few conversations with the Warlord and everything, but he's he's conflict curious, I would say at this point. But one of the things that he said is just like he's like 11th edition. He's keeping an eye on it, but he's in that camp that I feel a lot of people find themselves in, where it's like, well, he's an older player like me, as in like he's played older editions, and yeah, he's like 11th edition is, he's sort of drifted away from 10th. I think he still keeps his eye in, but he's sort of drifted away from 10th. And he said, 11th edition isn't really like massively like tempting him back, but he's like a lore guy. Do you know what I mean? So obviously he'll keep up with the lore and stuff, but he's like, from a gameplay point of view, it's like 11th edition isn't really doing a lot to like tempt me back massively, like, and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, and I think that's the position a lot of people find themselves in. He should hop over to Old World. He played a lot of fantasy back in the day, so maybe he will do. But there's my understanding is so I don't want to like obviously give away the everything that we spoke about because it was a private conversation, right? Obviously, but I think that based on conversations that I've had, just generally speaking, not just with Baltimore, but just generally speaking, I've seen a lot of people have been burned one too many times by GW, and that's where I think this sentiment towards 11th edition is coming from. People who, bought things in 40k only to find them all getting like legends and fucked with. So then they went over to something like Horus Heresy, and then Horus Heresy got diddled by 3.0. And now you've got a lot of people that feel like, okay, and then these are the same people who used to play fantasy and then got burned by GW doing End Times and Sigmar. So these people which have already kind of been basically fucked up by some of GW's decisions 2 to 3 times already. So at what point do you as a person say, well, 4th time's the charm? Right? So I think there's quite, so I do think there is a, and I think that explains a lot of why you're seeing some people who are being extremely negative towards 11th edition. It's not coming from nowhere. Yeah. It's not coming from nowhere at all. Wizardland Forever, if they fuck up Old World, I'm definitely out. I'm still salty about End Times. Yeah, I mean, my understanding is Old World 1.5 is going to be 1.5, but we heard that about Heresy, right? It's going to be 2.5, so yeah. Ever been tempted by Lord of the Rings, the Haradrim, with my OG gateway drug 18 years later, and here we are, still Banjo W. I liked Lord of the Rings, and then I don't like the new edition because the armies, you have to take like set heroes, and I just don't like that. All right. Dark Knight Curran, thank you for the super chat, man. I'm not paying for this early access game, to be honest. Yeah. I think there's a difference between GW saying, I think there's a big difference between GW saying, we can't possibly catch everything in playtesting, so we'll be on it when it comes to like the balance patches in the initial part of 11th. And GW doing very bad playtesting. And I think that they have definitely got lazier on the playtesting front. Because it's quite obvious, because there are things that, like, if you played... Well, my issue is I don't think GW playtest their games at all. I think even if they playtest and they don't take the feedback on board. And I think there's so much evidence for this now. Like, look at Horus Heresy. The terrain rules just don't work. The missions, clearly, if you played that, what was it, the third mission in the book? If you'd played that one a couple of times, you would have immediately picked up on that being balked. Look at I know some people say it's a bad example, but look at like Warhammer Quest. Like, that game clearly wasn't playtested, because if you play it, you immediately encounter fundamental flaws of the game that you need to house rule through. It's something that you would find if you actually playtested the game. And then you look at 11th edition, and it's like, if you playtested the game, you would immediately encounter like Purge versus Take and Hold is obviously very favored by Purge, right? So my issue is not that they do bad playtest. My issue is not that they do playtesting and then catch the bits they missed. My issue is that they're clearly not playtesting, and then they're just fixing everything in post. Yeah, that's what I think it is. So yeah, and I don't like that. I think what's happened is Games Workshop's got increasingly lazy, because they're like, what's the point? Because I think their attitude is, what's the point in us playing it? The players will just play it for us, and then we'll just change things that they find. And I think if you think about it from a Games Workshop perspective, why would you spend money on playtesting? Remember, it always comes back to the money. If you ever need to explain anything GW does, think about how can it either maximize profit or reduce cost. And paying people to playtest your game, why would you do that from a GW perspective? Why would you? It's much more cost effective to release the game basically as a beta to the public. Then, as they said, there will be millions of games that get played for them. Immediately, people will find things for them, and then they fix those things. The game gets playtested for free. Why pay for playtesting when you know the community will do it for free? That's it, right? So, and that's why I think the game, it's actually much more efficient and cost effective to basically get the community to playtest it for you, see what the trends are in terms of the online outcry, and then just focus on those things, and then just change them. Oh yeah, put that up by so many points, put that down. Yeah. That's it. Like, it's immediately obvious that the forced disposition thing isn't going to work, because if there's one better disposition, then the game, you know, you're just going to play the same game over and over and over again. Or if it's not even like, what's interesting, so quick side note on the forced disposition thing. I've spoken about it from the perspective of a competitive player, how if there's one good disposition, everyone's just going to pick that one, which is going to be Purge, right? But I actually saw a post on the competitive subreddit the other day, and it wasn't from a competitive perspective. And it was some guy saying, hey, me and my game group play 40k. There's three of us, occasionally, the three of us that play all the time against each other. Occasionally, there's a fourth person. We don't have like massive collections, but you know, we enjoy playing against each other. But the problem that we've identified is that if we have like a particular disposition that we want to favor, we think it's going to mean that we're going to play the same game against each other every single time. This can't be right. Can you tell me if we've read the rules wrong? And the response was, yeah, no, you've got it right. And the guy immediately went, well, we're going to have the house rule that, because you can't. So and I've been looking at this from the competitive perspective, but I think it's a really important thing to actually look at it from the casual perspective, which is if you've only got like basically 2,000, 2,500 points, and you've built your army to, you know, to be in a certain theme, then you're going to be playing a lot of the same missions in a tight-knit, closed group. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. The disposition thing, I don't want it to fail, but I don't think it's going to work long term. What do we got next? Dead Jim, thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part. Alex Watson, thank you for super chat. You have said before, some shooting factions who could offset the minus one to hit from cover will do well 11th. How do you think us Guard Elite will fare? I think Guard will do fine in 11th from a shooting point of view, but before I say we're going to do really well, I think we need to see what the points are on Wednesday. Points mean everything. Everything, when it comes to 40k and picking which units, it always comes down to points value. They are the be-all and end all. You can have a unit that's incredibly good, but if it's just overcosted, it doesn't... Well, you can have a unit which is good, not incredibly good. You can have a unit which is good, but if it's overcosted, it's wank. So I think we have the tools to offset the minus one to hit shooting. The question will be, what is the points cost of those tools? If Hellhounds have either gone up or have significant step costs, like the first Hellhound's 125, the second's 150, the third's like 175 or something like that. If Hellhounds are like that, we're in deep shit. Like deep, deep shit. And some of you might say, it doesn't sound like it's a very good thing that we're wholly reliant on one unit. You think? Yeah, so we are Guard. I think Tau will do better than Guard with step costs, I think, because Tau can have anything spot where we have very specific units that can help us ignore cover. Yeah. Maybe Hobrium, Hellhound archetype not highlighted in today's article. I don't know, man. It's a vehicle that has got good mid-range firepower. I think it's absolutely highlighted for today's article. Yeah. Yeah. Step cost should not be a thing for the Guard, since the Guard has done about stuff. Hey, I agree, man, but there you are. So, I think we have the tools, but how much those tools cost? There you are. Godlike Poet, thank you for 34 months, man. X-Force, baby! How many points can I get for some Drongos? What the fuck is a Drongo? Right. So, I finally unpacked these and thought I might have a crack at 1/more of them for TTC as part of a vow. Wondering how many points I'd be able to vow for them. They are large. Don't have to make a decision right now. If you think about it, I won't be starting just yet. I mean, these look cool as fuck. Oh, they're for like 9th? Are they for oh, for D&D and for 9th age. That's cool as fuck. I mean, I'm just say I'd go off like Greater Demon prices for 40k. So I would say do the dragons as bloodthirsters, and because they're quite big and chunky, so bloodthirster 1, bloodthirster 2, and then do the middle one as like a keeper of secrets. Yeah, there you go. That seems pretty reasonable. You could use old world dragon costs as well, but old world dragons are probably a bit smaller than that. I'm not sure how much a dragon is. Maybe a Lord of Change? Yeah. These two should... This one should... Whichever Greater Demon that one is cheaper than. Whatever Greater Demon that one is, that's cheaper than like the Bloodthirst or something, that's the one that should be. Yeah. 3 Laws of Change? I don't know. These ones... I wouldn't say this is particularly Lord of Changey. This one may be Lord of Change. Yeah. Yeah, I'd just say Bloodthirster, Lord of Change. That's what I'd say. Off the top of my head. There you go, man. They're not cool, though. Let's quick go to Sean. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Amazing, man. Thank you for the extra 10 totem core to hold the line. David D. Davidson. Thank you for super chat, bro. Frycore reference book for my Axis army and some light reading in stream discussion. Gonna try and paint my Axis with a Frycore vibe. The German Frycore, 1918 to 1923. Also known as what could possibly go wrong if we demobilize all these people very quickly after losing a war. Oh no! It turns out they're not quite ready to put the rifles down. No! Oh my god. Yeah. Hey, it looks like a cool book though. Osprey always do some pretty good books. Yeah. All right. Well, I always one of my bits of history that I quite enjoyed at school was the Frycore versus the Spartacists, the uprising of the Spartacists, and they were in the paper factory and all that kind of stuff. It was very cool. Yeah. Yeah. Often it sort of goes end of World War II, end of World War One, beginning of World War II. But obviously, a lot happened in a lot of different countries around that time. I actually got a book recently from, was it Anthony Beaver? I got the audiobook, and it's The Russian Revolution. And it's quite heavy. Like, it's quite heavy because it's heavy because obviously the Russian Revolution was awful, but it's heavy because it's a very in-depth look at the Russian Revolution. So it's a lot of dates. It's a lot of like, this day this happened, this day this happened, this day this happened, this day this happened, this day this happened. And so it's kind of like, it's almost like going through it like date by date. So it's quite heavy, but heavy in terms of like not just the events that are happening, but heavy into like it's a dense read. But yeah, it's fascinating learning about everything that happened in the interwar period. Yeah. Who do you want to win? Don't answer that. I mean, ideally none of them, right? Ideally, the ideal situation is that we wouldn't have needed they wouldn't need either side to be necessary, and World War One wouldn't have been necessary, right? Ideally, we wouldn't have held World War One, which wouldn't have led to everything that came after World War One, and all the horrible shit, right? That's the answer, right? Boo, fence sitter. No, I'm not going to say, oh, Morden, who do you want to win? The radical communists or the radical fascists? I feel like that's a loaded question. I feel like that's... Neither. Like, I don't want either to be necessary. None of them, right? There you go. Come on, you pick a side. Fine. Whichever. Right, you know what? I don't want either of them to win. I want Britain to win. There you go. Obviously, right? Obviously. There you go. Who do you want to win? Some plans of Britain. Exactly, right? There you go. Don't blame me. I voted for Kronos or Kudos, whatever it was. Yeah. Blink twice if you're on our team. Oh, this team shit, man. Too much of that going on in the world these days, in my opinion. But there you are. All right. What do we got next? Romaic, thank you for the super chat, man. Work in progress for K47 Army in stream discussion. Ooh. Got the week off, so going full mechanized for K47. Nice. Triple Hanomag, triple Panzer IV, and a cheeky 250. Nice. That is full mechanized. Turns out Romaic didn't get the memo that Steel Legion weren't out yet, and he was like, nah, I'm not waiting 2 years. I'm not waiting 2 years for this. I'm going to have my Steel Legion now. Yeah. Cool, man. I love it. Good luck with the project. We've got... what do we got next? We have got Dio Brando. Thank you for super man. I can't find any advice for France bolt action. I'll give you some advice. Buy a white tablecloth. Oh, Mordian, you're so funny. I know two French-based jokes in one stream. We're having a great time. Okay, on a serious note, there's 2 angles for the French in bot action. You can go the Fall of France, French, so the early war bozos, at which point I would recommend honestly just buying 2 French starter armies. You'll get way more than you need. Well, maybe no, don't even do that. Buy 1 French starter army and 1 extra plastic Charbie. That's it. And you'll have like a perfectly fine French army. So that's what I'd do for early war France. For late war France, it's basically you're the Free French. And the Free French were basically the Americans. I don't think the late war Free French actually have rules in bot action at the moment. The idea is that you just paint you because they were all fully equipped by the Americans at that point. You basically buy all American models, and then I think you can get little French like transfers for like shoulder pads, like helmets and stuff. So they've got, or you can just paint them on freehand, just like literally 3 little stripes, red, white, more white, more white, more white. Okay, no, red, white, blue on the just 3 little lines of the shoulder pad, and you can do that. And then basically you just use the American rules for it. Because by the end of, by the time, D-Days have happened, the French have basically been completely reconstituted by the Americans. They were still their own thing. Obviously, that's what, Charles de Gaulle was very insistent on that. He was like, no, we will not just become part of the American army. We will remain the French. Fair play to him. Like, you want to, retain independence. I can respect that. But in terms of like equipment and like doctrine and all that kind of stuff, they're basically Americans at that point. Yeah. And I'm very simplifying it, but yeah, there you go. Now there's an accent to write about. You see, I think we can get away with doing a silly French accent. Yeah. Unlike last stream where like I was like, no, I'm not going to do a silly Chinese accent. That one will get me in trouble. Asmog, I love you too, man. All right, what do we got next? Someone said best way to start the Japanese in bot action, just buy the For the Emperor starter army. Don't even need to get the massive bundle. If you want to get the massive bundle, you can do. But just the normal For the Emperor starter army, about £105, I think it is. That is like a full 1250 point bot action army. And it's actually very good. Like, competitive players see it and go, that's a good box. So it's not that you need to be competitive with it. It's just that it's just a very solid box set. There you are. What do we got next? Starbucks Meg, thank you for super chat, man. A short hi and a shout out for the awesome work, MG. Thank you so much. You're stroking my ego. Stroke away, sir. Stroke away. Probably shouldn't say that too loudly. Thank you so much for the support, man. I appreciate the kind words. Scazzo Commissar, thank you for the support, man. 40k 5th edition game, in-stream discussion, retro ultramarines. Oh, fuck yeah. Give me that mid-hammer. Inject that mid-hammer right into my veins. Yes! The bright green board. This is it, boys. It was always better back in the day. There you are. Let's have a look. Yes. Yes. I am feeling it, boys. Here we go. It's all about the old hammer. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Looking like we got some chaos, or, to quote Dawn of War, chaos! I fucking love the coolest voice lines in that game. My spleen! And so I'm not going to sit here like autistically quoting Dawn of War lines at you, but rest assured, I know many of them. I'm having to withhold myself so much from being like, we captured it for chaos. Chaos is strong. Oh my god. Anyway, back to the mid hammer, man. Look at it. It's awesome, man. Yeah, you're goddamn right. It's a green tablecloth. That's the way it should be. This is the way we said this. I've said this in a stream last week, but I think for every benefit that 40k has gained from getting big and beautiful, it has also lost something. But yeah, that's just like my opinion, man. That's a cool fucking model. Yeah. Nice. Cool seeing, some of the Primaris Marines converted over to the old ways. Good to see, good to see. Like to see it. Nice and nice. Good old Khan. Yes. Khan v Calgar, baby. That's what it's all about. Calgar and Titus. Oh dear. Poor Khan. Calgar's still going. He's still having a great time. Look at those old berserkers. Yes. Beautiful, mate. Beautiful. Any more? Oh, my Retro Ultra's first game of 40k 5th edition, Calgar vs. Khan. The victory came down to one dice roll. The rolls of the game continued past round 5. My opponent won by 1 point, but I defeated Khan. Yes! That's what it's all about, baby. When a game comes down to a single dice roll. Absolute cinema. Absolute immersion. Spam it in chat if you remember. Absolute immersion. Absolute immersion. There we go. Karl and Titus. He might have to use both hands. Nice. I love it, man. That's so cool. Skeletal Commissar, I love that you're getting into the old hammer. I love that you're getting into the 4th edition, 5th edition, all that good shit, man. Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it, man. Nice. Cool. Very cool. Cotton Cloud, best way to start K47 Japanese Empire. So I had there's a couple of different options you've got here. I'll give you them quickly, don't worry. So, the Japanese starter army is actually not a bad way to start. Yes, not very few of the models. So this one here, right? We've got the gamer bundle as well. It's worth mentioning, but let me just bring a few bits up here. Or yeah, there you go. Okay, so the Empire of Japan starter army is fine. It's about 800 points worth of models, and no, none of these are particularly bad choices. Okay. The only problem with it is that it's nearly all made out of Warlord resin, which is not like traditional resin. Doesn't need cleaning or anything like that. But like, you know, scrubbing or anything like that. But it does need super glue. So I still like this as a starter army. But the thing is I would recommend like this and then this box set. So this box is going to give you an absolute shitload of Ghost Warriors. These ones are in plastic, and you might be thinking, well, why would I get the ones that are made out of Warlord resin as part of the starter army if I can just get the ones that are going to come out in plastic? It's a great point. You're not wrong. That is a bit of a weakness of the Japanese starter army. But the thing is, you will end up with, I think it will give you the option to build like 10 of each Ghost Warrior. So you can build 10 with the SMGs, 10 with the melee weapons, and then you'll get 5 from here you can build with the rifles, and then you can get 5 here you can build with, which have to take the rifles. So it's quite good. You know, this box set plus this will give you a full 1,500 point army, and quite a good one as well at that, because the Ghost Warriors are absolutely key to making the Japanese work. So it's actually quite a good one. The other thing, and you get the hero as well, and that comes into like £165, which is not too bad. If you need the the dice bag and the rule book, then you might as well get the gamer bundle as well. Well, not as well, instead of the starter army. Yes, it's 50 quid more, but it's literally, if you were going to buy the rulebook anyway and get a dice bag anyway, you might as well save a tenner doing it. But if you don't need the rulebook, maybe you've already got one, or you want to get like the PDF version or something, and you're happy to, you're not bothered about getting a special dice bag, you'll just use like an old sock, or you might already have a dice bag or something, then this isn't necessary. It's just worth mentioning it. Likewise, you've got the Invasion America bundle. But if you're not bothered about the lore book or the couple of free extra minis you get with it, then you're probably best just sticking with with this one. So basically, I'd either go starter army and then Ghost Infiltration Platoon. That's probably one way that I would start it. The other way that I would start it is this box set plus this box set. So this is going to give you, this is for bolt action, and you are not wrong. This is going to give you a lot more than than this one. This one's going to give you what, like 10, 11 infantry. They're very good infantry, don't get me wrong, but like 5 of each elite squad, and then a platoon commander and a couple of vehicles. It's not that much, right? Like it's because it's none of it's plastic, so you don't get as much bang for your buck, right? If you go over to the bolt action one, there's actually so much stuff they don't even fit it all on the picture. So you get 42 plastic infantry, plus you get a howitzer. It is made out of metal. Bear in mind, the metal artillery can be an absolute pig to build, so you have been warned. But it is an artillery piece, and it's a good one at that. And you get 2 tanks, right? So this is going to give you a lot of and everything in this box set can be used in K47. And this will allow, and all the units are actually quite good for K47. Like the Ho-Ro, heavy howitzer, great. The Chi-Ha with a light howitzer, no problem with that. The artillery pieces are medium artillery, medium howitzer, so you get lots of HE. So none of this supporting stuff is bad in any way, shape, or form. The only thing is that you need, K47 mandates that you take at least basically like 2 Rift units. And so you would still need to get, and it's only 1250 points. And K47 is played at 1,500 points. So you would still need to get some Rift units, and this would be the cheapest way to do that. So, this box set plus this is one way to go if you want to lean more into the basic stuff, like more of the ship munchers and everything. And the Japanese do have the best ship munchers because their whole army's fanatic, so even the sort of lowly riflemen can still punch well above their weight. Or not die as quickly, which is good. But if you're looking for pure K47 vibes, I'd go starter army. Just accept that you're going to get 5 of these guys in resin, and then this box set. There you go. So is the armor assault bad for the Japanese? No, not at all. Not all, but it's all metal and resin, bro. Like, literally, none of it is in plastic. So if you don't like working with metal and resin models, I wouldn't recommend it. The main focus of this is the Inigo, is that mech there. This mech is probably one of the best that the Japanese have right now. Just a nice, solid, medium mech, which the Japanese mostly rely on light mech, so it's quite nice to have a bit of medium mechness. And this is quite a good mech as well, because it's relatively, if you take it with the light anti-tank gun, it's relatively cheap as well. So the thing is, it's just, you know, like, it's just the material it's made of if you don't want to work with all of that. And also these models are a bit older and everything. So it's a good, don't get me wrong, it's a good bundle. It's a good bundle. It's absolutely, you know, you're saving 30 quid. And in terms of points, I mean, this is about 300. This is about 200. This is about, they're like 22 points each per guy, roughly, plus upgrades. About 28 points per guy. This is about 280 points. This guy's going to be about 100 points. This is going to be like 100 points as well, because they're an anti-tank team. So I'm roughly speaking, 300 plus 200 is 500, plus 300 is 800. There's like 1,000 points here, right? So it's, don't get me wrong, it's, you know, this bundle, this plus this, oh my god, like, amazing. Yeah, like, fucking absolutely sick as fuck. Yeah, really, really good. But it's just if you want to, you know, work with metal models. So if you're happy working with older models, this is a good bundle. But you can see I'm going to constantly refer to you to something plus this, right? But bear in mind, this is on pre-order and it's not going to launch until August. And bear in mind that if you order this at the same time, in the same order as, you know, one of these other ones, you'll have to wait for this one to be released before it turns up. So if you do end up going down this route, order this separately and then order either this or this or this. Now, Cotton Cloud, that's me giving you the quite cost-effective option. If you want the not so cost-effective option, if you want my advice on how to complete the Japanese, like 100% complete them, we remove the word or and we insert the word and. So this and this and this and this. Because that would get you quite a lot of power armor, quite a lot of ghost warriors, quite a lot of basic guys, and quite a lot of armor. So, but obviously, you would end up with about, well, each one of these boxes is about 1,000 points, roughly. So you'd end up with about, well, not this one, this was about 750. So you'd end up with about 3,500 to 4,000 points worth of Japanese upgrades, depending. So, you know, more than you'd ever need. More than you'd ever need. But, you know, you would have everything you could ever need. I ain't got that kind of money yet. Okay, so I definitely don't recommend you buy it all in one go. I'm more sort of laying out a path, you know? So you're just like, okay, you know, this one, and then when you've got the next funds, this one, and then we got the next ones. If you want, again, if you wanted to go that hard them, and there's a very good chance you just get to like 1,500 points-ish, and then you just go to a different army rather than just no life in one, right? So, yeah. Yeah. So any of these would be, I mean, technically, dude, if you buy 2 of these, you can, I think, get like a full 1,500 point army.
Forward, you dogs!
But I'm
to
not sure
victory!
because of the character. Maybe not. So, yeah. But well, each one of these squads, I don't know how many points they are, but yeah. So you could just buy a couple of these. We'd have to wait till August. It depends on how you want. If you want to start with pretty much all plastic, go for the Emperor. If you're not bothered about old-ass models, go for this one first. And then work on, though, you know, whichever box you decide to go for, work on that box set until August, and then when these guys come out, get them. There you go. Hope that helps, man. Gives you a few different options to look at. Let me close a few tabs. All right. Dio Brando, thank you for the super chat, man. I don't know where the current France rules are. Oh, okay. They're free. So if you type in bolt action France rules. So if you type in bolt action France rules, your rules are free. Because these cover the early war French. Now you are getting a proper rule book later. I think it's in 2027, maybe. It's either 2026 or it's either end of this year or beginning of next year. But right now you basically have like a free index. Yeah. So just type in bolt action France, and this is the PDF. There you go. All right. I hope that helps, man. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat, man. D-Day game in stream discussion. All right, let's take a little look. Sir played a great big D-Day game where we did Omaha Beach. Nice, man. My defensive force was comprised of 1,000 volts of Germans with regular 5mm rifle sections with an LMG each, 10 Volks Grenadier sections, 2 Pack 37 light guns, an ATA, and a NEB. I had 14 order dice total. My opponent with his 2,000 points went all in on MSU and 37 order dice. This is why we have order dice limits, people. I was fortunate early on, managed to sink 3 boats before they could land. However, overall, I would not have enough firepower to prevent the American tide from overwhelming me. By the end of turn 6, all the bunkers were taken. I still held the road and the command bunker, but there was no hope of holding any more. We reaped a bloody toll, claiming 17 ore dice have destroyed American units by the end of the game. Some pictures below, and go get your box, Timmy! I had to... It was in customs. I had to pay to get it released from customs. So I've done that now. So it should be turning up, Chicken Detonator. So good job I didn't go and get it earlier. Yeah, I just had the little leaflet come to the PO box. Yeah. But I think it was from you, Chicken Detonator. Either that or I've got another one. But yeah, so when it arrives, I'm gonna be able to pick it up. Nice. This is cool as fuck, bro. Yeah, bring in the boats. So cool, man. 30 seconds. God be with you. I mean, he's not gone 2 MSU. I can see some some relatively large squads there. I kind of like the way he's done those bases. Like 3 guys on a little oval shaped base. It's kind of cool, that. Yeah. Wow, look at all the pins and everything. It's so cool you get to use the rules like deep water and stuff. Oh, shit, man. Cool. Very cool. Look at that board, boys. Look at that beaut. Cool, man. Cool that you can just play it on like a smaller size board as well. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. That's awesome, man. That's so cool, Chicken Detonator. Oh, wait, we've got some more pictures. I thought we did. So cool, man. Get up the beach! Every inch of this beach has been pre-sighted. You stay here, you're a dead man. Oh, the 88's gone down, boys. The bunker's been taken. And the trench line. Gott in Himmel. Bangalores. Bring up some Bangalores. So cool. So cool, man. What an epic game. What an epic game. And do you know what's crazy? Like, not to take anything away from Chicken Detonator here, actually. It's not meant in that way whatsoever. It's meant as a compliment. But relatively easy to set up. I mean, you've got a battle mat. 1, 2, 3, sort of 4, 5 hills. A couple of bunkers. You know, we're not talking like some... You know, it's very, very cinematic. And it's very, very cool. But we're literally talking like 1 box of terrain, you know, one of those sort of what do they call them, like really useful storage boxes. Just one of those of terrain, and you have a D-Day, you know, a 1v1 D-Day board that you can bust out anytime you want. Yeah. Cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, I love that. Chicken Detonator. I love that, man. Nice. Good. That's what I love, man. Just having a... It was all in one 15 by 20 box. Well, there you go. That's what... Sometimes you have a little self... And then anytime you want to bust out D-Day or any other beach assault situation, you've got it covered, right? You could do maybe even like the deep raid with that. You could do... some of the other beaches on like D-Day and stuff. Anytime you need to do like a beach assault, you've got it nicely packed away in one box. Yeah. Campbell, thank you for super chat, bro. I saw Dystopia Wars 4.0 the other day. Any good? So I have no idea about 4.0, but my brother loves Dystopian Wars, like properly fucking loves it. He has played it since like first edition. He has he has like an original American and like British fleet. There's about 6 or 7 of them that just play it like once a month or so, if not more often. Yeah, there's a lot of them that do it. So yeah, my brother says it's very, very good. How many? There's Johnny, Sam, Will, JP, and I think one other guy, maybe 2. So it's 5 or 6. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? Crucible. Thank you for the super chat. Conflict confirmed. New purchase in stream discussion. I may or may not have let the intrusive thoughts win. Conflict confirmed. Yes. Holy shit, man. Yeah, baby. So you got the Galahad Armored Infantry Squad, plus the officer, plus you got the British Commonwealth Guardian Light Walker. Great walker, that. Great walker. Bertie. And then you got 2 of the Commonwealth Automated Platoons. And you got the British Commonwealth Merlin Walker. Wow, that's so cool, man. That's a proper army right there. That's cool as fuck, bro. Merlin, great choice. I mean, every single choice there is good. I'm interested on what this is. Army Builder, like minus $2.50. Is there like a website you can use where if you build like, you get a discount depending on what like you select or something? That's kind of cool. Like, I'd love to know what that is. If that's like a feature of like the Waller website that I didn't know about, or another store or something. Because that's like a cool feature potentially. Like if you build like a specific army with it, you might get a discount. I don't know if that's how it works, but that would be kind of a cool feature. But dude, I love it, man. I think you got a really fucking solid army with that. Really, really solid. That's cool. Very, very cool. I love it. Conflict confirmed! Another hand touches the rift. The fire rises, brother. The revolution spreads. Conflict confirmed. Crucible, I guess I have to ask the question. What caused you to pull the trigger? What was the what caused it, man? What was the catalyst for you becoming rift pilled? Bust a rift, baby! Bust a rift. Bust all them rifts. Gat Games of Australia, good to know. I need to reach out to those guys, see if I can get like an affiliate link or something from them. I know they do them. I know everyone knows about them anyway, but it's silly that I don't just like have an affiliate link for them. I should reach out. One of those many, many jobs that I have on the list that I never end up doing. Yeah. Warlord didn't impose stray attacks. I don't think so. I believe, don't quote me because I'm not from Australia, FRVN, but Cornate Gaines says that when he was covering getting into conflict, he said like one of the things that he liked about it is, from what he could tell, if you just take the price of, when he was like looking at price of conflict, he just took the price from the UK store, put it into a currency converter, and then it came out pretty much you know, what Warlord was asking for, it basically came out to what that currency converter was basically saying, you know, give or take a little bit, right? So I don't think there's a massive Australia tax. I don't think so, but I haven't checked it out myself. So my advice would be to double check it. Yeah. Crusoe 6, mate of mine getting back into wargaming and has some old but action stuff. Plus K47 is cool. It is cool, man. It is cool. So yeah, there you go. It's great to see you getting into it, man. You hear me say it all the time. It's such a good game. It's such a good game. Yeah. Nice. All right. Warlord based further confirmed. What was it? Who? I can't remember who says it, but someone in the chat is always like, you can't spell Warlord without W. Yeah. Master Pef, who riftalized you? You did. It's a little on the nose. It's a little on the nose, but I think it's a good joke. I'll allow it. There you go. All right, what do we got next? George M, thank you for the 48 months. Quadruple X-Force, baby! 4 years, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Dude, supporting time for 4 years, my man. Amazing effort, mate. Amazing. Thank you so much for the long-term support, bro. 07, excited to try 11th. Dude, I'm glad you're excited to try it out. I don't know if excited is the word that I'm currently using. However, I'm not overly pessimistic about 11th. I guess I'm sort of curious to try 11th. I have my first tournament lined up for the end of July. So about 6 weeks away. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to get maybe a few practice games in as well before going to the tournament. Because I don't think I can just rock up to my first tournament of 11th not really knowing the rules, right? Like, I got to try and like actually know them, right? But yeah, no, I'm quite curious about it because it's been like, you know, I think there's been it's interesting. It feels like it's been quite a long time, but actually it's only been like a month since we knew 11th has been like confirmed, right? Maybe 6 weeks. It's not been too long. Like I wait longer for my Warlord pre-orders to turn up. So it's not been too bad at all. I don't use TTS. Sorry, learn, train, play. It's just I don't like it. But to be fair, last time I tried was pre-COVID, so maybe it's come a long way since then. But yeah, I guess like I'm curious. I guess I'm curious to see if the beef meets the road. But I appreciate the offer, learn, train, play. By the way, I appreciate the offer. But I'm curious to see if the beef meets the road. Because there has been some mad beef around 11th. Multi-layered lasagna. And I suspect that when we start playing the game, a lot of that beef will not necessarily fall by the wayside, but will be brought into its true perspective. Like how, whether that means people realize it's not as bad as they thought it was in the grand scheme of things, or whether people think it's as bad or worse. We don't know yet. Okay. Right now, there's a lot of beef that's been, there's a lot of like expected beef. I guess what I suspect my issue with it is going to be is I was bored of 10th edition, and I worry that 11th edition isn't going to solve that. That, I suppose, is my biggest concern. That a lot of the main issues that I have with the core design of modern Warhammer is it's not fixed. Sure, there's going to be different units to try out, and that will be exciting for a time. And there will be some new missions to try out, and that will be exciting for a time. But, you know, the massive over-lethality, the issues of... I don't think the terrain has been... Controversial opinion, I don't think the terrain has fundamentally been improved. I think it has superficially been improved. And hey, it's still an improvement, don't get me wrong. But I think fundamentally, I don't think it's been improved. So I guess, yeah, I think the issue is that it's not that I want the game to return to the old ways. I've actually been quite clear on how I think there are some things that New Hammer does do better over Old Hammer. But I think I just think the way it's currently designed just doesn't work. That's the issue. Like, I've gone on about it so many times. I don't think fixed to hit values work. I think rerolls are the problem. I think rerolls are the symptom of fixed to hit values. I don't think step costs, which were coming in for 11th, I don't think step costs are the problem. I think they're the symptom of the problem of a lack of guardrails on force design. I don't think that L-shaped ruins are the problem. I think the problem is they are a symptom of the problem. The real problem is massive over lethality. Yeah, I just think that the core foundations of the game are what need to change. Because I think if 12th edition, yeah, I think if 12th, I don't think the game is, I don't think the game will improve in the way that I personally want it to improve, and which I know is a sentiment that many other people will share, which is that the game will never improve until in the way that but we want it to until GW has a reason to try and improve it, which at the moment is they don't, because they are sitting on an infinite money generator. Yeah. So I guess that's my concern, that 11th edition will provide me with a temporary superficial burst of excitement, but after a year, like basically that happened with 10th, after a year and a half, I was very bored of the game, and I worry that'll be the same situation. So that's my concern. You see, I'm not like, fuck 11th, fuck everything, burn it all down. I'm not like that. I'm just, I think I have some, personally, I think I have some fairly reasonable, legitimate concerns. Yeah. Yeah. What would you suggest beyond fixed hit values? Like, why would you replace that with? So I think we need to bring weapon skill versus weapon skill back. So it's a relatively simple concept. So you know how in 40k right now, when you go to wound somebody, you measure your strength versus their toughness. And if your strength is higher than their toughness, then you wound them on 3s. And if their toughness is higher than your strength, you wound them on 5s. And then you've got like the whole doubling thing, right? I would essentially bring that system to hit. So if your weapon skill is higher than their weapon skill, you hit them on a 3. If your weapon skill is double their weapon skill, you hit them on a 2. And likewise, if your weapon skill is lower than their weapon skill, you hit them on a 5. And if their weapon skill is double your weapon skill, you hit them on a 6. I think this would... Now, I would maybe do it slightly differently in terms of like having an actual table. So you could measure like weapon skill 1 versus weapon skill 1, weapon skill 1 versus weapon skill 2, so on and so forth. But that's the broad... I'm giving you the summary. How does that make sense? Why would my enemies actually be affected by mine? Because okay. Do you think, let me put it this way to you. Do you think a guardsman has an equal chance of successfully bayoneting a Gretchen as a Custodes? Or do you think that that guardsman is much more likely to be able to benefit a Gretchen and that he's almost never going to get to hit a Custodes without blind luck? That's why it makes sense. It's about representing if someone is just significantly better swordsman than you, or weapon, we're using swordsman for just as a term, then they're going to be able to, parry you and flick your, they're going to find it easier to parry your attack and flick it away. And they're also going to potentially parry and riposte. Whereas if you're not trained for that, you're just going to get, you're just like stabbing wildly at them. Yeah. So that's why I think that matrix makes sense. Well, that makes sense for melee, sure, but for shooting. So what I would do for so one of the problems, so this is where I differ from the old ways. This is why I say I don't just, this is why when people say, oh, Mordy, you just want things to go back to the old ways, I actually don't. Because one of the problems of the old ways is that you had weapon skill versus weapon skill, but you never had ballistic skill versus ballistic skill versus anything. We basically always had basically what we have now, essentially fixed to hit values. Now, what I would do is I would introduce introduce ballistic skill versus something, and for lack of a better term, I would say evasion. So you compare your ballistic skill to someone's evasion stat, and if it's higher, if your ballistic skill is higher than their evasion, you hit them on 3s. If your ballistic skill is double their evasion, you hit them on 2s. If your ballistic skill is lower than their evasion, you hit them on 5s. If your ballistic skill is if their evasion's twice as high as your ballistic skill, you hit them on 6s. And what I would then do is introduce like a universal special rule. For lack of a better term, I would call it spread. And the idea is that spread can lower your enemy's evasion, and it represents that there are certain weapons which are much harder to dodge. So, for example, a flamethrower could, maybe that auto hits, but I think it's still. I think when you read stories in the lore of Eldar who are able to dance around the flames, even like flamethrowers, they can't you're not guaranteed to hit them. So I think weapons like flamethrowers and shotguns, and their webbers for Gene Stealer Cult and stuff like that. I think I would have that basically. What it essentially does is rather than. And you could have things that boost your ballistic skills. You have a couple of ways of applying this. So you have things that boost your ballistic skill, and you have things that could reduce your enemy's evasion, so that you could get ways of essentially hitting more accurately. But there, a good example of this is again, choose an example. If let's say you've got a guardsman shooting at an orc. Now, an orc isn't trying to dodge anything. He's just running at you in a straight line, going wah, and so how it would work is your guardsman would hit that orc on a 3, but let's say the orc's toughness is the orc's toughness is higher than your lasgun, so then you only wound them on a 5. So you're hitting them, but you're finding it harder to wound them, or maybe you'd even wound them on 6s. Lasguns it takes a lot of lasgun bolts to put an orc down, right? You got to basically hose them down point blank in full auto, but we'd get into the minutiae in the game, right? But basically, your guardsman's going to find it easier to hit an orc, but not as easy to wound him. Then you get something like an Eldar, and the Eldar is if you hit that Eldar with your lasgun, you're probably going to wound him or her, because you've got Howling Banshees and shit. You're probably going to wound them, right? But hitting them is fucking hard. Maybe you only hit an Eldar on a 5. Maybe you only hit a Harlequin on a 6. Because the thing is, you can use all like evasion. Like I said, you have things that can like improve evasion as well. So Harlequin Flip Belt, being a 4+ invulnerable save doesn't really make sense. Because the idea is it's like they're just dancing all over the place. But you can dance as much as you want in front of a Custodes. It still doesn't mean you reduce his chance of hitting you to a 50-50, essentially. But actually, you know, if you're Harlequin, it's all sort of hollow fields and everything, that Gams is going to have no idea where the fuck you are. You just have to spray and pray in hopes that he hits you. But a Custodes is going to be like, I know where you are. Break your neck, right? And then that's how I would do it. And so you could have then you could have different abilities that could improve evasion or lower it and all that kind of stuff. Exactly. Yeah. And then you solve fights first by bringing back a revitalized, a remastered initiative system. So initiative in the old ways was always every model has an initiative stat. Certain things reduced your initiative, like you've had a power fist, you went down to initiative 1. What one was bad. If you you were in like a defensive position, you went up to like initiative 10, right? So I would bring, but the problem you had with that is that you had certain armies which were inherently low initiative, and they would like charge in and they'd just get like blended before they got like a chance to attack. This is where the idea of fights first came from. And if you charge, you always fights first in Newhammer. What I would do is I would bring back the initiative stat, but then I would borrow not all. I would obviously borrow and tweak it for so it's appropriate for 40k. I would borrow some inspiration from Old World, where Old World gives you a bonus to your initiative if you charge. Doesn't guarantee you go first, but it gives you a bonus. But then there are also things like if you're charging someone in terrain, then you don't get your bonus. So it just goes back down to raw initiative. There are certain weapons out there like spears, which give you a bonus to your initiative when you get charged to essentially represent, you know, people like spiking themselves on the spears. You know, like in Lord of the Rings when the elves are running into the breach at Helm's Deep and some of them get stabbed before they even get charged, that kind of thing. So that's how I would change it. I'd also have combat. I'd borrow a lot. Honestly, I'd borrow a lot of the combat, like things like initiative and how units fall back and regroup and stuff. I'd borrow a lot of that from Old World because Old World, I think, has done a good job with that. Again, borrow but adapt so it's proper for 40k. How do you do Psychic? Do you like how it is in 11th? No, I think Psychic in 11th edition, it's just roll a dice. And often it's not even roll a dice. Often it's just, you just get this thing, right? Like Grey Knight's Hammerhand, if you charge, you just get +1 to wound, right? It's not actually a power. So I would definitely, I would essentially bring back spells with casting values, but then have certain armies get higher, get bonuses to their casting value. So, for example, let's say with the Imperial Guard, you've got like a Primaris Psyker. He's a relatively low-level Psyker in the grand scheme of things. So you'd have different like disciplines that you're like just like it was, you'd, like in Old World, you have different disciplines that your psychers can draw upon. So for example, I wouldn't allow, let's say you've got like chaotic psychic powers, you've got neutral psychic powers, you've got good psychic powers and all this kind of stuff, right? You do different types, like some are about doing damage, some are about like protecting and all this kind of stuff. So I would have, so let's say, a Primaris Psyker could basically choose from either like a discipline where he can like shoot witchfire out of his hands, or a discipline where he can like protect his guys, right? Like that's, or maybe he can have or maybe you have a couple of spells. Maybe everyone comes with a couple of spells, right? It doesn't matter how you do it, right? You'd have spells, you'd have to try and get them off, and a Primaris Psyker would be initially like a level 1 Psyker, so he would have to roll 2d6 beat the casting value on the card, but get +1 to that casting value. You could pay more points, so you could get a higher level Primaris Psych if you wanted to. But like, let's say the max level he could be is like 2. But then you could have an army like Grey Knights, where Grey Knights, they start off, like all of them, even the most basic brother starts off like level 3. So they're always getting +3 to their powers. And then like some of the really good ones could be like level 4, level 5. Stuff like that. So it'd be, again, borrowing things from Old World, but then adapting it for like 40k. And then I'd obviously have the ability, not only do I think you need to have, because psychic powers are not reliable, right? Some people are able to get them off more reliably than others, but psychic powers are inherently unreliable. Even Chaos Sorcerers, you know, are likely to get possessed and stuff. So I would say you have a casting value. I think you do have a miscast. Essentially, like if you roll like a double 1, your guy starts getting like possessed by demons. Maybe he accidentally releases a bit of warp energy that consumes a bunch of his comrades or something. I would absolutely, I'd bring back Perils, but it wouldn't just be Perils does wounds to you. I would have Perils, and then there'd be like a Perils of the Warp table that you rolled on, and depending on what you got, your Psyker might get the spell off but do some damage to himself, or maybe he just completely fucks and he just explodes and just dies. Like, that could happen. But different factions would be more reliable than others at casting, and different factions would have access to different spells, essentially. Like, a good example of this is using Orcs. I would give Orcs some like ridiculously good casting value if they've got loads of boys around them to represent like the Gestalt field, like feeding the psychic power in. The more boys around, the more people go, wah, 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 wah. That's the weird boys like, yes, wow energy, yes. But then I'd also, I would have it where Orcs could have a really high casting value, but if you roll like, it could be something crazy, like if you roll like any doubles, or if not just if you roll a double 1, but if you roll a 3, so a 1 and a 2, then the Orcs then roll on the miscast table twice and apply like the lowest result. So the Orcs are very reliable. They could get their powers off, but there's a real chance that when it goes wrong, the weird boy just fucking explodes completely. Yeah, exactly. Like Orcs, because the more Orcs around them, they should be more likely to get the powers off. But if the weird boy doesn't manipulate the powers properly, he's going to have a pretty catastrophic result. Eldar should basically be able to almost dispel. Eldar should be pretty reliable at casting powers, but the main thing I'd have with Eldar is that they don't really have many, like, they're not likely to die. Like, on a miscast table, roll 2 dice, pick the highest result. So it's like, you could miscast as an Eldar. You probably get like +3 to getting your powers off if you're like +2 if you're a guy, if you're a warlock, +3 if you're a Farseer, +4 if you're Eldrad. Do you know what I mean? Something like that. But it's more about like, oh, you miscast. Oh yeah, no, you're probably not gonna die. Like maybe even I'd have like Spirit Stones that they could buy, and for every maybe Spirit Stones isn't the right term. Runes of Warding may be the right term for it. I don't know Elder that well. But the idea is that like the first dispel, you'd pay for each one. And the first miscast that went horribly wrong, you could just consume a Rune of Warding and you don't suffer that miscast. But you can only have like 1 per Warlock. And you can only have like 2 per like Farseer. So, or maybe even just like 1 per Psyker. But it's like a unique item that only they get. Like no one else gets that. Like everyone else, if you perils, you perils. Eldar, it's like if you fuck up, you can have a chance. You can, use a Rune of Warding. You'd be all right. I wouldn't. But that would be quite a part, especially if it's because that might not happen very often. What's the odds of rolling a double 1? You don't want it to be where they always get off, right? But it's what about Thousand Suns? So Thousand Suns, I would. I think Thousands are pretty. I'd have similar to like Grey Knights, where inherently they're very good at psychic powers. So like they start off at like I'd have like a squad level sorcerer, it'd be like level 2 or level 3, And then like the character source would be like level 4, and like Aram would be like level 5. I think one thing I would do to make Thousand Suns unique amongst any of the factions is give them access to every lore. So not even Chaos, not even like a regular Chaos Space Marine would have access to every lore. Not even Grey Knights would have access to every lore. Not, maybe Crow, who's the guy that has like the Demon Sword, he would be unique where he could maybe pick like one of the demonic laws or something. But Thousand Suns, I would be like, they have access to every spell lore. Good, bad, neutral. Maybe the only one they wouldn't have access to is the Orky one. Right? Maybe that's the only one, because I don't think the Thousands are going to do any Orc lore. But maybe they would. Maybe that'd be... No, Aramon's read it. He's read about how Orc warp power works. You know what I mean? There might be something, but basically, like, they're pretty reliable at casting, but their unique thing is they would get access to all of the lore. So maybe I'd make them not quite as good casters like Grey Knights. Maybe like Grey Knights get access to more, a slightly better in, man for man, but they don't get as many laws. I'd play around with the idea a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Like, I play around with it. But yeah, the main thing would be that the Thousand Suns would get access to the most laws that they could then use. I'd also introduce a system where wizards could have like psychic battles. So if you're a psyker and you try and like target a unit that's also a psychic unit, it would be like, okay, well, that psychic gets a chance to have like a battle of the worlds, and you'd both roll off, and you could both have like a psychic, you could either apply your power rating, like whether it's level 2 or level 3 or whatever, or we can have like a separate stat where it's like, okay, what's your psychic defense rating? And that way, that gives it a chance that, if you try and do a psychic power at a unit, the psychic in that unit is like, puts up like psychic barriers to try and stop them. But yeah. That's what I would add. So that's very similar to older editions of 40k, but it's not just copying and pasting it. I'm drawing like from old editions of 40k. I'm drawing a lot from Old World as well. Yeah. It's like, there's this is what I'm talking about. Like this is when I say like there's some foundational things that I think need to change about the game. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah. So these are the kind of ideas that I would bring if I was writing an edition of Warhammer. If I was like the big, because my problem is that I don't like just sitting down like typing things out. So if I was like, if I was like the ideas guy, and then like the people that actually do the hard work, if GW ever hired me, that would be how I would do it. I'd be like, let's introduce things, and then the people that people can go out there and test it, and they can be like, okay, this is too powerful. We can't have like level 5 psychers. It needs to be like max level 4 or something like that. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm not a rules writer, so I can come up with the general outline, and then I'm good at talking to people like as we drill down. I'm very open to people being like, no, that wouldn't work. We need to change it that way. No, okay, we need to tweak it that way. Yeah, so I'm better in that regard. Good yellow energy. Okay, so I resent that. I resent it because the problem with yellow energy is that they don't like they don't like pushback. They don't like people saying no to them. Whereas I'm very much, if I come up with an idea and then someone tests it and says, this doesn't work, I'd be like, okay, we need to rewrite it then. And that's the difference. Yeah. So it's less being the ideas guy and more, and I'd happily playtest things. Don't get me wrong, I'd happily playtest all this kind of stuff. It's the literal, like, typing it out, writing it down. Like, I just don't like that bit. Does that make sense? Like, I'm happy to put all the... I'm not just saying I'm the ideas guy. I'm not Steve Jobs being like, get it done! I'm more than happy to put the graft in. I just... There are better linguists. There are better writers than me. I do the flavor text. I love the flavor text bit. Yeah. There you go. He's about to take this offline and circle back to crystallize on a position. Yeah. Purple energy. Yeah, maybe purple energy is the right term. Yeah. But yeah, so no, I have no issue with putting the hard work in. It's just, I think it's each one to their own skills. So I could have ideas. We could like roll, work, having ideas and playing those ideas I could do. But then we need someone who's like really good at just like actually like taking notes, typing that shit out. Doing all the graphic, like it sounds crazy, like doing graphic design and stuff like that. That's just not my forte. I just like shove things into like a Word document. Does that make sense? So I'm absolutely I'm not saying I'm the ideas guy. I don't do any of the hard work. No, I'd be doing all the play testing and seeing if it rolling the dice and all that. But it's about having someone who'd be much better at literally like taking the notes, translating what we're saying into digestible text. Because if I wrote it, it'd be like, so yeah, like roll the dice and add the power level. Yeah. How about Psychic HUDs? You need something that would be a good general defense item, but not too strong. So I think Psychic HUDs, I would probably just have Psychic HUDs give you +1 to your psychic defense. So when two people are rolling off for the Battle of the Wills, I would have the guy with the Psychic HUD could have +1 to his defense. So it doesn't really help you at casting powers, because the whole point of Psychic HUD is it insulates you from like the demons trying to like get you as like a psyker. So I'd have it as a defensive item. I would probably have it as it's like a defensive item that just like helps you when it's targeting your unit specifically. Because you could have like Battle of the Wills if like someone tried to target a unit that is in your army but is not your psychic unit. A bit like how like dispelling works in Old World a little bit. But yeah. Yeah. They're called technical writers. That's it, Anonymous. That's what I'm talking about. I would need a good technical writer. Yeah. I would need a good technical writer. Yeah. Someone who would be able to take the ideas and the notes and the feedback from the playtesting and translate it into something that people could actually read and make sense. Would you bring back priests doing prayers? I would be open to it. Priests doing prayers to try and get a bonus. I mean, I suppose what I would do is I would say so right now in Old World, priests do prayers, but they can't be dispelled, but they're not that powerful. Their abilities. So I'd probably have, so either I would have a god off where it's kind of like psychic, but it's about you're trying to get your prayer off and they're trying to like stop your prayers from going off, which would be kind of interesting. Or I'd have it where prayers give you relatively low level bonuses, but they can't be dispelled. It's just whether your god hears you. Does that make sense? Like Sisters of Battle, let's say they, they want to get a prayer that gives them reroll 1s to hit in close combat. Which, bear in mind, might not be that good because they might only be hitting their enemy on like a 5, depending on what the weapon skill versus weapon skill is, right? But they just, if they pass a leadership test, then they get it. Like, did your god hear you? There you go. Yeah. So either I'd have you get a low level bonus like that, or I'd have it where like you can try and get your prayer off, but there might be someone on the other side of the board that's doing their own little ritual that might stop you. But I don't want it to completely bog down where it's like, okay, now I'm doing psychic. All right, my psychic defense. Now I'm doing prayers. Okay, now my prayer defense. Like, it might just be that prayers are more reliable to get off, but their output is not as powerful, simply because for game balance reasons. Like, just, I'm not saying like more. It's not like Morty is saying religion isn't as important as psychic powers. Woo! No. It's purely for game balance. Like, if someone can't counter something, It should either be it should be both only semi-reliable and give you a relatively whatever buff that just, if it pops off at the right moment, might give you an epic story, but often it just gives you a little something something. Yeah. Yeah. And there would be certain armies that wouldn't have psychers but would have good psychic defense, like Black Templars. Yeah, like I think Black Templars should not have any psychers, but they shouldn't be getting absolutely fisted by psychers. They should have, like, you know, every unit has a psychic, because every, you know, you can have most units don't have a psychic defense level, but you could have, like, Black Templars don't have, Black Templars could have no spells to cast, but they have a power level. And that power level, you know, that a psychic power level, and that power level is they can never use it on the offensive because it's not to represent them trying to do psychic powers. It's to represent that they can always try and try and shrug off psychic powers through their faith. So, you know, maybe a basic squad would have like 1, and then, like, let's say like a Crusader squad could have like a 1, but like if you add a chaplain in there, it makes it a 2. Sword Brothers could be a 2 if they're led by a chaplain. It could be a 3. You know, so you could do stuff like that. And they can only use their psychic powers to, like, shrug off spells that target them, but they can't really stop a psyker from, like, putting buffs on his own unit. And so there would be a bit of a weakness there. Yeah. But again, this is all stuff that I would... That's kind of that's something that they did have back in the day, but it was a bit different and it was pretty unreliable. I think they used to just roll a dice on a 6, they just stopped someone's spell, which wasn't, I didn't feel was great. It was just a bit too much like, oh yeah, no, nothing. Yeah. So that's how I would do it. Target motivational speeches. So I wouldn't have Tau would have like no psychic. So here's the thing. I would give Tau units 0 psychic defense, but then I would allow them to take auxiliaries that I'd let them take auxiliaries which had psychic powers and stuff like that. Like, is it like the one called like the Nauri or something that can do it? Yeah, something like that. All right. I've Project Carousel. I need to catch up on a lot of super chats. I'm quite far behind. We went down this road, man. We went down this road. But let's have a look here. Halen Jedi, thank you for super chat. First bolt action game, pictures and notes, in-stream discussion. Let's have a look. Yours is after this, Project Karasu. Don't worry. So thank you for your patience. First action game, veteran German force, me, assault platoon of vets, Hanomag, Panzer Fort, and a Panther, versus regular Americans, assault platoon, heavy rifle platoon, Sherman Chaffee, and a truck. 6 orders versus 13. First off, I'm hooked. Yes. Yes, brother. The revolution spreads. The fire rises. First off, I'm hooked. Picking up the new Iron Cross Grenadiers box. Use my own models. Second, Panther did all the work. 2 MMGs cleans house and it vanked the Sherman. Game is easy to play, yet complex to master. Almost lost to a single airstrike. Next time, we're going to bolt action. Wrist will be busted. Also, random screenshot. Let's have a look. Yeah, baby. This is what it's all about, my son. Look at that big fuck off radio tower. Yeah, baby. I love it. Cool as fuck, man. The Hanomag going through the ruins. The Panzers. The Panthers. Yes. This is one of my favorite Sherman models, one with all the sandbags. It's so cool. And I love the big truck as well. Nice. That's a cool background for the phone. Dude, I love it. Yes. Yes, Halen Jedi. Let the rift flow through you. Another hand touches the rift. Another hand. Another hand. Another mind has been enlightened. I've been watching a lot of Stargate recently, and I've got to season 9 and 10. And I'm just gonna say, hallowed be the Ori. It's so, it goes so hard when the Ori are like, and all will follow the path of origin, or will be laid down in the dust. And it's just like, yeah, baby, all will follow the rift, or be laid down in the dust. There we go. The rift rises, baby. That's cool as fuck, Helen Jedi. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. And yeah, it's such a good game. And once it's got its hooks in you, man. It's hooking you in. There you go. See, my personal theories is I think a lot of people who are like, I will never play Warlord games. I will only ever play Warhammer. I think they're doing that as a defense mechanism because they know if they play Warlord games, they'll enjoy it. And then their entire identity comes crashing down. That's just my opinion. Project Karasu. Thank you so much for Super Chat, man. Mordian, just watched your Tau video for 11th, and I mostly agree with you. Myself, I'm very excited to start to build and play with my mechs. Also, I have a physical copy of the 11th core rulebook, so if you have any questions, ask away. Dude, no worries, man. I mean, we've got the physical copy of the rulebook. I appreciate you sharing that, but we've got all the rules on the PDF now online. So, yeah, it's probably, and honestly, most of the rules in the rulebook aren't relevant. I know it sounds crazy, but GW themselves have said in that it's all about the app. So, yeah. So I appreciate the offer, but I'm just going to basically have it on the app and stuff like that. But as for when you say paint your mechs, are we talking K-47 mechs? Or are we talking Tau mechs? But yeah, no, I see. Here's the thing. I think Tau could be very strong in 11th, but I guess what could change all of that is the points values. If Wednesday rolls around and the Tau get ridiculously good points values, then yeah, they're fucked. But if 11th, if Wednesday rolls around and it's like, holy shit, they just, everything on that Tau Muaton field manual is red. It's all been nerfed to shit because they do have like a lot of just a very good new addition. Then yeah, I'm gonna be concerned. Tau get army wide points above something? Hopefully not. So yeah, I'm pretty I think the Tau have the core rules to be very, like the foundations to be very, very good. The only thing that's stopping, and they've got the forces positions, which are very, very good. The only thing stopping them now is the points values. If they get a few good points values, then they're off to the races. Yeah. But dude, thank you for the support. And I appreciate you watching the video, man. And I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. All right, we've got a few more super chats coming in here. I am going to skip ahead to one, though, because we've just had Poetic Terror on Project Karasu. When I was deciding, I went 40k over K7 because I like the image better. That's fair enough. That's fair enough, man. All right, I want to say a big thank you to Poetic Terror, who's just dropped the Death Strike chat, baby! $100 super chat. Yeah, buddy. Spam those 07s in chat. Woo! Holy shit, man! Oh, my God. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose, thank you so fucking much, man, for the incredibly generous support. Poetic Terror, you absolute madman, you absolute crazy fool. Thank you so much for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. From the bottom of my heart, bro. That's absolutely amazing. Poetic Terror, he's always dropping in here, and he's always dropping them dash strikes. He's an absolute mentalist, and we absolutely bloody love him for it. So, dude, thank you so much, man. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's take a look. Don't worry, if anyone, I'm going to talk about round to the ones that I've missed. Don't worry. 07 sir, here's some pictures of the current hobby updates. 1 Mecha Gargant for my buddy's Orcs, The Great War Begins. Second is what I'm finishing paid before I get to my own. I'll make for TTC. Nice. Wow. That leg is bigger than the Stomper. Look at the knight. That is a 40k knight. That's not a an Adeptus Titanicus knight, whatever it's called. Oh my God. It looks like an Atlas from Mech Warrior. It looks like a looted Atlas, man. It looks so cool. It looks so good. Nice. I love it. Mixed Imperial Force. Got some Bulgrins and some Marines. Also, we've got some Victrix back there, maybe. Very nice, very nice. And then we've got Orcs. Orcs. Cool. Very cool. Yeah. And lots of Guardsmen as well. And clearly some other kind of Titan up here as well. Oh my god. Holy shit, man. It looks awesome, man. Pardon for the yawn. Yeah, what we got next? Oh, yeah, even more Marines. Nice. Are those the 30k looking ones? Oh, they've got some 3D printed sort of 30k looking bits. Nice. Nice. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool indeed, sir. Absolutely love it, man. Absolutely love it. Dude, thank you so much for the incredibly generous support. Seriously. And thank you so much for just blowing my fucking nips off. Oh my days. And look forward to seeing you get involved in the TTC as well. We do, you know, we can come up with some points values for things like Mega Gargants and stuff like that. So think big. Think big, baby. Think big. Dude, thank you for the support, and I look forward to seeing those projects and more come to fruition over the next few months. Awesome, man. Okay, what do we got here? Project Karasu. You got to add people in Discord. I'm doing it after today's stream. I tend to have the weekend off, so I'll be doing it after today's stream. Don't worry. But I don't communicate that particularly clearly. It's just you know, in the Discord, in the waiting area. Harfin, thank you for the 48 months. 4 years, baby. Oh my god, 4 years of service. Oh my days. 07, you magnet. 407s. Bang, bang. There you are. Here's to many more. Dude, I raised my... It's empty. I'm going to go get a refill in a moment, but I raised my glass to you, man. Thank you so much, bro. 07. And thank you for doing your part. CJ, thank you for the super chat, man. Posted a Horse Housey Command Squad with their Praetor in stream discussion. Hey, they look kind of cool. They look kind of cool. Yeah. Nice. I love the flag conversion. Yeah, man. I love them. Cool. I love the conversions you've done on them, and I really look forward to seeing them. They're all painted up, man. They look sick as fuck. Nice. Nice. What do we got after that? Ryan, thank you for the super chat. Debut army list for co-op campaign in chat. Let's have a look. Okay. Hi, mate. It's Ryan Tomlinson. Can I get some feedback on my list for a Warlord competition next month, please? It's co-op, 800 points and 8 order dice each. And for context, my opponent will be running mechanized Germans alongside my Italians. I guess teammate rather than opponent, but yeah. I did initially have a couple of auto blinders, but dropped them for the light mortar extra infantry. I was hoping for enough balance on my debut to be able to enjoy it and not be a complete dumpster fire. Thanks in advance. 8 order dice. Veteran, big squad, couple of SMGs. That's fine. Bersagliari, veteran, SMG, LMG. I mean, that's fine. I tend to not bother with SMGs and LMGs in the same squad because one wants to be long range, one wants to be short range, but it's only like one SMG in the whole army. Do you know what I mean? It's not a big deal. The Granatieri, I don't know what they do, but they're regular and they seem fine. Another Bersagliari squad, yeah, and a Solar Therm anti-tank rifle. Yeah, that's fine. And then you went for light mortar team. Yep, can't complain about that. And then a couple of the L3 33/35s tanks. Heavy machine gun, heavy machine gun. I mean, they both look fine. Yeah. So, obviously, your, what do you say your opponents running? Mechanized Germans. So, you basically have 0 anti-tank. Now, there's not inherently anything wrong with that, but it does mean your teammate needs to be bringing all the anti-tank. All of it. So, not like all as in he can't bring anything but anti-tank, but he has to be bringing enough anti-tank to cover, 2 players, essentially. So, that might be fine if your opponent's happy to basically be like, yep, I'm going to take like 2 or 3 tanks with big anti-tank guns on it. Then yeah, that's fine. That absolutely works. But it might be worth considering like sharing the load a little bit. But it's either both of you specialize, you go no anti-tank, he goes lots of anti-tank, or you mix it up. Now, from a fun perspective, I might suggest you mix it up a little bit. And the reason why with K47, or bot action, I should say, is anti-tank guns tend to fire 1 shot. So if your opponent is just bringing like basically 3 anti-tank guns, his entire game is going to be roll, did I hit? No, I'm fucked. Or roll, did I hit? Yay! But, it's basically he's only got like 3 dice rolls per turn. So it might be worth, obviously he could switch over to MMGs and whatnot, don't get me wrong. But you see what I mean? How like, if that's his entire event, it could be a bit boring for him. So it's worth discussing that with your teammate. Not opponent, your teammate. It's worth discussing that with your teammate. And if you think actually that might be like there's not as much for one side to do as the other, it might be worth mixing it. You're both taking a little bit of you're both taking a mixture of infantry and HE and anti-tank. Yeah. There you go. All right. Hope that helps, mate. What do we got next? I'll tell you what we've got next. We've got another Death Strike chat, baby! Oh my god. Right, that's it. I'm wrapping the stream up. We've had enough today, boys. Oh my fucking god. Parag Terror, he's taken off. He's nuking the entire site from orbit. Absolute mad lad. Absolute crazy bastard. Holy fuck. Parag Terror is a madman. Spam the 07s chat. Spam them like your heart, spam to your heart's content. Spam them like your life depends on it. Let's show some goddamn respect. Double Death Strike inside of like 10 minutes is incredible. Absolutely bloody incredible. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. So, Parag Terror, thank you, 1,000, a million times. Thank you. I said it all before. I'll say it all again happily. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, man. From the tip of the toes to the end of the big rubbery nose. Holy shit, bro. Thank you for your insane generosity. You're an absolute giga chad, sir. You're an absolute fucking hero. My God, sir. My God. Parag Terror, let's see what you're saying here. 07, sir. 07, mate. Finished Gargan in stream discussion. Oh my god. Wow. This is what the Titan looks like when they're finished. Also, do you ever get my package, sir? I might have done. Projector. I have a package down here, but I didn't know it was necessarily from you. So I can I obviously don't want to dox you, but I can obviously show the package off, and you can tell me if it's the right one. Let's have a look, mate. I'll look at this first, and I'll look at the picture first, then we'll look at the package, see if this is your one. Wow, look at the size of that fucking thing. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Look at this fucking crazy bastard. My God. I think you've shown this off on stream before, and I think I had the same reaction back then. I was like, my God. It looks so fucking good. It looks so ridiculously fucking cool, man. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. So that's one you've done for yourself, and you're doing another one for your friend now. Your friend is very lucky to have you. Very lucky indeed. So, is this the package? I'm showing the back end of it off so it doesn't show the address off. It seems to be from... I can't say where it's from, obviously. But that's it. Awesome. Right, I'll open it up right now then. All right, guys. We've got an impromptu package opening session. Let's have a look. I swear to God, if this is a check for $100. Sent me a long range. Sent me an analog death strike. Snail mail death strike. Yeah, there you go. All right. All right. Let's have a look here. Ooh. Ah, dude. I remember you. Oh, that's so cool, man. I'll show it off. So make sure I'm not missing anything like a note or anything. I don't think I am, but I don't want to take any chances. No, that's fine. That's very, 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 very kind of you. I remember you said you were. I remember we discussed it over DMs, but I remember discussing DMs, but obviously I wasn't sure if you were going to send it or not. Obviously, like, you know, because there's no pressure. Really cool. I got a Hell's Last. I never got one of these on when they came out on limited order, because they were you know, by the time I wanted one, they'd all sold out and gone away. So that's really, really, really cool. I genuinely I wanted one of these. I think it's I think these are really good models. I think it was so stupid that GW didn't just have them as permanent sale. You know, why have we not got these on permanent sale, guys? Come on. So yeah, I absolutely love that, and I will definitely get them built and painted up as part of my TTC for sure. For sure, man. Big 07 down in the chat to Poetic Terror, not only for the incredibly generous super chats, but also because this is a very generous gift. This is very generous. It's very, very awesome, very kind. So yeah, dude, thank you so much, man. And I genuinely really appreciate this. This is, I was a little disappointed when I missed out on it, and I'm really appreciate you sending me one, man. That's amazing. Look at this guy. He's a good one, this Poetic Terror. You know, he's a good egg. You know, there you go. There you are. Nice. All right. Who knows? That guarantees I'm going to paint at least some Imperial Guard as part of the TTC. I'm waiting until these points costs come out on Wednesday before I commit to a couple of Rogel Dawns or not. Anyway, oh my days. But Poetic Terror, seriously, big 07s, mate. And thank you so much, man. Thank you. Getting me all emotional. I've weeped too much today with all my hay fever. Now I'm getting that was not good tears though. That was like just pain, just like streaming. But now I'm getting emotional in a good way. There you go. All right, what do we got next? We have got Sir Newbie. Thank you for the super chat, man. Mordian's idea of a Psyker versus Psyker meme in stream discussion. You got that right, man. I've seen this come in. You think you're lambasting me, but actually this is very accurate. Let me just show it off.
All right, everyone. Oh, goodness, what's going on?
Stand back, Mother. We're having a telekinetic battle of men.
Enough!
Having a telekinetic battle of mans. I think it would be cooler than that, but there you are. That is what Newhammer's psychic powers are like. That's what it's currently like, and I would make it better than that. There you are. All right. Commander HHL, thank you for the gift of membership, sir. Thank you for your support. I also want to say a big thank you to Haruist Extremist. Thank you for 14 months. X-Force, baby. Last tournament, game in 10th. Victrix Guard, ow. Yep. And not to put a dampener on things, but depending on how points go in 11th, Victrix Guard might continue to be owl. Oh, man. Yeah. I mean, it's worth mentioning that, everything from 10th is coming over to 11th. Katana coming over. Defilers are coming over. Although I think Defilers are somewhat slated to get taken around the back of the chemical sheds. But still, one will be good. And Victrix Guard are coming over. So, but it's not completely doomsday. Because obviously, all of those things could get mega nerfed in terms of points. So, to the point. So, there you are. But yeah, Hero Extremist, Victrix Guard are very, very ow. Yeah. What do we got next? Joe Aquila, thank you for the super chat. Weird Mail Day picture in stream discussion. Wait, did you get two? Wait, did you buy two things? I know you're trying to upset me. I know that you're trying to anger me. And I just want you to know it's working. Why are you the way that you are? I hate so much about what you choose to be. Why do you take the thing I love most and sully it with the thing I despise most? No, I'm only kidding. Did both of these arrive today, or did this arrive today and this arrive another day, and you're just putting it in the pitch to have a laugh? But or to be fair, like, it's not a bad box set, to be honest. What do you get? Like 3 crisis suits, a broadside. I do think it's funny when GW's like, yeah, man, there's totally 16 models in here. And it's like, okay, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, the majority of them are tokens. Like, optional tokens you don't need to put next to the models. But yeah, there you go. But I tell you what, Tau do look better in red, don't they? Yeah, no wonder Farsight's the more popular one. They do look better. But the Gala, let's just look at the nice bit. There we go. There we are. Sick. I tell you what, I was thinking the other day. If the American Power Armored Infantry are getting Tesla rifles, which that's what the scuttlebutt is, then will the British Power Armored Infantry get Tesla rifles? That could be nice. All right, what have we got here? Chicken Detonator, thank you for super chat. Vickers in stream discussion. This is kind of cool. 07 lads, I can now live my dreams of being an MMG team. It's good to be an American where I can have fun things. Come on, Warlord. Add a British Vickers team with the monopod. Perhaps a 5-point upgrade that gets rid of fixed. Let's have a look. That is pretty mental. I mean, I think, I don't know. I think you could just, how I would represent that in game is just have guys with Vickers on monopods and just use them as LMGs in squads. Like how the Germans get the same machine guns to be their MMGs and their LMGs, depending on if they're on the tripod or on the bipod. That's how I'd do it, man. Cool. That's very cool. It's like properly water cooled and everything. That's like mental. That's absolutely mental. Cool as fuck. It's like we could have those in the UK. We just can't like shoot anything out of them. Yeah. They just basically like be props essentially. Well, still want the models. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, it would be cool to have some Vickers monopod models. Yeah, I'll give you that one. Commander HHL, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. That's awesome, man. Project Karasu, thank you for the 6 months. I'm still a baby. Hey, 6 months is pretty good, man. It's pretty good. All right. Holy shit. Right. That's been a lot of great excitement. Big shout out to everyone who's been like supporting. Really cool pictures from Chicken Detonate with that machine gun. Really cool to see Slice history like that. And obviously like a really big thank you to Poetic Terror for those mega super chats. Oh my days. Oh my god. Right, I need a quick drink and a snack because I have I ran out of drink and I'm feeling a bit hungry. So I'm going to go downstairs, grab a drink, grab a snack, bring it back up here. And then when we get back up here, we can have a little chat about the, like, there's some battle forces which have come out, which I think would be cool to take a look at. And then we can talk about anything else that happens to come up. So we're still going to be streaming for another, hour and a half or something like that. Yeah. I do want to talk about the battle forces because I do think they're relevant. But yeah, like other than that, we can talk about anything and everything. All right, but we're back in a moment. Ugh.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
All right, I'm back. But I'm going for a wee, so I'll be 1 second. Fucking hell. Cool. Now I'm back. I just knocked my ring off a glass. I thought I'd really broken it. My strong, muscular ring hand, you know. All right. Cool. Where are we? I've had my break now. I've had a wee and a snack, and I've got a fresh drink. So we're locked the fuck in, boys. Next hour or so, we're locked the fuck in. Slim Jimples, thank you for super chat, man. Sir, reporting for duty. I've completed a vow in the Armageddon Steel Legion. Hey! And a big package arrival in Stream Discussion. Excited for 11th, but even more excited to bust more rifts. Oh my God. Holy shit, man. Well, this lot was sitting at the doorstep when I got home from work. I am all in 100%. Wanted to get more bot action stuff to flesh out my US and Axis armies, as well as be able to play bot action. Playing 11th edition learning tournament this Saturday at my local store, and I'm more excited to shill K47 at every chance I get. Also, some pictures of my K47 units so far. Holy shit, man. Got yourself Festung Europa. We've got a Hanomag. We've got an M5 Stuart. Got B for Bertie. Operation Touchdown. Airborne HMG team. We've got some US Airborne D-Day troops. Some German veteran infantry. You've also got what looks like maybe a sprue of the German Grenadiers there as well. And then you've got the automated platoon. That is a haul and a half. You've got Brits, Germans, and Americans. Wow. Holy moly, man. Woo, baby. Woo, baby. Let's have a look. Nice. Fireflies for fucking days. Linebacker, Jackal. You've got Shrimp Mech. Vogel Spinner. I love it, man. And then more Axis stuff. We got Totem Cores. We got them Shrek Wolfen. We got the Starlies. Nice. The Stars. Yeah. I love it, man. Dude, absolutely wicked, mate. Absolutely wicked. And this is my problem as well. Every time someone wants to talk to me about 11th edition, I'm like, that's cool. So, K47. I got a bunch of hobby ahead of me. You sure do, bud. You sure do. God, I don't know how. I've got 5 linebackers and something like 60 Fireflies new on sprue. I'm very tempted to sell some, because I don't think I need that many, but I'm also tempted to not, and to just build 6 linebackers and have like no magnets and just be like 2 of each, 2 HMG, 2 autocannon, 2 of the super bazookas. Yeah. I also finished Gal School for my Valence Legion. I'll check that out in a moment, actually. Glenn Lee, what the fuck, Morty? Okay, in my defense, the reason I ended up with so many linebackers is because, firstly, Warlords sent me one for free. When K-Boys was first happening, they sent out, it's so long ago. When you think about it, it's feels like a lifetime ago. Sorry, Slim Jibbles, I'm kind of hijacking your super chat for my trip down memory lane. But I've just had like a flashback. I remember sitting here doing the hobby night, and I remember getting the sprues out and just being like, everything's just laid out so nicely. Because I'd just come off the back of building, I remember what it was. I'd just come off the back of building some of the Blooded Kill team that Walario had sent me. And I really struggled with it. I'd had to go over, I'd had to bounce between the sprues. I couldn't find any of the parts. I was really, you know, I was trying. Obviously, I don't want to seem ungrateful because, you know, well, Aria sent me a lot of stuff, and I'm still eternally grateful to him for that. Like, very, very, very generous guy, right? Never had anything like it before or since in the stream. It's amazing. But you know, but I was just getting so frustrated, but I didn't want to like crash out on stream, because, you know, obviously I appreciate that, like, you know, someone has bought me this like present, right? And I remember like building a few of them, and I've been off the back of building, you know, the Blooded Kill team, and then I think it was either the next day or the next stream, the next hobby stream, I built the linebacker, and I just remember being like, you just work down the sprue, work down each sprue. Like, there's a lot of parts here, but you're just literally working through the bits, like almost chronologically on the sprue. It was insane. And yeah, I just had this, seeing all your stuff there and seeing your linebacker and Glenn Lee, you know, when I said I've got 6 of them, saying what the fuck, and then it reminded me of the first time Warlord sent me that sprue, and it made me that moment right there. That moment right there was like the moment when I really, that's when I think I became rift pilled. When I'd just come off the back of like one of GW's later kits, like, and I tried to build some Kazakin as well, and I just come off the back of several of GW's latest kits, and I was just thinking, this is just unfun to build. Like, I know I'm getting genuinely like frustrated trying to build these kits, and then I come over to Warlord's latest thing, and it's just a dream. That's when I could literally feel the mental scales falling from my eyes. Yeah. So the reason I have so many linebackers is because I got sent one from Warlord for free, and then I bought the Riftbuster Mega Bundle, which contains a starter set, which has another linebacker, and a starter army for the Americans, which contains 2 more linebackers. And then when I won the first, when I went to that K-47 tournament with my Soviets and won it, the thing that I won was another US starter army, so that gave me 6. So that's how I ended up with 6 linebackers. I only paid for 3 of them. Yeah. But there you go. Yeah. Slim Jibbles, totally fine. Storytime is great. Almost all the Orcs sprues suck for W, but I will say the Armageddon Orc sprues are surprisingly nice. Still no Warlord, but possibly some of the best Orc ones I've seen. That's good. Hey, look, nothing would make me happier than GW sorting their sprue layouts out. I don't want them to be bad. I want them to be good. Let's have a look at the completed vows. Nice. Vow by Naxera and Gazgul Thraka complete for 390 points. Very good. Cool. You've done a great job on that guy, man. I love the blood on the end of the shrimp claws, where it's just gone in like and been like converting people. That's cool. Yeah, that's very, very cool. I love that. I need to get some of that blood for the Blood God technical paint. Yeah. So good. I love it. I just had a core memory unlocked. I remember seeing the blood like flecks like that. I remember seeing in a very old white dwarf, I'm talking, it could be 25 years ago, an article on how GW made like saliva for like Chaos Hounds. Like one of the the GW sort of painting articles, and the guy said get some like cheap glue, and use the cheap glue to make like strings. You know, like it goes all stringy like plastic glue, and then let that dry, and then you can paint it. And that was a really cool technique, and I remember that from 25 years ago. Yeah, cool. I don't know if that's a technique you used here, man, but that was a technique that he said back. That was a technique he said back in the day. Cool. Beautiful, beautiful paint job on all the models, man. I really like the skin tone you've got on the Orcs, especially on Makari there. He's looking ace. Yeah, nice, nice. There we go. Cool. Cool. That is fishing string with cheap glue lock. That's it. There you go, man. That's what the guy said. Yeah. I don't know if he might have mentioned the string thing. He might have not. I can't quite remember, but yeah. There you go. Holy shit. There we go. Yeah, Mighty Fine Paint Jobs. The gore and blood resells it. I agree, Glenley. Yeah, I agree. Lightning Creep. Morning Glory, could you please stop ruining the towel psyop for us? I knew it. I knew it. I knew the tower were trying to psyop people. I see. Here's the thing. I've been fighting these blue gummy bastards for 28, not quite. We'll say 25 years. Actually, it's 22 years. 22 years. I've been fighting on the Eastern Fringe. In the Damocles Gulf. I know how they think. I know their tactics, their ways, their deceptions. I was there when the 3rd edition Tau Codex came out, the first one, and it said the water cast words are like stone. It's like water flowing around rock, wearing you down. I know the Tau say one thing and do another. I know about your psyops. Every time my brother tabled me when I had my guard and he had his Tau, and he just told me it wasn't because he was broken. It was just because that he was a better player than me. I knew in my heart. I was like, but how does your railgun do this and my Lehman Russ does not? I knew then. And I have continued to learn and to know and discern and unravel the lies of the supposed Tau Empire. There you go. Do you know what's funny? I had a bunch of Tau people in the comment section of that video come out and be like, no, the real reason we're really upset that experimental Cadre has gone away is because it was a really fun detachment. And I was like, yeah. I know what you Tau players do for fun. It's not the same thing that we do for fun. And if it was the fun detachment, that's why nobody took it. There you go. I'm not actually. Again, here's the thing. The thing is, right, I can say all these things because I have a Tau army. So like when I have a Tau army. So it's like I'm not saying this from like I'm just a salty bitch that's been like, you know, tabled by Tau when I was a kid and I've never got over it. No, obviously not. Like I don't give a fuck about that. It's more funny than anything else. I say it because I'm like, I've played with them, so I know what it's like to play the Tau. I know what it's like. I look down them, I can just identify what's strong and what's not strong, right? Like I know because I play them. That's why I know. Honestly. Okay, chat, I have a real question for you. Real question time. How many of you would unsubscribe from this channel if purely for meta chasing, power gaming reasons, I took Tau over Imperial Guard to my first tournament of 11th? Like if I can just look down at it and just be like, yeah, they're clearly better. I want one of them. Because I can't deny the thought has gone through my mind. I'm like, I know I should run the guard. Everyone wants to see me run the guard first. But but this is 11th edition, baby. It's just 10th edition harder. So I got to embrace that mindset, right? Only show the Tau players how to play their faction. Unsubbed already! Is your guard style Tau army? It would be whatever I thought was the most powerful way. The reason I ran that guard style army is because I was like, this is the most powerful way of running them. I'm going to show the Tau people that. Yeah. I'd leave it now, not because you leave guard, but because you go to Tau. I don't think Tau or guard are K-47 armies, so it doesn't matter. Brilliant. Rumor is the fire teams get cheaper. Amazing. If they make Fire Wars cheaper, I'll actually like piss myself with laughter. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Tau have actually been diddled by the amount of attachments they have, regardless of how good or not, how good they are, and that's a bit shit. Crucible, you're falling for the psyop. Whether you have Tau or you know Tau players, you're reading about what Tau players are saying, like, you're falling for the psyop. Tau players have had access to multiple detachments throughout all of 10th and haven't used them. The only ones they've sort of consistently stuck to is basically Retaliation Cadre. There's been a little bit of Montcar when it's flared up now and again. I always thought Montcar was the best one, but there you go. A little bit of experimenting with the experimental one, you know, all that, a little bit of Kroot Jail, right? But they've always basically only really no-lifed one detachment consistently. Them telling you, oh, we're really upset because we've not got as much detachment to pick from everybody else. It's a psyop, mate. I'm not even kidding you. It's a genuine fucking psyop. They were only ever going to no-life the one that they thought was the best one anyway. 90% of Tau players are just trying to work out which one they think is the best. Then they're going to fucking jump on that one and just stick with that every single fucking game, no questions asked. You're believing the lies of the watercast. That is how they try and get in your head, make you feel sorry for them, so that then they don't get nerfed. It's that simple. The Kozulu dropped with 4 attachments, one of which is Kroot. You don't understand what I'm saying, Crucible 76. If the Codex dropped with 20 detachments, they'd still only spam Retaliation Cadre. You could give the Tau players 100 detachments, and if there was one that was the best, that's the one that 90% of them would play. Okay? It's not about them having low detachment variety. It's about Tau players. I know the, again, I joke, but I know the mindset. I can turn the mindset on myself. You just, what's the best one? Pick that one, play that one, no life that one. Oh no, Mordin, you've got it all wrong. I have a Tau army. I'm part of the psyop. I knew it. I knew it. This is, see, Crucible? I got your ass. I got your number. I got your number. I got your name. I know. I knew it. See, you cannot out-psyop me. You cannot. My brain is so smooth that your Tau mind control slides right off it. You cannot psyop me. There you go. Can't be done. There you are. It doesn't matter how much variety of detachments they had, they were only ever going to run the best one. And the only one they were only ever going to run is one which gives them the best battlesuit spam. That's why Retaliation Cadre, even though in my opinion, it was always the inferior detachment over Montcar, always got like more people picking it because Tau players want to spam battlesuits. I'm not even, again, and here's the thing, right? People misunderstand and they think that I hate Tau. And people misunderstand and they think, and when I say all they want to do is spam battlesuits, and they think I'm saying that like that's a bad thing. Obviously not. People get into certain factions based off certain factions like tropes. I would say 90% of guard players just want to spam tanks. Some of them will want to spam big tanks. Some will want to spam little tanks. But everyone just wants to spam tanks in the guard. And I don't demonize guard players for doing that. So why do I give Tau players, why do I say all they want to do is spam battles? That sounds like I'm spitting in their face. Because the problem is that Tau players don't own it. If you collect Tau, and you collect it because you want to power game the fuck. You're like, these guys are a power game faction. These guys are what I want. I want to get the battle suits. I want to drop down. I want to fucking table a 5-year-old. I want to go home fucking happy, right? The problem is you not owning that. If you owned that, I wouldn't have any problems with it. I'd be like, respect. You've come here to play. You've come here to fucking slay. But the thing is that Tau players hide behind this like this barrage of like emotional covering fire. Where they're like, I just want to play with the battlesuits because I think they're cool. Interesting. Have you ever taken one of the battlesuits with a bad loadout? What? Yeah, you know the ones you think are really cool? Have you ever taken the ones which are bad? You know, when you used to have to pay for your different weapons, do you ever take the ones with flamers? I bet you fucking didn't. Oh no, you just always took the ones which had the best weapon loadouts, did you? Oh, weird. It's almost like the narrative is it's almost like you don't collect battlesuits because you think they're cool. It's because you collect battlesuits because you think they're powerful. And like, literally, just own it. Just say, I like the battlesuits because they can drop down and I can smash the fuck out of someone. And that gives me a little erection and that makes me happy on the inside. I'm like, cool. Great. Awesome. That's it. That's it. It's not about it's not about you collecting Tau. It's not about you wanting to spam battle suits. It's not about any of that. It's about the fact that you guys aren't honest about why you like to play what you play. That's it. There you go. That's it. There you are. That's it. That's my opinion, Lightning Creep. There you go. And it's still very much a half-joking opinion, because let me make something abundantly clear. It's still only toy soldiers. I don't really care that much. Like, it's nice to have a bit of fun. It's nice to have a bit of banter. It's nice to have a bit of ribbing between the Tower community and the Imperial Guard community. It's that simple, okay? Like, we're all meatheads. You're all fucking gigabrains. That's the way it works. That's how we see each other, right? All right. Anyway, what do we got next? Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat, man. In regards to the game, in regards to the Elder game the other day, it went 95-30 to the guard. My 18 Bulgrins are having happy fun time beating up Guardians and Aspect Warriors. Yeah, if you brought 18 Bulgrins against Eldar, they basically can't beat that. I mean, goddamn it, we saw Eldar bouncing off friggin' AdMech combat servitors. I mean,
Mobile infantry made me the man I am.
just like the Eldar's like dancing into combat. The Bulls like, bruh. You're a bad man, Kappa Eagle. Not a Kappa Eagle, Ed Bailey. You're a bad man, but I love you. Speaking of Kappa Eagle, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. There we go. There we are. There you go. Glenn Lee, can you do it, Morty? But please cosplay with the wee towel fanny thing on your head. I'll run into like a coffee table on my hands and knees, just split my head open there, you know, and then that'll, you know, I'll commit to the bit. Yeah. There you go. Cruel 6, I play Tau for the narrative of them dropping down and killing everything with their superior anime technology. Yeah, the narrative of my army is it wins. Yeah. Yeah, Cruiser 6, in all honesty, I see it similar to Mechanicus. Mechanicus is a good army, but nobody likes to play it because it's boring and expensive. Haven't touched my Tau in years because I don't like suit spam. So Mechanicus, okay. Mechanicus are a missed opportunity, like Imperial Agents. So there are a number of factions in multiple different Games Workshop systems which are fucked. Okay? And they're fucked not for any reason other than the dreaded policy. An army like AdMech is very, in my opinion, is very clearly meant to have only a fraction of its models like actually sold by GW, but a huge amount of them should be like data sheets, which then the community is encouraged to like kit bash. Or the army is basically a series of like almost like overlapping special rules which represent different like bionics and everything, because the Adeptus Mechanicus, or every single tech priest augments themselves in different ways. That's one of the things you always notice about them when you read about them in the lore. Like, no two are ever alike, and no two Scutari are ever alike. Like, they're just, you know, even though they have like STCs and stuff, as far as the AdMech are concerned, the shit munchers get the STCs. They get all the cool, weird, and wacky shit, right? And so the dreaded policy of we'll only make rules for models that we sell. We'll never just make a data sheet that you can then go and like convert the fuck out of. That completely screws over armies like AdMech. And the way GW could get around it is they could firstly let all the 30k stuff come in, and secondly, they could do what they've done with like Old World, where they have what's called like designer's notes, and it's like it says to represent this unit, you use this unit from this army, but maybe do some conversions on it. So for example, it's like the way you can represent in Renegade Crowns, the way you can represent your sellswords is using either state troops, Bretonnian men at arms, or a combination of both. And that's an AdMech or an army like that need that. Like, imagine if you had like tech militia. So you've got to think. There's a lot of people that work in them Forge Worlds, isn't there? A lot of like slave labor. They're certainly not volunteers, right? The best case scenario, indentured, right? A lot of those people are basically going to be humans, but maybe a bit techie. Maybe, you know, you're on a Forge World, your hand gets pulled into a lasgun making machine, and you lose your arm up to there. Horrific. But you're on a Forge World, so the tech priests just stick a low-level bionic arm on you, and you're back there pulling the lever once every 10 seconds, because that's your job for your entire life, right? There's how would you represent such a thing on the board? Imperial Guardsman with a 6-up invulnerable save to represent things pinging off the bionics and stuff. There you go. I've made you a unit, GW. Just give them lasguns. Give them, lasgun, whatever Brew Brothers get, right? Brew Brothers, but for the tech priests. Amazing. Right? And you just have a designer's note that says, you can represent this by using our Cadian shock troops, by any of our Guardsman boxes, such as Cadian shock troops, and converting them up with spare bits from your boxes of Scutari. Amazing. Yeah. Awesome. Right? Job done. But they won't do that because of the dreaded policy. Because they don't sell tech militia. So they won't do it. See, I mean, that's one example off the top of my head of how you could do this kind of shit. You could have rules for militarized industrial servitors. You could have rules for Forge. You could have AdMech. You could double their roster, not even double it, triple their roster overnight by basically giving them access to a significant part of what's in the Imperial Guard, but give them like AdMech-y bits. Like a great example would be, let's say we give AdMech access to 30k stuff. What if they could take 30k Mechanicum stuff, but also 30k Solar Auxilia stuff? Oh yeah, that AdMech leaving Rust, it doesn't get the sponsons, but you could have a whole autocannon and twin lance cannon on top. Represents an older design, which the AdMech have held on to. You know, the Gravis las cannon, stuff like that. Fuck yeah. Gravis autocannons, fuck yeah. Volkite shit, there you go. There's all sorts of stuff they could do. But GW, AdMech are one of those armies that just suffer horrifically at the hands of the dreaded policy and the segregation. GW practices game segregation. It sounds like a pretty extreme term, but it is. The 30k stuff cannot mix with the 40k stuff. That is verboten, which is bad. Why? Yeah. The 6++ represent the moment getting shot off by the lads cannon, lol. A 6+ feel no pain. A 6+ feel no pain. A shit bionic ain't glanced on a lads cannon. Sure, make it feel no pain if you want. I don't care. But so John, I mean, there's loads of examples of things like I don't think Admech bionic's going to stop a demolish cannon shell. I don't think a Skitari bionic's going to stop a lads cannon, right? But yeah, there you go. Yeah. So it's one of those things where I think it's one of the things where I think I have lots of ways that I could fix armies like Mechanicus and stuff like that, but they won't do it. Orcs are another one. Orcs really suffer from the dreaded policy. So I've been hearing orc players for the last 3 years moan. I don't blame them, by the way. I'm not saying they've done anything wrong. But they're moaning like, oh, why does GW hate our faction? Why does GW make orcs so boring? And it's like, you're boring because you suffer from the dreaded policy. Orcs were an army that was designed that was designed in 2nd edition. And that DNA continues on to this day. They were designed in an era which could never have imagined the possibility of the dreaded policy, could never have imagined the world that we live in of Newhammer today. They were designed where, like, hey, look, here's this giant list of armory things you can take, convert the shit out of your models. The orc DNA of today is not the same orc DNA of yesteryear. Like, you might still have, you know, the idea of like scratch building and all that kind of stuff, but like, it's not what it once was. It's like a fallen empire in Stellaris. That's how I see it. Yeah. I thought the dreaded policy was the new addition every 3 years. No, that's the treadmill. The dreaded policy is if we don't make models for it, you don't get rules for it. And the treadmill is the churn of the addition of the addition cycle. Yeah, it's a good question. It's right. There's all sorts of things we have to deal with. Anyway, moving on. Airborne 342. Thank you for 17 months. Xbox baby. The power of a head swap in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. With some spare bits, I made my new Cajun Regiment Ranger squad. I'm very happy about the results, so I will sadly need to get more Fireflies for my other NCR squads. Nice. The rift consumes the warp. Dude, that looks amazing. Like, taking the Firefly heads from K47 and putting them on the new Cajun squad, that actually looks sick as fuck, man. It works as well. Like, honestly, you wouldn't think they didn't come in the kit. Like, it's like seamlessly it works. I love that. Very, very NCR vibes. I agree. Holy shit, that's amazing, man. Like, actually amazing work. The power of a good head swap. Or, I always say it, the power of a good head swap. Margaret Talabaland, if I literally paint a lore familiar plus 30 points, I guess if it's like a separate model, I guess I could allow it. Yeah. Like if someone actually painted like a wizard's hat on one of their characters, I'd probably give them the points value for that as well. How about 2 familiars for 30 points? Yeah, because I guess they're only small, aren't they? I guess they're only small. But I'm not that bothered. 30 points is not a big deal, right? When teams are vowing hundreds of thousands of points, I don't mind if you just want to do a 30-point familiar. It's fine. Like, it's in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to matter a huge amount. So, yeah. There you go. All right. What do we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. An update. First off, working my linebacker, deeper dive. Also, new Firefly song based off Operation Valentine coming soon. And a K-47 short in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let me have a look here. Make sure the thing's on. Let me, let's have a look. It's kind of cool. That is kind of cool, man. That is kind of cool. I like it. I like it, man. That is cool. This AI shit's getting good, isn't it? Like, I know. I've just been like on what it can make objectively, right? But it's getting pretty impressive what it can cook up. Yeah, that's amazing. Very, very, very cool, Cosmic. Very, very cool indeed. I love that. Some conflict shorts, some proper conflict animations like that. Interesting. Welcome to Dresden, motherfucker. Rip that rainbow. It's worth it for the cool cinematic. Yeah, indeed. True. Don't worry. It'll take our jobs and then we'll deploy to the front line in the Rift War. I mean, that's it, right? We're all just getting... The Archies are just taking over. Yeah. Unless you work for the Soviets, but then you're getting sent to the front lines anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter, right? Yeah. There you go. That was cool, Cosmic. The Kriegsman somehow managed to paint 5k points of jokes about action in 3 days. Nice. I didn't quite get that much painted in 3 days. I got a little bit painted this weekend, but nowhere near as much as you. I can show you, actually. We can compare notes, as it were. Yes, that's what I painted over the weekend. 1 minute. Let's see if I can turn the camera down a bit. There you are. Don't know if you guys can see that, but I painted. They're not based yet because I'm waiting for my grass tufts to turn up. But painted 4 6-man squads, and then I painted my power armor squad and power armor officer. I painted the power armor guy officer with like a blue head, and I do think it looks a bit silly, but it's just meant to be NKVD. I figured my army is an NKVD themed force. So all of like the the normal guys have got the NKVD hats. And then I just thought, you know what? There you go. Looks like a frog. I love it. Yeah. There you go. So that's the extent of my work, man. Not quite as much as you though. You've done a lot more. Baller, I did 40 infantry and 17 vehicles. Amazing. Excellent effort, sir. Excellent effort. There you are. I thought AI was supposed to do manual labor as we do art. What happened? People got it wrong. Yeah. People got it wrong. That's what everyone thought it was going to do. I remember it would have been about 8 years or so now, maybe even longer. At least 8 years ago, I remember driving back. So, driving back from work, I always have a very long commute, and so I used to listen to. So I ended up listening to. You know how you get if you're in the UK, you'll know this. You've got BBC Radio 4. So BBC Radio like 1, BBC 1, BBC 2, or Radio 1, Radio 2. Is the one that plays all the music, right? And then I don't know what BBC 3 does. Something shit. But BBC 4 was always, there was no music on it. And it was basically like the podcast channel, for lack of a better term. Like, it was always people like discussing things on like radio shows. So there's no music, and it was just like people discussing things and talking about stuff. And I ended up listening to that quite a lot, because the problem with listening, when you've got a long car journey, the problem with listening to like the radio is if there's like one song that's really popular, you just listen to the same song over and over and over again. So you end up, wanting something that's a little bit different. And don't get me wrong, so much of it was shit. Like, a lot of it was like philosophy and arty and all sorts of bollocks and stuff. But there was some good bits. And I remember people saying like AI is gonna be automating everybody's jobs. It's gonna be a real like, people were talking about this like 8 years ago. Like, it's coming, and it's going to be taking people's jobs, and it's going to be, doing big things in like the science sector and all this kind of stuff. And it's going to be taking away a lot of the manual labor, because you're going to have like machines doing it all. And that's how everyone was talking about it. That's the angle that everyone thought it was going to have, because people just presumed like, no, like only. So that scene in like iRobot, iRobot is like, can a robot write a symphony? Can a robot make a piece of art? That's the way everyone thought it was going to go. And then it's gone completely the opposite direction. Completely and utterly. Which is mad. But I often find this in life. One thing I've learnt in my few years on this earth is that many things go the complete opposite way people expect them to. You see this a lot with you see it all the time in a workplace, for example, where management will bring in some kind of policy because they think they're like, oh, well, if we bring this in, it'll mean everyone will do A, and it means that everyone does B instead. Yeah. So it does, you find that life is unexpected. Yeah. I wish that's how it went. I can't stand AI, sure. It makes a lot of cool stuff, but it could be used for so much better things. Instead, just rips off existing art and music, stealing from true art. Respects a lot, but I'm a musician, so I have a heavy opinion on it. And I respect that opinion, man. Yeah, I do. I'm very, very aware that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be... I think if you have concerns around AI, I think they're legitimate. Of course. Of course, right? I don't think people should be unreservedly happy about it. But, people are going to... It's going to be one of those things where it's going to... It's like... It's basically... This is the Industrial Revolution. But it's for digital... It's more than just the digital revolution. This is like a pivotal moment. People will come up with a name for this, and it will be studied in school, like people talk about the term the Industrial Revolution. I don't know what the term will be, but that's what it'll be. It'll be studied in textbooks. And we'll have, there'll be, how we learn about like the Luddites. We will, people that like smash machines and stuff. There will be, people will be taught about the new Luddites, whatever they might be called, right? And it will be an era of history studied, and people will talk about the pros and the cons, just like how we, you do when you study the Industrial Revolution. Yeah, that's what that's what we're in. We're in that era right now. So who knows which way it's going to go? But we're in the this will be studied in 50 years time, 100 years time. Yeah. Yeah. The AI revolution, what did they take up arms for? No, they just made better art than us. No, I think I think the thing is, AI is going to be used for a lot of stuff. It is. It's going to, I don't think, I think I mean we're already seeing it affect. I mean, it's going to affect what I do. We're already seeing it affect what I do. People, I mean, you see thumbnails all the time that people use for AI, videos all the time people use for AI, right? People summarize, get AI to answer rules questions and stuff for them. AI is absolutely, I'm not just talking like content creation specifically. AI will absolutely influence like, wargaming content creation, massively so. Yeah. You just gotta hope that you come out, for lack of a better term, come out on the right side of it, as in like the way you do things, you're able to, not lose your job over it, essentially. Yeah. There you go. Dead Jim, now that companies are being charged tokens, they're realizing they're spending more on AI than the devs they fired. Yeah, so because you can basically, you only get so many prompts, don't you? Yes, what I don't know much about it, but you hear, Mrs. Mordian finds it frustrating. Mrs. Mordian likes to listen to the radio for like music and stuff, and listen to like podcasts, not podcasts, like when she's, when you always listen to something idly around the house, around the workplace. She listens to music. I listen to like podcasts and documentaries and stuff like that. I genuinely don't listen to a lot of music in my spare time. People find it very strange, but I just like, I had Mrs. Mordian in stitches the other day. I was like, I've got a new one. And she was like, oh God, what now? What's your new one? I was like, I've been listening to something. And she's like, oh, it's not political, is it? I went, no. She went, okay. She went, I'm going to regret asking this. What have you been listening to? And I just said, the Incas. And she just pissed herself and laughed. And she was like, why have you been listening to the Incas? And I'm like, I've been learning about them. Did you know that they didn't have the written word? They communicated by bits of string. And she was like, how would that work? That sounds like a stupid system. And I was like, exactly. That's why they lost. So I listened to, by the way, Incas are really cool, by the way. I listen to a lot of stuff. And one of the things I heard on my many listenings has been like that you only get so many prompts now with AI, because so many people were just doing it constantly all the time. I don't know if that was just, I don't know if it's purely for money making. Like, they could give us an infinite amount of prompts, but they only give us a limited amount because they want us to end up buying the tokens and stuff. But yeah, like it's changed now where like AI will only, you've got to pay for like so many tokens or so many prompts. And if you get it wrong, that's a wasted token. Yeah. And so now because you've got big companies that will be doing, be using AI for thousands of prompts a day, potentially hundreds or thousands of prompts a day. That's a lot of tokens. And it turns out that when you're paying on like a per question basis, turns out that can be a lot more expensive than just having a guy who you give a salary. Yeah. Tokens is a measurement of how much processing is used to respond to the prompt. Some prompts eat tens of tokens. That's true. Yeah. It's not a 1-for-1. It, sometimes it can be like you ask one question, it uses 10, 20, 30 tokens. That's what I've been hearing. Yeah. It's absolutely not a 1-for-1. Yeah. So, yeah, but it wasn't like that originally, was it? Originally, it was that you got as many prompts as you wanted. There's a CEO in the news who accidentally left his Claude AI unlimited, got a 500k bill that month. Yeah. Yeah. I can believe it. Turns out 30k to pay the average guy to do a job is not that expensive compared to all this tech stuff. Yeah, absolutely. No, you're right. But this is it. This is it. Like, it'll come back round. It will absolutely come back round. Like, these things happen all the time. Like, Like, I mean, it wasn't that long ago when people were saying, you know, learn to code. I know it's a bit of a meme. It's a bit of a meme these days, but no, it wasn't that long ago when people were like saying, oh, you know, trades are getting like wiped out, industries being sent overseas, like manufacturing and stuff like that. And people were like, you know, you need to go, you know, you need to become go from like basically a using your hands kind of worker to using your minds kind of worker. And a lot of people did that. And a lot of people did IT, you know, chose IT and did very well off it, made lots of money off it. People were jailed for the comment. Really? I did not know that. That sounds crazy. I'm not using it in any derogatory manner. I'm using it in just like the meme that I guess I heard about it. But anyway, but yeah, people, you know, were years ago went from doing like trades to doing like techie things, and now people are being like, best to go back to doing trades. Yeah. The pendulum swings, but it swings one way, swings back, swings back, swings back. It never stays in the middle for long. It always swings one way than the other. Yeah. The promised capacity isn't even being built. The power isn't available. Communities are pushing back. I mean, I think that you hear about a lot of people just getting overruled, though. Like, we're going to fucking build it. Yeah. To be fair, a lot of people's job seems to be answering emails, and AI is pretty good at that. Yeah. It's like, for lack of a better term, you had a lot of people that originally so it's like call centers, isn't it? Firstly, you had people on the switchboard. Then they got the machines to do the switchboard. And then they outsourced all of the people on the phones out to like, you know, cheaper countries where the labor was cheaper. And then now you find a lot of it's coming back again because people, because it looks cheaper on paper, but then you end up having a lot of people that can't give good answers. If you don't get a good service, then people end up going to someone who will give them a good service. So it always swings around. These things go up and down all the time, left, right, in circles. Yeah. Yeah. I remember when I worked a corpo job. When I worked a corpo job, I remember getting hundreds of emails constantly, every day, every week. And, you know, sometimes my entire day would just be replying to emails. Just catching up. Just reply. And I'd get to the end of the day. This is how I was psyoping myself. And I get to the end of that day and go, that was a good day. I was really busy that entire day. I was doing so much work that entire day. And then actually looking, you know, now that I've escaped the Matrix, looking back on it now, I realized that none of that work meant anything. Because answering emails basically didn't really generate any wealth or income for the company. It was just replying to other people that were basically in the same position that I was in. Yeah. And, you know, there were other things in my job that were actually more important that, you know, did generate, you know, money for the company and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, sometimes you have like an email day and you think you've had a really busy day. Oh, yeah, such a busy day at work today. And actually you haven't. It's just people pushing pieces of paper around, essentially. Yeah. That's why it's kind of funny. So I know a lot of you guys like to tease me about how many like notifications I have on my Discord and how many like email, like how many messages I leave unread. But it's because like if I spend all my time answering, I could spend all my time answering every message I get, answering every email I get, and then no content would be produced for the channel. And I think that's like a perfect analogy for like why I focus on certain things and not on others. Because as much, and don't get me wrong, I know it. Some people might think that's quite a callous approach, and I don't mean it in that way whatsoever. I mean it from from this channel being able to continuing to exist perspective, right? I would love to be able to reply to every message I get. I would love to be able to reply to every email that I get. I would love to be able to do that and have all the content that I need to go out, but there's only so many hours in the day. So one must prioritize, right? One must prioritize. And so unfortunately, it does mean that I don't get back to a lot of people, but that's because if I prioritize that stuff, content doesn't go out on the channel and then the channel fails. And that's kind of my perfect analogy, I would say, for like how, you know, there's a difference between work and there's a difference between like, you know, answering emails and doing the work. Yeah. Yeah. Call of Duty, it's strange, but not that strange. People have been using computers to generate stuff for a while now. It was only a matter of time, like anything, before stuff becomes automated. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, it's just convenience, man. It's just convenience. This is the thing with AI. The reason AI is popping off is because it sells. It's because it's convenient. It's ironically, it comes back to that. You know, it comes back to that old, you know, almost that old sort of saying, like, well, it doesn't quite work actually. I was going to say it's like that old seems like piracy is a service issue, but I don't think this is really, really that. It's but people will choose to use AI over people for certain things if the AI is the more convenient option. That's it. Like, if you look at the march of history, of like, if you look at like the last sort of, since the Industrial Revolution, I suppose, the march, you know, the direction things have gone in, everything has gone towards trying to make things as convenient for people as possible every step of the way in their life. That's why, like, you know, people, you know, here's an example. Nobody here still uses a Nokia 3310. You could do. It's a mobile phone. It takes calls, it texts, and it has Snake on it. So you could just continue to use just that mobile phone. If it's not, clearly it's not going to have broken, right? Like that. So you didn't replace it because it stopped working. The reason you don't use a 3310 now is because a smartphone, super convenient. It's more convenient in 1,000 different ways in its capabilities. It's just more convenient. That's why people use a smartphone over a non-smartphone. Yeah. 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 So it's all about convenience. Yeah. It's a phone, it's simple. If it runs out of charge, you can always hit them with it. That's true. Doubles as a weapon. And find a convenient pillowcase. You now have a weapon. Mike, I also think AI is popping off because a lot of companies need to increase their wages to be able to compete on the job market. Yes. But that is a very deep conversation, which is one that's not probably not one appropriate for a Warhammer based channel. But I don't disagree with you. There will be a number of driving factors for it. Yeah. What do we got next? All right. Chris K, thank you for the super chat, man. Honk the Horn Mordian hobby update in Discord. Ooh. This is the fruit of this weekend, and tonight I've managed to make a considerable dent in my Commonwealth mystery box. I have reached the fuck it, I'm done point for tonight. Armored infantry are half done. I'll show those off later. Still just scrounge up some bases so I can put together the Mark 1 automatons. On that note, is it considered sacrilege to use larger Warlord or do you do bases on the standard size Warlord minis? What do you mean? Like, do you mean like if you get models that are meant to be on 25 mils, you put them on 32 mils? I think for things like artillery, it doesn't really matter if you put them on the oval base or not. I think for infantry models, they probably should be on the base size that they come with. So if they come with 25 mils, that's fine. I think if you go, I don't think there's ever really an issue. Yeah, I would say whatever base size they come with is the base size you should use. Yeah. That would be my advice. It's cool, man. Warlord's already pretty generous with that kind of stuff, with like the pill-shaped bases and stuff. So I don't really see much need to, fuck around with it. But you might have a good reason. I guess you could. Yeah, I guess if you gave us a bit more context on why you'd want to change the base size, that might help. Nice. They look great, man. I love the Mark IIs. Beep boop, motherfucker. I love it, bro. Amazing. Love the color scheme on the Grenadiers. And where's that dog? Was there the dog handlers in here as well? Yeah. Cool, man. Cool. I should get some of the doggos. I don't have any at the moment, but I feel like I probably should. Yeah. What we got next? Dead Jim, thank you for the super chat, man. Kazakin progress in stream discussion. Progress on my Praetorian Grenadiers / Kazakins. Nice. They look amazing. I'm not so certain about this bastard in the background, but these guys look great. We'll just zoom in so we don't have to look at the title person. Oh no, we can still see his crotch. 1 minute. Much better. I'm only joking, by the way. I'm only busting your balls. They look awesome, man. Now that's some proper Vestroyan goodness right there. Are those the Anvil Industry head swaps? They look sick as fuck, mate. Yeah, they look amazing. Very cool. Very, very, very cool. I love it, man. Very good paint job and really cool conversions. Excellent stuff. The Anvil stuff. Yeah, they're good. The Anvil's good. I like Anvil. All right. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat. I'm just saying, AI really took off after my Octopus song. Oh my god, it's your fault, Cosmic. You ushered in the AI era. I mean, how many people have heard that Octopus song now? $1,000 people have heard the Octopus song. If 100% of those views are from CEOs of companies, it could have been your fault. My God. My God. It's all. Praise be to the flare. Thomas Richards, thank you, super chat. As we're checking out paint jobs, check stream discussion. Create team. I saw this pop in, man. It looks sick as fuck. Let's have a look. The minis are having their bath. Time to put my feet up and enjoy the vibes. Nice. The Krieg heavy weapon teams do look cool. They look cool generally, and you specifically have done a good paint job on them. Nice, but I love the basing you've done. Like all the mud and like the churned up like bits and bobs and everything. It's very cool. And I want to say big respect for going down the twin heavy stubber route, because very clearly the stubbers are the coolest option. Like it's like there's like what those old like Soviet like twin anti-aircraft guns are called, like the Zeus or something, like yeah, it's like one of them. Oh shit, man. That just made me realize we need a Krieg technical. Imagine mounting one of those to the back of like a Centaur, a flatbed Centaur. GW, come on now. Come on, buddy. That's what we need. Take the Centaur, take the sides off it, flatbed that shit, put one of those bad boys on the back. Krieg technical. We're basically playing GLA at that point with the old quad, the old quad guns and everything. That's awesome, man. I love it. I think the paint job's really good, and I think the model's really cool as well. Yeah. There we go. Nice. Good effort, Thomas. Very good effort indeed. All righty, ho. Shall we look at some battle forces? That's a good point. I'm going to look at the battle forces, and then probably that'll do for the stream. I don't want to go too late tonight because I just don't want to completely knacker myself on the first day of the week. I've got some exciting stuff to cover later on as well, and later in the week as well. So we'll see how long we, probably be another hour knowing me, but yeah, I think we'll look at the battle. We'll review the battle forces. Let's have a quick look. Points revealed 24-hour stream. I'm just going to cover the guards. Well, I tell you what, I won't rule it out, Anonymous, but I'm not ruling it in. There you go. Okay. How was joy picking? Very enjoyable, but my face exploded with hay fever. Worst hay fever. I haven't had hay fever like that in 10 years. Like, really, like, where basically we had, I mean, I soldiered through it, obviously, but, I had to get home. I take all my clothes off, put them in the washing machine straight away, and had to just get a shower straight away because I was just like, I couldn't I barely opened my eyes. I was like this. Yeah. So it was fun, and the strawberries were delicious. Very, very delicious. So much better than this. I've become quite anti-supermarket in the last week because basically this all happened when we grew some strawberries in the back garden and they tasted amazing. And then we bought some strawberries from the supermarket and we compared them to, we bit into the ones that we grew and we're like, it's all red flesh. There's no, the strawberries are half the size, but it was super juicy, super sweet, and it was all the red strawberry flesh. And then you bite into the store-bought one and it looks like it's really, it looks big and juicy. Then you look inside of it and it's all like the hard white bit, for lack of a better term, it's not right. Like the outside looks very ripe, but the inside is basically it's hard to describe. Do you know what I mean? If you've been strawberry, you know what I mean, right? And so it made me realize these things, they look good, but they're actually shite. And then the ones that you grow yourself are actually tastier. So we went and did the strawberry picking today, and we spent a couple of hours. I'm obviously super autistic, so I was like, no, that one's not red enough. Gotta get this one. Turning them all around, checking them all. No, there's a tiny bruise on that one. All that kind of stuff. And basically we got them back. We got home. We had some strawberries for dessert for dinner. They were so good. And then we tested them next to the ones that we had from the store, because it's all happened in the last few days. So the ones from the store were still okay. And again, they were like, yeah, these are shit, aren't they? Yeah. So So the strawberry picking was a great success, because you think you look at them like these are tiny, tiny strawberries, and then you eat them and you realize quality over quantity. Yeah. You pooped in my strawberry to make a fine compost. That's why they taste better. Hey man, if that's the case, then don't let me stop you. Yeah, I'll eat your shit. Well, I'll eat the strawberries that have grown off your shit. There you go. Okay, let's have a look here. What are people saying? Apparently that's why red apples suck now. I don't what because they're not. I heard, I don't know if it's true, but I heard they they're bred to be big and red and not good. Yeah. So I heard with strawberries they basically pump them up with is it nitrogen? That's probably not the right thing, but they pump them up. They basically Botox the fuck out of them, right? And so they're like, you know, they look like they're going to be really tasty, but then they can't move. You're like, you know, so they look impressive, but actually they're, yeah, it's not as they don't. It's all about this. It's all about style over substance. Yeah. But there you are. Anyway, we're going off on one now, aren't we? Tristan Wood, thank you for the super chat. Morning, have you seen that Miniscape made an ASMR channel called Mini Sleep? He reads second edition codexes for an hour or so. Amazing. I never got. I think that's an amazing idea. In fact, we're going to check it out for a second before we get to the battle forces. But I will say, I never really got the ASMR thing. It always seemed like maybe it's just my degenerate algorithm, but it always seemed like it was like quite sexualized, like, okay, baby. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that kind of shit. Let's give it a listen, though. All right.
Welcome to Mini Sleep and the second edition of Codex ASMR, where we will be looking at Codex Imperial Guard from second edition Warhammer 40k. It was 2014 or thereabouts.
I love the lights.
Renamed the Imperial Guard to the Astra Militarum. As a collector of this faction with over 100 Guard infantry models and with years of affection for them, I was saddened to see this change, even if I do understand why. But it's fine. I can live in the 1990s if I want to. And so I found myself at this publication, faced with the jungle fighters of Cataching, with so much meat on their frames that they almost put a space marine to shame.
I told there's a sexual component to it.
Diffusing from the front cover. There's a couple of Lehman Russ battle tanks in the background.
I was going to get to it where he's reading stuff.
Systems and last for decades, in which case only the grinding steamroller of the Imperial Guard can hope to crush the foe. They are the ultimate fighting force, charged with holding the front line across the stars to wage war for decades or centuries, and if need be, to act as the bastion of the Imperium against the massed horde.
It's alright. It's not for me, but that's okay. Not every content is created. Content for everyone is a content for no one, I suppose. So, yeah, I'll link it for those that are interested in that kind of stuff. And it probably would be quite nice to sleep to, but whilst not being particularly tired, I'm just sat here like, yeah, I'm listening to a guy whisper into a microphone about the Imperial Guard. Why do I have an erection? But no, that is interesting. I quite like the idea of it. Yeah. Right. Fuck me. Okay. So. Let us talk about battle forces. So, gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you, but Games Workshop has unveiled a new series of battle forces. And so, and one of them is Imperial Guard. Now, normally I don't give a shit about the new boxes they put out, but whenever they do something Guard related, I obviously want to cover it. And there's been a few battle forces that have been coming out for the Guard and all that kind of stuff. So, over the years. So let us review this one. Now, before we get into it, I just want to mention that it does feel like GW's been giving us some more attention recently. Because correct me if I'm wrong here, but not everybody gets a Christmas box. Right? Not everybody gets a FOMO box. because that's what these are. These will be FOMO boxes. Yet it feels like, when, the Guard, we're always getting one. We always get a Christmas one. Do you remember the now long gone, yet beautiful Double Dawn Cadian Platoon box? That was pretty good. And then we had the Krieg Artillery Platoon box. That was pretty good. We had a Krieg Combat Patrol, which was FOMO, which I cannot believe they made that FOMO. Very strange. But anyway. And then we've got this one. And there's been all sorts of other ones as well. But now we've got this one. So it does feel, I think Games Workshop has cottoned on to the fact that, Guard players, they're really fanatical about their faction. I've been saying this for years. I said for years Games Workshop was missing a trick, not milking the Guard community. They've been milking and milking and milking their Marine players, milking them until they're red raw. But I always said that, Guard players and the Guard community, we are some of the most fanatical, die-hard players of our faction in all of Warhammer. If there's any other faction that GW could put into a starter box that wasn't Space Marines for the Imperial side of it, it would be the Imperial Guard. I don't think they could do it with like Knights, or they could do it with Custodes, or with Admech, or Sister Battle. There's only one other faction that could have the broad enough shoulders to carry an additional launch box, and I do think that would be the Guard. Maybe I'm arrogant on that, but that's what I believe. So I think that GW, and I think GW's noticed as well, because we've been getting a lot of these box sets. So congratulations. The Corpo Overlords have now worked out that we are a bunch of whales and that they can milk our whale milk. So there we go. But hey, better milked than not milked, I suppose. If you don't get milked, you end up like Dark Elder with less data sheets than the Votan. So there you are. So with that being said, what I want to do is to go through the various battle forces with paying special attention to the Imperial Guard one, not Astra Militarum, Astra Milli Watson, you're in the Guard, and whether we think it's good or whether we think it's bad. Now, what I'm going to do is give it a thumbs up in terms of what I think. I'm going to give it almost like, I'm going to analyze these from two perspectives. I'm going to analyze it from the perspective of, is the contents of the box good on it, generally speaking, on its own merits? And then I also want to analyze this from the perspective of, is this good for 11th edition? Now, bear in mind, I am doing this on the day these have been revealed, and we have not seen the points costs yet. So there is a very, very strong chance that what happens with the points cost coming out on Wednesday, it's Monday today, that this may end up being a bag of shit. But this could be true for all of the battle forces. So there you go. So we're kind of going to judge it. And also points go up and down all the time. So I don't worry too much, unless you're Lord Marshal Dreer, of course. But I don't worry too much about it. So I'm not going to worry too much from a points perspective. I'm more worried about like a contents perspective, right? Like, are we getting a bunch of filler, or are we getting some half decent stuff in this box? So let's have a look. We've got the Imperial Guard one here. And before we actually take a look at the picture, I want to say GW Spy confirmed. GW Spy confirmed. I am now convinced, more so than ever before, that someone at GW watches this channel. Someone or more people watch this channel. And I will tell you why. Artillery, arm, and infantry are the key pillars upon which the Astra Militarum is formed. That's my phrase. That's what I say. The pillars. The pillars of the Guard. Wrong, they forgot one pillar. Okay, yes. So I always say the 4 pillars. And GW has only done 3 pillars here. But of course, they've got to like, hey, bro, can I copy your answer? Sure, but just change it a bit so it doesn't look like you've copied me. Right? Right? So they could have used any phrasing for this. They could have said, are the backbone of the Astra Militarum. Right? They could have used any phrasing, but they used the pillars, the key pillars. And they mentioned the pillars that I always use. I always talk about you need your indirect fire. I always talk about how you need your armor. I always talk about how you need your infantry core. I always say these things. They could have done any other wording around this. GW Spy confirmed. I don't give a fuck what you think. The tinfoil hat, it's going on. There you are. I must now use... I must use my powers to influence them. Write better rules. Right rule. But anyway. Or someone use AI to write the article. Ooh. Maybe. Maybe. That could explain it. I'm always banging on about these pillars. I mentioned them in all the videos. Maybe, right? Who knows? We know they did it for the Horus Heresy artwork. They basically confirmed that, but that's beef that we'll cover another day. Anyway, so, joking aside, look, right, maybe GW did do that as a nod to this channel. I think that it's probably much more likely that I'm not the only person that's ever thought of the term like key pillars and stuff like that, right? But hey, it's nice to have a bit of fun with it, right? And this new Combined Arms Battle Force gives you all the stars from all three. Led by a Cadian Command Squad and a Commissar, this platoon consists of 10 Cadian Shock Troops, 2 Field Arms Batteries, a Basilisk, and a Rogel Dawn Battle Tank, along with 5 transfer sheets so you can add the final touches to your units. Okay, GW, right, we need to talk. Bro, you've got to stop saying the transfer sheets like they're a big deal. Like, no, seriously, it doesn't look like you're adding more to the box. This actually makes the box's contents look smaller. When you're like, oh yeah, and you're getting the transfers, it makes it seem like you're mentioning that because you've run out of other things to say about the box. Ironically, it's not making the box look bigger, it's making the box look smaller. You did this all the time with the Red Corsair shit. You've got to stop doing it with this stuff, okay? It's making it look worse. You might not think it, but it is. And honestly, all it makes me think is that you are putting so little in these boxes these days that you have to mention the transfer sheets. Before, you didn't mention them because it was just considered a given because they were freebies, right? Now you're making a big deal out of them. It's just bad perception. It's bad optics, right? And I know that this box is lacking, by the way, but it's about the optics, all right? Take a stupid hat off. Speaking of optics, I'm not wearing a stupid tinfoil hat anymore. Anyway, so what do we think about this box set? There we go. Firstly, I'm going to say the obvious point here. But I'm not going to start in negatives or positives. I'm just going to talk about it objectively, right? And some of it will be good, some of it will be bad. Firstly, I think this should have an extra squad of guardsmen in it. I think we all know that it would look a lot better if it was like a full platoon, a 20-man blob with a command squad and a commissar leading it. That feels proper. This feels like, oh, I have to buy this and then I have to buy another 10-man squad. It's not, do you know what I mean? It feels like you've, take those transfer sheets out, GW, and give me an extra squad, all right? do you know what I mean? Like, again, GW, when you do this kind of shit, it makes what otherwise should be quite a good box look less good because it feels like you've cheaped out. We know you could shove an extra squad of guardsmen in here and it wouldn't be a big deal. You're going to sell them all out anyway, right? So this definitely is missing a squad of guardsmen. Other than that, I think it's a good box. I know some of you are going to be upset with me for saying that. I know that many of you want me to have already formed the opinion that this is a bad box. I've seen some of the discourse online. No, I'm not being contrarian. I'm going to go through why I think it's a good box, but why I recognize other people think it's a bad box. I'm sorry. I know this is the internet. I know it's 2026. We're all meant to have very extreme opinions that we only fall down on one side or the other. And we never change that. But God damn it, we still got nuance on this channel, and I'm going to keep being nuanced. All right? I'm not very good at being a content creator. I tell the truth too often. Anyway, I think it's a good box. And I tell you why I think it's a good box. Because it's quite meaty and there's no, like, shit in here. It's missing a squad of guardsmen. But at the end of the day, is there, like, a bunch of filler in here? I don't see that. I see infantry. I like infantry. Would I like more infantry? Yes. But at the end of the day, you are getting... You know, if you bought an extra box of infantry for this, I know you shouldn't have to. GW's nickel and dimingers, I know that. But you're getting an infantry corps with this box. And all of the infantry works together. It's not like getting it's not like anyone would ever make a box where you had a command squad and a squad of Cataching and a squad of Rough Riders and none of those units can work together and the command squad can't even join anything. Right? I know it's not a particularly high bar to have, but ever since that Combat Patrol came out, you know? So, the infantry, the Commissar and the command squad can join the infantry squad. Great, okay? So, all of that works together. What about the infantry that we've got? Cadian Shock Troops. Perfectly fine choice. If anything, I think Cadians might be one of the go-to infantry choices for 11th edition, specifically, because sticky objectives can be quite useful, but mostly because having... big bricks of Cadians that are geared for doing maximum damage is awesome. So I like it. So I like the Cadians. I'm never going to be against command squads. I love command squads. They're one of my favorite things about the Guard. I think they actually separate us from a lot of other factions where, like, a lot of the factions have like a single character, like a captain. Now I know we've got like Castellans and stuff, but I like that the backbone of our officer corps is the good old command squad, right? So I like that. And then you've got the Commissar. Now, what I like about the Commissar is, I think he's going to be really useful in 11th because Battle Shock is going to screw us over with it denying our orders and everything and not being able to do strategies and stuff. So I do think that Commissars are going to be helpful. Yes, I don't think they protect our orders right now. That might change in the future. But still being able to have Commissars so that you don't lose your battle shock and maybe you can do orders later on because you could get out of a transport and all that kind of stuff, right? Or use stratagems like snap to it. I think the Commissar is a good 11th edition unit because we need ways of insulating our units from battle shock, right? Also, I like the fact that you could paint the Commissar up as a Cadian Castellan. I mean, I'm pretty certain the guy comes with a plasma. I'm pretty certain the Commissar model comes with a bolt pistol or plasma pistol, right? And a chainsword or a power sword, right? So there's nothing stopping you from giving him a power sword or a plasma pistol. Oh yeah, you can set him starting a power fist. Who gives a fuck? You're not winning any melee fights anyway, right? So you could easily build this, or a couple of bits box conversions. Give him a plasma pistol and a power fist, whatever, right? But the point is, you could easily just paint this guy up in green rather than black and make him a Cadian Castellan. At which point, this becomes a very interesting box set because if you buy this, plus you get another Cadian Command Squad box, not Command Squad, another Cadian Shock Troop box, you've just got a big Psion Plasma Storm blob, which is good. He does not go with Plasma. I had to make mine. Okay, so maybe you need to convert it. Maybe you just don't care. Like, no one really cares these days about WYSIWYG, right? But the point is, you could buy him. You could buy this and use him as a Commissar. You could buy this and use him as a Cadian Castellan. And I'll circle back round to this, but that gives this box repeatability, which to me is always a good thing. I'm always on the lookout for boxes that I can buy multiples of so I can get a compounding like force multiplier of discounts, right? Like the more I can utilize this box, the more discount I can get for my Warhammer army, rather than having to buy one of these and then buy a bunch of other units separate, right? So I like the infantry side of this. Going over to the tank side of it, it's a Rogel Dawn. it's obviously good. Whether you're a fan of the Dawn or not, whether you think the Dawn's going to be good in 11th edition or not, it's a big fuck off guard tank. But some people just don't like the Dawn because they're like, no, leave him Russians forever. I don't recognize it. It's not got any law and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know why I'm pulling a silly voice because I kind of fit into that camp myself. But talking objectively, I'd much rather a Rogal Dawn than a Hydra. Right? Much rather a Rogal Dawn than a Death Strike. I know I'm using some quite exaggerated examples, but you get my point. It's a Rogal Dawn. I will never really complain about GW sticking a Rogal Dawn into pretty much every guard FOMO box that they do. It's a big tank. It's a main battle tank. It's a take-all-comers unit. Even when it's pretty expensive points-wise, you've always got room in your army for a big slab of armor. And it's a bread and butter unit. And that's what I always judge these boxes on. Are they bread and butter units or are they niche filler they're trying to get rid of? Okay. So I like the Dawn and I don't really see anyone complaining too much about it. You know, we've had Dawns on a lot of guard box sets. We had one in the Armageddon box set. We had one in the Double Dawn Christmas box set a couple of years ago. We've got one in this one. No one ever complains about it. The more Dawns, the better. Yeah. So I know some people are a bit anti-Dawn. They're very much in a niche minority. For the vast majority of guard players, having a box set that just gives you a big tank, whether you're a veteran or whether you're a white shield pick getting into the guard for the first time, doesn't matter. Dawn is good. Then we get to the artillery. I think this is where some people have maybe been a bit disparaging. And I understand why. Because it does look like artillery in 11th edition is going to be a giant bag of shit. I get it. Right? The only hitting on sixes thing, yeah, that's not ideal. And having to use spotters whilst thematic, it still makes our artillery a lot less efficient. And you can't get rerolls on indirect fire and a lot of stuff like that. So I very much understand the ill feeling towards any of the guard indirect fire right now. I get it. And again, I'm right there on the barricades with you on that one. But I don't think the specific artillery that they've included in this box set is bad at all. In fact, I think it's quite good. I know, controversial, but bear with. Let's talk about the Basilisk. Okay. It's a venerable old girl. It's an old ass model. Like, look, you can just tell. Look at the wing skull up there. That is from a different era. Look at the way it's painted. Like, clearly this model has been in the GW studio for like 2 decades. They don't even paint the models in this paint scheme anymore. Like, the green is off. The tan is off. It's, the squiggly lines have been done by like hand rather than like an airbrush. I mean, it's an ancient ass model. Like, I get it. Like, the heavy bolter is like the weird old like chunky design. Like, I don't even know if I don't even think that Basilisk model is in production. I'm pretty certain that the current Basilisk model comes on the new Chimera hull, which has a different style of heavy bolter. Okay, I could be wrong, but I think that I feel like that Basilisk is so old, it's not even like it's a display one. It's not even the one you're gonna get. It's definitely because it's not going to come with the vehicle upgrade sprue bits, is it anymore? Think about this is the time when it came with like stowage and shit, and I don't think it comes with that anymore, does it? So this is an old ass model, right? I get it. So a lot of people have looked at it and gone, "What is this like? What is this, your grandfather's rifle kind of thing?" But The Basilisk is a good model. That it obviously points pending Wednesday. They did say a lot of artillery was going to come down in points. So we'll see if that ends up being true. The thing about the Basilisk is that it's a guard classic. I've been using them in every edition since 3rd edition without a break. There's never been a time when they've been utterly shite. Apart from 7th edition, but then everything in the guard was utterly shite. It was a bad edition. But putting that to one side, the Basilisks are one of those units which are sometimes they're amazing and it's their time in the sun, and sometimes they are merely good. But they're never trash and unviable beyond the pale. But the Basilisks are one of those models which they sort of come in and out of season. Even sometimes they're just not the best artillery option we have. They're never completely unusable. So I like it, and I like it because it's one of those artillery pieces that it will get you through the rough and the smooth. So it's all right. It's fine. It's a decent one. The second thing I like about the Basilisk, specifically through the context of 11th edition, is even if indirect fire does get diddled, the Basilisk can be used as an assault gun. Don't see a Basilisk, see a Stug. I didn't pick the Stug Life. The Stug Life picked me. And one thing that I learned in 10th edition is use your Basilisk in the direct fire role when the time comes. And you better believe the time will come in 11th when the Basilisk will need to do that. It doesn't have the heavy keyword. It just hits on ballistic skill 4+. So if you have this guy rocking, just running around, give it the take aim order, it's a cheap assault gun. So don't underestimate its direct fire ability. It's got a heavy bolter. It's got a hunter killer missile. It's got the Earthshaker cannon. It can slow people down. It's got a reliable number of shots. D6+3, strength 8. That AP -2 on that Basilisk gun is going to be better than ever. You're going to feel every pip of that AP. Custodes slogging across the board. Bang. -2 to your movement, bitch. -2 to your charge. Think about this. Charging is very reliable now. Anything you can do to fuck with it is a good thing. Bang. -2 to your charge, bitch. So the Basilisk is decent. Second, then we get to the Field Ordnance Battery, or the FOB for short. And I know when I call it the FOB, a lot of people who are in the actual military don't like it because that means something else. It's like Forward Operating Base. But I'm sorry. FOB is just an easy way for me to refer to it. So the FOB. It's never been the best artillery, right? How many times in 10th edition did we try and make this work as a community? From day one all the way through to the final day, we tried to make this thing work. And it was just, the bombast cannon, it was never just quite good enough. Either the AP -1 wasn't enough, or you'd have 2 with the bombast guns, you'd roll your 2d6 shots, you'd only get like 4 shots, and they don't miss. Like, regardless of like the sustained hits, there's something about this thing. Every guard player ever has tried to make this work, and every guard player has come away with a decided feeling of them being quite meh. Not like unusably bad, but just solidly meh. Aggressively meh. Firstly, I think that reputation from the bombast cannons may still continue. Although I think they may have got slightly better. With the AP -1 now mattering, that's quite a nice little boost for the bombast cannon. And also with the fact they get sustained hits, can be quite nice. They may not get reroll 1s to hit, but they can get sustained hits. So that's all right. So I think that Field Ordnance Battery has got slightly better relative to its position in 10th edition. But do you want the big brain maneuver? And this might This is where I may lose a lot of you, and that's fine. I'm not even completely convinced of this myself. Malleus rocket launcher meta incoming. I'll give you a second to all quiet down. Stop handing those pitchforks out. No, don't light those torches. Stop rioting. Bear with me. Firstly, heavy has now... these guns have got heavy. And you can now move 3 inches with heavy. So you could have your Malleus rocket launchers behind a bit of landslide blocking terrain in your deployment zone. Then when the enemy moves into the middle of the board, obviously exposing themselves, you could then, because of the way the ruins and stuff work now, you could then move 3 inches forward with your rocket launchers and see the enemy and shoot them. So you can now hide them and still get, and move them a little bit and not lose your heavy bonus. So that's good. Secondly, they have a very reliable shot output. Each Malleus rocket launcher does D6 plus 6 shots. Not just D6. D6 plus 6. It's a lot of shots. It's a minimum of 14 from a pair of these things. On average, you look at 18 to 20. And they're at strength 6, AP -1. Now, if you have either a stratagem or a hellhound, or maybe your opponent just simply doesn't get cover because they've not put everyone inside the cover or behind it, you could be with take aim and heavy, direct firing, maybe in something like Grizzled Company, I don't know, maybe with a Scout Sentinel, I don't know, but you could be hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s, sustained hits, strength 6, AP -1. Now I think there might only be damage 1, which could let them down a little bit. But I'm just saying, I think there's an option. I think there's some play there. Maybe it'll be a bag of shit, but what we can only hope is one of two things happens. GW goes, oh well, all artillery is dog shit. People only take the bombast gun. So GW Spy, don't listen to this bit, right? We could hope GW kind of fucks up and goes, well, people only take the bombast gun, so we'll judge it based on those points. So we'll give it a big discount. Sweet. Or GW finally updates the Malleus rocket launcher so it can fire indirectly, because it should have had that like 2 editions ago, right? One or the other. But the point is that the bombast gun itself, the bombast guns aren't bad. In fact, they've had a slight upgrade, and there might even be other things that are coming in here that might allow, like other options that might allow the FOB to do better than expected. So that covers, so long story short, the FOB is the weakest unit in here, but even then, is it a bad unit? No, it's not. It's not a bad unit. It's fine. It's not great, but it's fine, and hell, it might even have some potential. So if you go through the individual contents of this box, infantry section, good. Tank section, good. Basilisk, OG, FOB, fine. There's nothing horrifically bad here. It's all, in my mind, I see it as all killer, no filler. Is it slightly heavy on the artillery? Yes. Is artillery likely to be a bit shite in 11th? Very possibly. Should it have an extra box of infantry in there to make a full platoon? Obviously. I'm not taking any of those things away from it. In fact, I am actively marking it down because of that. Overall, I'm going to give this box, this is my score, I'm going to give it a 7. A 7 pending points. If this gets favorable points cuts, it will remain at a 7. If the guard gets shafted by the points changes, then this will go down to a 6.5 or 6 at the very lowest. It will not go into a negative score like a 5 or below, because fundamentally all the units in here are pretty bread and butter. It's slightly skewed and it's slightly missing something, and it's at risk of 11th diddling, the artillery side of it. But the artillery, I think, is flexible enough here that you could still make it work, even if the indirect fire stuff got shafted. Like I said, I think you got the Malleus rockets. I think you got the Basilisk assault gun to still be able to adapt with it. Yeah. Now, one other thing that I like to talk about, I said I'd circle back around to this, is repurchasability. Is that even a word? In the Guard, it's often not worth buying one of anything. It's often worth buying multiples. And so I often judge a box set on how many of them, like the ultimate thing, how many of them can you buy? Can you only buy one of them, or can you buy multiple? I know some of you were going, Mordian, this is going to be an expensive box set. Who's buying multiple? I guarantee you, there'll be people that'll buy 2 or 3 of these things, okay? And they won't necessarily, if they've got the cheddar, they won't necessarily be wrong to do so. The reason why, being able to buy multiple matters is because it allows a discount to go further. If you could only sort of meaningfully buy one of these, and then, like I said earlier, you have to go and buy a bunch of things separately, you end up not saving that much money. If you can leverage this box more than once, then it's a good thing. It means it's saving you more money on the macro scale, right? I think, so technically, this box set has perfect repurchasability. You could buy 3 of these. That's perfect. Bad is 1. Good is 2. Perfect is 3. Technically, you could buy... Well, I suppose... I'll tell you what. Bad is you can only buy 1 of them. Okay is you can buy 2 of them. Good is you can buy 3. Perfect is you can just buy as many. You can keep buying them. Like the old start collecting sets. They were perfect because you could build an entire army of just buying one box set over and over and over again. Right? Now, I give this a good. I give it a 3 out of 4 because you can absolutely buy 3 of them. But after that, you get diminishing returns. Or after that, you can't have more than 3 basilisks in your army. You can't have more than... Well, you can't have more than 3 basilisks in your army. You could buy multiple field ordnance batteries and then just have different variants of it. So you can be like, oh, I'll build... I won't... you know what? I won't magnetize. I will just keep making... I'll make 3 of each variant and end up with 9 of these things. But I don't think anyone does that, right? You can happily buy 3 of these things if you've got the money, and you won't have any models which... Before you start bumping into you're wasting your money because you can't run more than 3 basilisks, right? However, realistically, I think this is maybe... I feel like this is maybe a double doozy. I think 1 is good. 2 is where a lot of people will fall. It has the potential for 3. The reason why I don't think you really go above 2, even if you want to, even though you could, and the reason why I don't think you do go above 2 is because you then start ending up with 3 field ordnance batteries and 3 basilisks. It is starting to skew very heavily in a particular direction at that point. It is. But if you think, especially for 11th edition, it depends on how, I suppose my thinking is, it depends on how long term you're thinking. If you're thinking, I will be in the Guard for life, then maybe 3 of these would be a good idea. Because sure, you're probably not going to want 3 fobs and 3 basilisks for 11th edition. But if you're thinking on the macro scale, you're not thinking about building a single army with this. You're thinking about building up an armory the size of racks. You're thinking of building up this fucking situation, right? Where you've got too much of everything because you think, well, if I have 3 basilisks, that means I've got all the ones I need. And if I have 3 field ordnance batteries, I've got the ones I need. I'm probably never going to use all, 6 of those units in one game. But some games I want more basilisks, some games I want more fobs, right? If you're thinking on that sort of macro level, then yeah, you could absolutely buy 3 of these and that would work. But for most people, I think, who are buying these to use them in a game, I think 1 to 2 is probably where you end up. Because then you're not. I think that's where you end up. It's got good repeatability, but not. It's got very good repeatability if you're thinking on the macro scale. If you're just thinking for the one list you're building, 1 or 2 will do. Yeah. Yeah, when you think I want to play Apocalypse Guard, yeah, worth it. Exactly, right? Exactly. So overall, I think this is decent. I think it's got some problems. And I do think that at the end of the day, it's going to be a Warhammer box. So it's going to be FOMO. And if I may go off on a little rant here, just for a second, I think it's another example of GW shooting themselves in the foot with FOMO. Can you imagine, guys, if none of the Guard FOMO boxes that they'd ever put out were FOMO? Just think about that. Imagine if you could still buy the old Guard Combat Patrol, the old Guard Christmas box set with Double Dawns, the Krieg Artillery Platoon, the Krieg Combat Patrol, and this box set. And the old Start Collecting box set as well. If all of those boxes existed, I would say to every new Guard player, just work your way through these boxes. Buy that one, then that one, then that one. Because think about it, if you bought one of each of those, or maybe you bought like a few extra of the Start Collecting sets, right? You'd have the Double Dawn box set would give you 2 Rogal Dawns and 25 Guardsmen. Oh, and imagine the Apocalypse box set still existed, right? 2 Rogal Dawns and a platoon of Guardsmen. And then you've had the Guard Combat Patrol, which contained a platoon of Guardsmen, a Sentinel, and a Fob. Okay, buy one of those. Then you go, okay, buy the Apocalypse box set. You've got another Rogal Dawn, and you've got the Centaur, and you've got the Hippogriffs, and you've got a squad of Guardsmen to go in that Centaur. Great. Go to the Krieg Artillery Platoon. Okay, now you've got a platoon of Kriegers, and you've got some different artillery to buy. I literally, if you just, and then you get to this box set, and you're like, okay, yep, another Rogal Dawn. I don't mind having 4 Dawns, because I can build them as Dawn Commanders, right? And then you go over to Start Collecting set, and you go, okay, well, Start Collecting comes with a squad of Guardsmen and a Lehman Russ. If I buy 3 of those, I get 3 Lehman Russes. I get a heavy weapon squad out of that as well, technically. And those 10 Guardsmen that I'm getting as part of the Start Collecting set, they can help flesh out some of these other 10-man squads that I've been getting. Do you see what I mean? If all of these boxes that GW had released existed inside the same ecosystem, they would have, every single Guard player would be able to follow this set path of, like, the Guard community would tell you, you buy this, then you buy this, then you buy this. This is how you get your very solid Guard army that you just build up one box at a time. And from GW's perspective, I don't know, but I feel like GW would love to be able to influence their customers into predictable consumer patterns. Like, they would love it if they knew, hey, we've set this pipeline up and we know now that we're going to be producing this many. We're going to need this many of this unit. Because for their production in the back end, they're like, well, we know we sell more of these now because this is the pipeline that's kind of been established. Awesome, right? And they can, I'm sure they'd be able to do all sorts of big brain, like, business things where they could save money because they knew that the majority of their customers follow these trends and these pathways, right? I'm sure they could do, but there you are. Anyways, the point is, this is a good box set. It's just it's shame it's FOMO, and it's shame it's one of many FOMO boxes, because if none of those boxes had been FOMO, we'd be looking at a really healthy Guard almost recruitment pipeline on helping the Guard, new Guard players know what to buy. But there you are. So this one's good. Shall we take a very quick look? Because I don't really know the other factions all that well, but shall we take a quick look at some of these other ones as well? So we've got the Tyranid one, which has a Lictor, 3 Von Ryan Leapers, 10 Ormagants, 10 Termagants, 3 Tyranid Warriors led by Hive Tyrant, who can alternatively be led as the Swarm Lord or Hive Tyrant with wings to spearhead your swarm. Is that this one? So I don't particularly rate this one. And I'll tell you why. Well, okay. It's fine. But, one, the Hive Tyrant hasn't got anyone he can lead. I think it would have been better if these were Tyrant Guard. 2, I don't think it's got particularly good repeatability in terms of purchasing. That may change if the 11th edition points come out, of course, but I don't see a lot of people wanting multiple Hive Tyrants. Hey, who knows? Maybe 11th edition points will drop and we'll be looking at people spamming winged Hive Tyrants again. And I'll be like, oh my God, are we back in 7th edition? Or 6th edition even? Maybe. It's got, I suppose, quite good repeatability of purchase on the Warriors, on the Von Ryans, and on the Hormagaunts, the Termagants. But I feel like the Hive Tyrant and the Lictor kind of let down. You know, maybe you want 2 Hive Tyrants. Maybe. Maybe you want 2 Lictors. Maybe. But I feel like these are both one and dones. And the rest of it's got good repeatability, but these are kind of one and done. So maybe you get 2 of them. Right, maybe. But not having something for the Hive Tyrant to lead, not having... although some people might go, but the Winged Hive Tyrant's better, so why would you want the Tyrant Guard? Because the Tyrant Guard can be built as Hive Guard as well, so it's quite a flexible kit, so you'd be all right in that manner. But yeah, anyway, I think it's fine, but I give this like a 6 out of 10. Then we've got the Chaos one. Is it 20 cultists? Huh. I mean, it's a fair chunk of models, right? 20 cultists, 2 obliterators, Disco Lord. Is that 10 legionaries? And a venom crawler? I mean, it's all right. I think it's all right, I guess. I suppose I could see people buying. I could see a lot of people buying one of these and being very happy with it. It's you know what, it's quite a good starting box. Yeah, I do. You know what, I do think it's quite a good starting box. You get a couple of cultist squads, good action monkey shit munchers. You get a 10-man legionary squad, which you can obviously turn into like 2 5-man squads and use that for some MSU goodness. And I heard that like you can make legionaries quite good in combat. With like Pat Bound Zealots and stuff. I don't know if that's still the route they're going to go down, but you can make them surprisingly good in melee. The Disco Lord is fine. He comes in and he's a bit like the Basilisk. He comes in and out of season. Sometimes he's pretty good. Sometimes people hate him. Venom Crawler, cheap bit of armor. Not great, not terrible. Obliterators. I mean, they're pretty seasonal as well, but never horrifically bad. So yeah, like you could buy this and be like, okay, I've got all of my infantry and some light armor sorted. Now I can start adding in the specialists. Maybe, I don't know if anyone takes them, but some Terminators. Or maybe you end up with like some Chosen or something like that. So yeah, I think you could use this as a starter for 10. So there you go. Necrons. I heard people say this was dog shit. I don't know if it is. The Catacomb Command Badge, I haven't seen anyone run one in a long time. But hey, points depending, maybe they'll be a bit better. The Doomsday Arc, not Doomsday Arc, the Doomsday... the War of the Worlds tripod motherfucker, right? He's fine. I always see people taking one or two of these things. Typically, in like Canoptic Courts, they can cuckold people with the stratagem, but yeah. I guess it's one. Look, again, I think this is probably more of a. I feel like it's maybe more of a themed box. So you've got a lord riding around on his pimp throne. You've got 2 bricks of warriors marching up the board, not able to hit anything, according to the latest animations they've done for Dawn of War. You've got some flayed ones going around being all creepy-fied and shit. You've got what look like the old wraiths, but they're like Ophidian destroyers or something. But I think you can build those as Scorpex as well, so yeah, you're fine. So yeah, I think it's probably not a particularly meta box. It's not a. Is there anything in this box which is like meta for 10th? No. No one really takes warriors. You might at most see one of these and one of these for doing infiltratey bollocks. These for maybe doing reanimations boosting, maybe for like a cheap Doomsday Arc wannabe. You never see anyone take this motherfucker. You never see anyone take these motherfuckers. So it could be that the reason why people are kind of shitting on this one is because through the lens of 10th, nothing here is particularly good. But if you look at this as I'm a brand new Necron player, I want to get a foundation. I'm not, I just want to get like my bread and butter sorted out. I guess with the warriors, you've kind of got that. But even then, you've got a bunch of wanky shit you might not want. Yeah, I'm going to give this one a 5. I'm going to give this one a 5, but with the caveat of it's a 5 based on 10th edition meta. But if 11th edition points drop on Wednesday and all of this shit gets better and gets above, I reserve the right to put it up to like a 6 or a 7. Okay? Like, it's a 5 through the lens, maybe even lower through the lens of 10th. But through the lens of 11th, its score could change very, very significantly. You can say that about all of them, to be fair. But, you know what? Does it have good repeatability? No. Well, no, this is like, not with this one, I don't think. No, because you can get the 2 kinds of barges, can't you? You could probably get like, I mean, you could buy 3 of them. The funny thing is, you could buy 3 of them. Get a Silver Tide going. Mixture of the barges, the command barge and the killie barge. Loads of Scorpec destroyers. Plenty of infiltrated bullshit flayed ones. And some big doomy boys. And yeah. And this thing. I think 2. I agree with Zadron. I think, like the Nids again, I give it a 2. So, in order of good to bad, I'm going to give this first place. I'm going to give this second place. I'm going to give this third place. I'm going to give this fourth place. I'm going to give this, based on recording now, and obviously we'll see if it changes in the future, I'm going to give this a 5 out of 10. I'm going to give this... Nah, I'm going to give this a 4 out of 10. I'm going to give this this one a 5 out of 10. Am I being a bit harsh? No, I'm going to be mean. 4 out of 10. 5 out of 10. 7 out of 10. 7.5 out of 10. There you go. That's what I'm going to give it. Okay? That's what I think of all these box sets. And I think that's everything in the article. Each of the Battle Force boxes expo start. Each of the Battle Force boxes is an extra starting point for a new army and saves you money compared to buying all the content separately. They'll be available for pre-order soon. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think. Do you think these box sets are good? Which ones would you buy? Which ones do you think have got good repeatability? And what would you change about them, if anything, to try and make them better? You can't just say make them cheaper, and you can't just give them a bunch of extra units. Like, if you could swap one thing out for another, what would you do? For me on that guard one, I'd be tempted to swap out either the Basilisk or the Fob, one or the other, for an extra box of Guardsmen, just to make it feel like a proper platoon. For the Tyrannid one, I'd probably swap out the Warriors for the Tyrant Guard / Hive Guard box set. No, I'd probably swap the Lictor out for that, because then you could have lots of Warriors and stuff. Or I'd swap out the Hive Tyrant for a Tyrannid Prime. And then I'd put something else in to make the points up. Like maybe like an extra box of Warriors. Maybe. Chaos Warband. I probably wouldn't swap much out for that, to be fair. But I don't know Chaos all that well. So I will defer to the chat there. And Necron Host, I'll go with whatever chat says and get rid of the badge. Yeah. There you go. There you go. That's my sort of final thoughts on it. Nick the Sandman says, make them not FOMO. Yes, that as well. Stop FOMOing this shit. That's, yeah, absolutely. All right. Okay, let's catch up on the last few super chats and then let's wrap the stream up. So we have got Hardcover Pilot. Thank you for super chat, man. Some freshly finished models in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Ooh. My first cavalry squad is complete just in time for 11th edition. Nice. They look amazing. Excellent work, sir. Excellent work indeedy. Cool. Yeah, you're doing a beautiful job on those, man. Thing is, I do think GW makes some absolutely gorgeous models. I just don't like building them. They're such a fucking pain in the rectum to build. And you need to build loads of them. Like, if they were a pain to build, but you only needed to build, like, one squad, I'd allow it. I'd be like, fine, whatever. I only have to subject myself to, like, 5 Rough Riders. But the fact that I have to build, like, fucking, like, 20 of them. But no, man, they're cool. I like them. I do like them. I think they're good. All right. What have we, that's a beautiful paint job. What have we got next? Last Draken, thank you for super chat. Man, I'm frothing for Wednesday. Murator and Field Manual update and 11th begins. I swear I'm like a fat kid at a birthday. I gave my gifts played games. Give me the damn cake. I agree. Very excited for. Okay, I'm excited yet apprehensive. I feel like there's been a lot of. I feel like GW does a lot of points changes based on online chatter, and I think there's been a lot of. I think there's been a lot of talk about how shooting is going to be really good, and I think there's been a lot of talk about the kind of firepower that makes shooting that you need, and I think that Guard has a lot of this tool, has a lot of that. And I'm just really worried that GW will, they'll basically armchair nerf things. I'm very concerned about what they're going to do to Hellhounds. If Hellhounds get step costed and points nerfed into oblivion, I think Guard is very possibly goes from being considered a top tier faction to a bottom tier faction. Like, yeah. So I'm very, I'm very concerned over what could happen, but I'm not going to crash out about it until I've got got it. And hey, once we've got the points, like you said, at least we can start playing the game. And hey, if they've said they're going to update things monthly, if things are fucked, hopefully they'll boost things and lower things and all that kind of, boost things, nerf things appropriately. Commander HHL, thank you for super chat. But what is the Rogal Dawn even named after? Liam Ruster, that's a name you can trust. That's true. I heard that they don't even make them properly, and they don't even put the bottom in, and basically it's like a Flintstones tank. But the commissars don't like you talking about that. There you are. Sir Nuvi, thank you for the super chat. Spot the difference of Chaos Battle Force and stream discussion. Have they reused it? Oh, well, the Rhino, right? Wait, is it the same Battle Force, but they took a Rhino out of it? Oh, and the cultists. Oh, no, it's pretty different, man. Nah. They got the Legionaries. So you've got Havocs and a Rhino in this one. And in this one, you've got 20 cultists. I guess it depends on what you value more. On the one hand, a lot of people would say the Rhino is a bit of an old model. GW getting paid new money for old rope. And on the other hand, you could say the cultists are cheaper models. So GW is charging the same amount, but giving you like less stuff. So I could see people arguing that. But if you think from like a tactics point of view, this box doesn't really have any shit munchers in it. And this box does. Yeah. Yeah. Both I see what you mean though. This box, I think both are good. I mean, I think both are good. I think it's a shame that they've repeated like these two models. They're clearly not shifting them. Yeah, there's probably only so many lore discordants you need, right? Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see. Hey, man. GW offering you less every new box that comes out. Must be a day ending in Y, bro. I can see why people would get annoyed by it. But it's a good point, Sir Newbie. I appreciate you pointing it out. Yeah. It's definitely probably money-wise, you're getting less. Cultists probably aren't an expensive box, right? What's the difference? Let me close some tabs here. Quarters are 30. They're charging £32.50 for those cultists. They're monopose single piece models. £36 for a Rhino. What's the other one? Havocs. Okay, yeah. So GW is it's £7.75 cheaper for the cultists over the Havocs, and it's about £3.75 cheaper for over the Rhino. So GW is charging more. It's charging the same amount for less value. Yeah. 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 Didn't they used to be $5 or $10? Yep. And there were better sculpts as well, but auto guns and shit. Yeah. So it continues. So it, you know what? I might talk about that tomorrow, using it as quite a good example of GW constantly giving less value in the boxes. But yeah, yeah. Let's see if I can. This is what annoys me about it, right? So it annoys me because for two reasons. One, Games Workshop clearly preying on ignorance. See, I thought that Chaos box looked okay, but I'm a noob to the faction. So I don't know that the old box was better. And this is what I talk, this is what I keep going on about. GW preys upon ignorance. If you're a new player, and this is why people say, oh, how did anyone not know Imperial Agents was a scam? Because if you're new, you don't know. I'm essentially a newbie to, I'm not completely new, I know what GW was up to, but when it comes to like looking at certain things, certain factions, I'm a newbie. I'm as ignorant as someone walking into a GW for the first time in many ways. So you look at that and you think that's a good box set, and then you realize actually it's not. But if you don't know, you get scammed. So it annoys me because now, you know, I feel like a chump. I'm like, wait, they fucking, wait, they used to do better boxes. Why is this one worse? You know, why is the product always getting worse? Why isn't it always getting better? And then the other thing that annoys me about it is, like I've said before, you just can't get excited for a GW product anymore. You're always waiting for the other foot to drop. Yeah. You're always waiting for the foot to drop. And there it is. They same price, less value. That's the other foot right there. I read on Reddit, you're the scam MG. Sure. Sure, whatever. I'm so far beyond. I'm so far beyond giving a fuck about Reddit anymore. I just don't use it anymore. Like, I just leave them to it. Reddit's not a real place. Leave them to it, that's what I say. David D. Davidson, thank you for the 20 gifted membership, baby. Yes, thank you for the extra platoon. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! David, thank you so much for the incredible support, man. Thank you for your generosity. 007, you magnificent, beautiful bastard. And thank you for helping end the stream on a particular high note. Amazing, man. And then we've got Sanubi. Thank you for the super chat. Rate this Battle Force box set in stream discussion. You know, I made such a conscious effort to not mention K-47 and bot action in the review of the Battle Forces, because I know that I like K47 a lot. And I know that other people like K47 a lot. But and bot action stuff. But I also don't want to completely piss people off where they join for a review of the Battle Force and then they just get like, you know, they just get someone wittering on about how it's not a good deal versus another game system, right? But you want my honest opinion. You want my honest opinion? I think GW is just too expensive now. I just think they're too expensive. Yeah. I think something can be a good deal, relatively speaking, inside the GW bubble. But stepping just into the real world, just stepping into the wider ecosystem, and you just realize like just how little you're getting for your money these days. It's just ridiculous, man. You're just getting so little. You're getting absolute zero value from your boxes. You're getting absolutely zero bang for your buck. You just constantly just getting they're just constantly scamming people. Yeah. Yeah. I just think they have to have priced themselves out. I just don't get it, yeah. Yeah. If I had someone to play hard down southeast, I'm so tempted to start a K47 army. The Rift is tempting for less than 60 quid, cheaper than Juba's Battle Force boxes. Yeah, I mean, how much are those Battle Forces going to be? Last time I checked, they were 160. What are they going to be now, guys? Does anyone know? 180? What were they last time? Throughout those Battle Force boxes, I was just thinking it's cheaper to get that K47 army. It's so cheaper. I mean, it is. $300, $250. Okay, what was it in you know, the King's currency? I'm guessing 180, right? But I don't know. Yeah. 185? Armageddon box was 160. Okay, so it'll be 160. Yeah. I figured it would be 160. Yeah. It's just a... Yeah. Yeah. It's just... It's a lot of money for not a huge amount of models. Yeah. Look, I get that Jira is the big target to shoot at, but your damn K47 bot action are just 10 years behind Jira is. If K47 and the like has some marks and business type will start the trend. No, you're right, man. You're right, Levon. It's one of the things I worry about. My number one worry for Warlord games / bot action / K47 is that right now it's a very right now I think we're in the golden age. You know, it's the small team of very, you know, pretty close comrades, you know, and they work hard and they're passionate about it. And they're at that moment where like their creative juices are flowing the most and all that kind of stuff. You know, and I do worry, like, you know, 10 years down the line, if Warlord Games gets ridiculously successful off it, Conflict 47, you know, continues to grow and expand and explode and all that kind of good stuff. And, you know, Warlord ends up hiring an HR department. I don't know if they already have one, and hiring a marketing the person and start, you know, gets infected with the yellow energy, man. I hope they don't. But the thing is, I'm not going to. So I know, Levon, I actually like fully. I fully agree with you, man. That's my concern. But it's one of those where I don't worry about what I can't control. Yeah, we're worrying about stuff that won't happen until 10 years down the line. Even. Yeah, exactly. Right. We're worrying about stuff that may happen. And if it does happen, it may be years down the line, right? So, I guess there's no point in worrying about it now. Yeah. Piss energy. Keep piss energy away from K47. Exactly. But I do recognize it as it could be a potential threat. A potential pitfall. Yeah. I just think where's that K47 force we brewed up? Paint that after party, less than 160 quid. So it was a Rattenkrieg starter army for bolt action from Wayland Games for 20% off. It was a Toten Rotter platoon, I think, from the same place. And then you got it was a Puma X? No, not a Puma. A Panzer IV X turret. I feel like there was something else. And a Vogel spinner, I think. Wasn't it? Yeah. Do you know you could get a 1500 point army with one box? I don't know. So, Newbie, I don't know if like I know you've thought of buying the army that way. I don't know if I've ever mentioned. I don't know if the Rift can whisper in your ear even further, my friend. But there is two other ways. I think you could get into the Axis with a single box set that's even cheaper than that. Right, here you go. So you've got the Axis Defenders of Stuttgart bundle, which I'm pretty certain it's 152 quid, and I'm pretty certain that is a 1500 point army. 3 of the Style Troopermen become the command squad, and then you take 2 6-man squads with MMGs and light anti-tank guns, and this has MMGs and light anti-tank guns. 3 Vogel spinners with machine gewehr, Panzer, Panther with railgun, and then the shock troops. That's 152 quid. Nearly all plastic, just 1 resin turret there, and 10 monopose plastic minis there. And then you've got the Toten Rot starter army, which I think is 1500 points. It might be you need von Zogling to get it up there, but it's still only £125. Or if you want the law book as well, you can get that for 145, but you don't need the book. With von Zogling, it definitely is 1500. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go, man. You've got like £125 option, £152 option, £145 option, and you get the fucking book with it. Yeah. You got loads of options, man. You got options for days, bro. Options for days. Oh no. Oh god, what have I done? So Nibby, I even said to my friend last night, GW has priced me out. Either get stuff from third-party stores or 3D print stuff. Dude, exactly, man. When was the last time? I mean, the GW continues to... people still buy from GW directly if it's the only option they have, which for some people it is. And for some people who don't know any better. Again, if you just don't know, yeah. So, Nibby, I'll be honest, I prefer what we came up with. Feels like my vibe, but thank you for trying to tempt me even more, even if it's hard to find places down here for K47. That's fine, man. I don't live in the Southeast. If I lived in the Southeast, I'd come and chat to you and play some games with you, man. But I live probably like 4, 5, 6 hours away, so yeah. Bit long for a regular game. Dominus Plexus, you spoke about yellow energy a while ago. After you said it, I saw a lot of it in my own hobby shop and came to realize that's where most of my problems are coming from. Once you realize. That's why the yellow energy thing, when I spoke about it, instantly became like a channel meme, a channel thing. And now people talk about it all the time because everybody can see it. Everybody's it's one of those things where like everybody I know has suffered at the hands of the yellow energy in one form or another. Everybody. And that's why people, but sometimes you can't really put your finger on it. You can't really explain it. But when someone sort of, when you finally understand it, you see it for what it is, and you see it everywhere, and you're like, ah, yeah. There you go. Yeah, so Newbie, I quit my job due to a energy minded and him being a dickhead. There you go. Karnabashi, our store in Phoenix will be starting a K47 league soon. It's a 45-minute away from me, but like hell, I won't give it a try. Seems like hella fun. It is fun, man. You will enjoy it. Get involved in the league, meet friends, get playing games. There you go. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Yeah, Junior box, that sucks. We should look at the K47 boxes. I mean, I tell you what I'm looking forward to on the K47 box front. And it's like 6 months away, so it's a little while away. Well, it's 3 months before they probably get unveiled. 6 months before we can get our hands on them. I'm looking forward to what the new starter armies are going to be. So all of the Conflict 47 starter armies right now, I don't know if they'll I think they'll replace them. I think they'll probably replace them. And I know some people are like, but no, FOMO. I think it's a little different in this case. I think there's no point in them selling 2 starter armies side by side if one comes with like 15 Ghost Warriors and one comes with 5. Right? So, yeah, I hope they do... yeah, I hope what they do is they remake them, but almost identically, but improved. And I kind of hope they get them to where they're either. I think it would be perfectly reasonable for them to get to like 1250 points, like minimum, for each one, because that's where bolt action is, right? And having you pay the same amount in K47 bolt action and getting the same thing is fair. Because you could play K47 at 1250. It's our choice to play it at 1500, right? Yeah. That's the one that the community kind of settled on. Yeah, Warlord was like, yeah, we kind of played it at 1250, 1500. The community was like, 1500! I still think 1500 is a little low. Yeah, some people do, right? Yeah. But yeah, no, I think if they... How would I improve them all? Right. How would I improve them all? Where's the starter army for the Axis? Okay. So for the Axis, I think the issue is that the Nactal Ben aren't in plastic, and the main vehicle it's got the big resin legs. I think realistically, if I was to improve, it, I mean, you're kind of thinking like Totem Core, but you've kind of already got the Totem Rotter starter army, haven't you? The Axis one is the trickiest one, because I was going to say, we'll just drop the Nactal Ben and put Plastic Style Trooping in, but then you're only ending up with basically the same amount of models. Yeah. If it was me, I'd just put the full box of Style Trooping in here. I'd maybe figure out something with the the tank to have less resin bits in it. So you could make it like a normal Panzer X rather than the leg one. And then that means you've got more you don't have as much resin in there, and then you're getting more. It's the same points cost, but then you're just getting more style trooping for it. I think that would be probably what I would do. The American one, I probably wouldn't change anything about the American one. The United States Starter Army is one of the best ones right now. Where is it? Yeah, I mean the United States one. It's probably like it's over 1,000 points worth of stuff, and I mean double linebacker's a lot. Double linebacker is a lot, but I'm kind of okay with it. It's pretty much all. I don't really see much way of improving that. Too many linebackers? Yeah, maybe. Maybe if another mech comes out. How I would change it. Okay. I wouldn't replace this one. Okay? I wouldn't replace it. What I do think the Axis one needs a big rework. I just don't think there's enough in it. It's very, it's light, man. It's like what? 9 infantry models and 2 vehicles. It's light. So the Axis one needs a do-over, I think, in some capacity. The Axis one. The American one, I would oh, I've got an itchy nose. What I would probably do is keep this one, but release an extra one. So what I would consider doing is if we get the power armor guys in plastic, I'd build a box set around that. So maybe you have something like 12, or I could see something like 12 of the power armor guys, and then maybe 18 of the power armor guys, and then like a Tesla Sherman and something else. So you basically, so what that means is you could be like, you could buy one of each American starter army, right? So it's like, and it's like, oh look, you buy this box and you buy this box. It's pretty much all, it's 95% plastic, and it guarantees you more than 1,500 points of. You get like 2,000 points worth of Americans with it. Yeah. So this one I think is fine to stay as is. If I was to change anything, I would take the Tesla Stewart out and put a different light mech in. Maybe like I'd put like a Jackal in there. So I'd have a Jackal, 2 linebackers, 12 Fireflies, and the officer. And then in this hypothetical new one that I would make, I'd put the Tesla Stewart in there. And then I'd have like 12 to 18 of the power armored guys. And if I had 18 of them in, I'd have like a Tesla Stewart, a Tesla Sherman, and 18 power armor guys. If there was only 12 of the, 18 and a power armored officer. If there was only 12 of them, then I would go 12 of the power armor guys, 1 Tesla Stewart, 1 Tesla Sherman, and maybe like some kind of mech. I don't know if they, I don't know what it would be, but something like, so you've got, and then I'd maybe rename this to Conflict 47 United States Firefly Starter Army. And then I'd have the other one being like Conflict 47 United States Real Steel Powered Army, American Steel Starter Army, I would say. So yeah, I'm not talking specifically the units, but I'd theme them in that way. So then you'd have like 2 themed ones for the Americans, and then that's where you could, with the Axis, what I would do with the Axis one then is we've got the Totenrotter starter army, which is all about like the undead and shit. And then what I would do is I would make the Axis starter army be the other side of that. So I wouldn't have like the mutants in there. I would have I mean, basically, kind of like the Defenders of Stuttgart, right? I'd kind of have that, honestly. Yeah. Even if you, I mean, I don't know what the money would look like on this, but if you dropped like a Vogel spinner and then swapped the, so how I would do it to try and have it, because I'm trying to get it as plastic as possible, right? So I'd have the Stahl Troop in here. I'd swap the shock troops out, even though they're very cool. I'd swap them out for like 24 basic German infantry of some kind, and then maybe drop a Vogel spinner or two, depending on how it worked out on Warlord's End to make all the numbers line up, and then I'd make it, you know, I'd chop 42 quid off it. I think if you drop 2 Vogel spinners, but then got more but plastic but basic infantry, I think losing 42 quid off that is that makes sense. Yeah, you're losing 2 Vogel spinners, but it's going down to £110, right? So that's the way I would do it. So you've got Stahls and normal guys and a Vogel spinner and a Rail Panther. I think that's a good way of doing it. Yeah. What about the British Commonwealth? So for the Brits, I think it's pretty straightforward, honestly. For 110 quid, I think you've got to have the automated platoon in there. I mean, how many bots is too many? I'd put three sprues of Mark 1s in there. I'm trying to be sort of reasonable. I put 3 sprues of Mark 1s in there. 2 sprues of Mark 2s in there. And the automated controller. So basically this and an extra sprue of these guys, an extra sprue of these guys. And trying to keep it as plastic as possible. It depends on if any of this shit's going to come to plastic at any point soon, right? That's the thing. We just don't know, do we? Based on purely what's plastic right now, I'll tell you what I'd do. $20 Mark 1s, 6 Mark 2s, automated controller, either 2 Humbers or a Humber and a Tesla Cromwell. That's pretty much all. That's nearly all plastic apart from a couple of resin sprues. Even if it was 15 Mark 1s, that wouldn't be so bad, right? The idea is that you can get 3 to 4 squads of the Mark 1 infantry, plenty of Mark 2s, and a couple of bits of light armor to zip around the battlefield. Yeah. Morgan, how good is that Brit start box if those robots were plastic? Oh, I mean, if you just literally swapped. I mean, the simple answer is yeah, just swap those out for plastic. I mean, if you just wanted to improve this, 10 of those in plastic. I would say 4 of those, but like that's if they had 10 of those in plastic and 2 of those in plastic, because that's like 2 sprues of them, 1 sprue of them, and then didn't change it, that would probably be fine. Yeah. I think Empire Japan's the easiest one. Literally, when these guys come to plastic, swap them out. When these guys come to plastic, swap them out. Right? Like literally just straight swap. If Warlord doesn't want to be, if those numbers don't line up on Warlord's end, because that would go from like a £25 box to like a £37 box. 10 of those, 10 of those. Just literally just double. If you just doubled the amount of infantry in the box set, because right now it's worth what 800 points. If you did that, you get to over 1,000. Yeah. And then for the Soviets, obviously they don't have a starter set, but for the Soviets, I'd do something similar. I don't think they've even got the starter box available anymore. The Soviet starter box wasn't it like 3 Ursus with Mauls? I can't remember what it was, man. I wonder if I can find a picture of it. It was, before it went kaput, that. It was such a good starter set. Such a shame they fucked it, man. Warlord will, that they should never forget that, because it was such a missed opportunity. That box set would have, if they could have delivered that box set would have, K-47 would be even bigger than it is now. Even, like, yeah, even bigger. If they managed to deliver that box set and it was permanently available like the ones we've got right now, oh mama. Oh mama. Yeah. So what would I do with this? So I actually wouldn't double the amount of Ursus, because I'm going to be honest with you, that would be a horrifically powerful starter army. Like, I would keep maybe, I'd keep the 6 Ursus and maybe load up on these motherfuckers. Yeah. Yeah, maybe something like that. Plastic Molot. Fine. 6 Ursus. Fine. We're not giving beginners more than 6 Ursus. They're going to make their friends cry. And then lots of Moraz Ghoul. Yes, that makes sense to me. Yeah. There you go. When the Soviets start... Yeah, so I'm curious to see what they'll do, but I think when everything comes to plastic, we've seen how generous Warlord has been with their plastic, with like the auto... I mean, guys, I think I'm underestimating things here. Massively underestimating things. Looking at those 40k boxes has kind of diddled me, right? I mean, this is £55. It is a frankly ridiculously good deal. Like, you buy 2 of those, you technically have a full Japanese army. Right? Like, it's... Buying 15 of them is 37 quid. Getting 25 of them and the hero is £55. That is a ridiculously good deal. Yeah. And then you've got the similar thing here with the British Commonwealth, you know. That's like, you know, on average 400 points for the bots, plus another 150, roughly 100. So, you know, you're looking at like, if you bought 2 of these boxes, you'd have a maxed out Brit army as well. There's over 700 points there, I think. Or maybe not quite. So, if you made those all with HMGs, 450. Maybe. Yeah, there's probably between 650 and 750 points there. Yeah. That's the thing. So I think I'm being I think I'm probably being too conservative. I hope when these starter armies come out, they end up being ridiculously good. Yeah. We'll see. All right, let's have a look. Last super chat, then I'm wrapping up. But Mountain, thank you for super chat, man. So it's the last army for me to collect a K47. I want cheap, effective on tabletop, direct from Warlord, no bears, go. Me too. Yeah, I really want to have a full army of the Ice Warrior guys, of the Moraz Ghoul. Yeah. That's what I'm all about. I've got all the bears in the world. I want those Moraz Ghoul. Like, I want them. Like, I tell you what I'm praying for. 1 minute. I am praying that is the Moraz Ghoul. I really, 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 really fucking hope that's the Moraz Ghoul. Because if you can get like 15 of them in a box. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yes. I want a full army of them. I want an Ice Warrior army. Yeah. There you go. All right. So, yeah, I'm absolutely the same as you, but Mountain. Yeah. Same as you, bro. All right. And on that note, let's wrap this bad boy up. Gentlemen, I want to say a huge thank you to all of you who have kept me company over today's stream. Thank you for your patience. Well, I know I've been a bit bunged up today and everything. But I want to say just a huge thank you to everyone who joined. A huge thank you to everyone that chatted away. A huge thank you to everyone that liked the stream and who subscribed to the channel during the stream. Mr. One, big shout out to Spartan. Thank you for becoming a new member, mate. Thank you for doing your part, sir. And I also, speaking of which, I want to say a huge thank you to everyone that went above and beyond the Call of Duty. Hey! We've had Russell, who was it? It was Poetic Terror dropping the double bloody Death Strike, which was amazing. And then I'm sure we had, who came in with 50 memberships at the beginning? I'm going to have to find out. Let me have a look. Poetic Terror there. Let me have a look here. David, that was it. David D. Davidson, who came in with 70 memberships and super chats over the course of the stream. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver. So massive thank you to both of those guys. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you who went above and beyond the Call of Duty today. Everything from the little bits to the big bits, it all makes it possible. It really, really fucking does. So massive shout out. I think I've got to shout out Glenn Lee at the end of last stream as well. He did a Death Strike as well. So big shout out to him as well. But yeah, it's been a good stream today. Not overly beefy. You know, not overly beefy. You know, I think some valid concerns, but I don't think we've yucked anyone's yum. But we've not, we've been talking about some, I said how I'd fix the game, obviously, but I think we're all just waiting for Wednesday. You know, we're all waiting for Wednesday. Some things to be excited about for 40k, some things to worry about. I guess that's all same as usual. And we've talked about the new battle forces, which seem pretty good. And talked a bit about K47, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I'm overall, I was very positive about those new guard. You know, as much as as much as I like to go, oh yeah, you know, the K47 boxes are so much better and all that kind of stuff, right? I still, I made the conscious effort to judge the GW ones just based inside the GW bubble, because that's what people want them judged on. So, there you are. So yeah, there you go. I guess we'll have to wait and see. When Wednesday lands, I'm sorry for making the battle force down. Dude, you didn't. So newbie, it was a perfectly objective analysis. Look, I'm never going to ask you to deny the evidence of your own eyes. You know, I'm never going to do that. You made a legitimate comparison. That's it at the end of the day, right? No point in burying our heads in the sand, but we don't necessarily need to step on a soapbox all the time. So we'll, when we talk about the 40k stuff, we sort of keep it there, and then we can compare it afterwards, especially on from a stream highlight point of view, right? So no sweat, all gravy, baby. There you go. And I think that's it. Let's just we don't know if 40k is going to be a shit show or not. I guess we'll have to wait till Wednesday. Will 11th edition be good? Will 11th edition be bad? Who knows? Who knows? If you like it, support. Here's the thing. If you like it, support it. If you don't. We can talk about it till the cows come home, and I'm sure we will. But no point in getting upset about it. And for those people that are excited for it, awesome. There you go. There you go. Yeah, there you go. At the end of the day. Yeah, it's still going to be fun. Exactly. All right. And on that note, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I'm just getting the song for playing us out ready. There you go. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for all of your support. And as always, I'll see you guys next time.